Fixxiverse. It's my interconnected story told throughout more than 45 100-day videos. It's time to show you how it all began. This is a compilation video of a whole bunch of different videos that I've recorded over the last year that tells the origins of my universe. You're going to see stories from The Sheriff and the Black Goat, from Tovalyn, my long-term single-player world, from even Original Earth. This is how it all started. Let's get going right now.
Incoming message. Incoming message.
Oh, yes.
Incoming message.
Yes, play message.
Message from Captain Ramirez.
This message is for any survivors of the Sheriff. I imagine the computer woke you from deep sleep and you're likely a little foggy. Our ship, the Sheriff, was hopelessly caught in a singularity and hurled back through time. By the time we realised what was going on, I ordered abandoned ship. What I learned later is the first escape pods to eject, they landed the closest to our present day. The longer it took to escape our ship, the further back in time we were projected. I was the last to leave and landed here on this planet 9,500 years in our past. I don't believe there'll be any rescue or any chance to return to our time. Your task is to land on the planet Tovalyn and create a life for you and your escape pod crew. The solar panels will charge the pod enough to wake and release a new crew member every 5 days. As commander of your lifeboat, you'll be in charge of creating a space for them to work and live on the planet. You must blend in. There is a strong anti-technology bias on this planet and inquisitors who will arrest anyone who might be from our ship. The last thing I have to tell you, there are creatures on this world that will attack you on sight. Be wary, be safe, build a society and a good life. Godspeed.
I want to do this 100 days video a little bit differently. First, I wanted to use RTX. It's so beautiful and really is a game changer in Minecraft. Secondly, I wanted to do it for my long-term single-player world. I'm taking a huge risk here. This is my forever world. Though Bedrock doesn't technically have a hardcore mode, it will be hardcore because if I die, that's it. I will delete the world and end the Let's Play after nearly 200 episodes. I'll be playing this starting from scratch with no access to any of my existing farms or gear for the duration of this 100 days, and I won't be permitted to leave my little island except for go to the Nether for this entire run. I'm putting it all on the line here. I'm going to be lightly role-playing this as I have in my past videos. I'll be playing the role of the architect tasked with building a village and town over the course of 100 days. I have a story to tell, and I love this format for weaving a tale. Every 5 days, starting on day 10, a new crewmate will be released from the escape pod. Before they arrive, I'll have to have a place for them to work and live. Due to the compressed nature of only 100 days and the format I want to tell this story, I'll be receiving a villager egg every 5 days to simulate my crewmates landing on this planet. In this world, since it's really a building world, I play with fire tick and mob griefing off, just so you know. Every other aspect will be 100% survival. All credit goes to Luke the Notable for coming up with the 100 Days Hardcore concept, and you all for the amazing response on my last 2 100 Days videos. Alright then, on with the show. I landed on the island and took a quick look around. I think it should be big enough for my lifeboat crew. I have literally nothing, no tools, no power, nothing. I'm wearing my spacesuit until I run a full atmospheric reading on the planet. Oh, my head is so foggy, I really just need to focus on the mission. I know the basics of who I am and about the accident on the sheriff. I just really can't remember much beyond that. It's so odd. All the normal life stuff comes back as easily as spelling cat, but specific memories of my personal life are, well, they're just not there. The computer predicted weeks until I can regain all my memories. The computer, says it's normal for emergency deep sleep, but it feels bad. Really bad. I just need to focus. First things first, though, I need some tools. I use my suit's reinforced fist to literally knock a tree down and harvest some wood. Then with that wood, created a pickaxe. At that point, I could craft a stone pickaxe as well as a shovel and axe. Maybe a sword as well. I don't know what monsters exactly the captain was talking about, so I best be prepared. I crafted a furnace, and thanks to the little bit of coal I found, I should be able to smelt up any ores that I can find. Hopefully I can upgrade my gear fairly quickly here. The sun was already setting. It's amazingly fast. The days here seem so short. I was harvesting some last minute wood when I saw the strangest creature. It was skinny and green, and when I approached, it exploded. What is this place? I took a look around to see if there were any more exploding creepers walking up around me, and something came up that I can only describe as a zombie. I don't know. I don't know what else it could really be, but I ran underground and mined for the rest of the night. As I was mining, I found the strangest thing. Some sort of caged zombie. Before I could do anything with it, I was attacked. I slayed the zombie and lit up the area well. Maybe this thing will be useful. After dawn broke, I returned to the surface, and I found no monsters, but some animals. I have no food, so, well, I guess I'm looking at it. I hope these things are edible. I slaughtered quite a few pigs, llamas, and even a cow. Once I cook this stuff up, I should have plenty to eat for a few days. I wanted to try to get some sort of vegetable farm going soon. Again, at nightfall, I wanted no piece of monsters who might explode, so I went back into the mines again. If I'm going to be building a town for my crewmates, I'm going to need lots and lots of materials. While I was mining, I found a good bit of iron. This should be a nice improvement for my tools and actually help me gather materials even faster. Good job, day 2. I spent most of day 3 in the mines. I am quite scared of the creepers and zombies here, and who knows what else is lurking in the dark corners of this world. I need some armor to keep me safe. I did manage to find enough iron to make a helm, chest piece, pants, and some iron boots after a little while. Then the big news. I actually found enough diamonds to create a diamond pickaxe, which is going to be amazing for mining. I should be able to mine faster and for longer without needing to replace my tools. I emerged from the mines to find a person wandering around near my storage chest. This wandering trader spoke English? Whoa. It was a kind of slightly morphed version of English with a strange accent, but I understood him and he me. He also didn't seem to be put off by me wearing a spacesuit and helmet. The trader opened his pack and pulled out some clothes more fitting of a sort of primitive medieval society and just handed them to me. I tried to explain I don't have any emeralds yet, which seems to be the currency that he trades in, and he wasn't concerned about it. He mentioned something about inquisitors raining down on the country and just walked away. Interesting stuff. I spent a good deal of time today harvesting spruce trees and then went on a bit of a hunt for sugarcane. This is so odd. I'm on an alien planet, 1,300 years in the past, and there is spruce and oak trees, sheep, pigs, and cows, but then also zombies and exploding creepers. What is going on this planet? I was up past nightfall. That does seem to be when the giant spiders and wars come out to play. I was attacked by many, many flying beasts. I have no idea what these things are, but I'm fairly certain they eat spacemen for midnight snack. I worked through the night underground because working overground may not be possible in this dangerous place. I really wish I had a bed. I'd really like to begin farming paper for books soon. With the amount of llamas and cows I'm slaughtering around my island, leather really shouldn't be an issue, but paper from sugarcane seems to be. Made a small boat and went around the island. I know my orders are to blend in, so I don't want to leave this island until we're really fully established. I figure a small boat shouldn't attract too much attention. Nighttime. Fantastic. More phantom attacks. I was just climbing up after finding some sugarcane at the water's edge, and I saw what I needed. One final sheep. I made a bed and slept through the night. Finally, I feel rested. It took 5 days, but I slept in a bed and it was wonderful. I only have 4 more days until my first crewmate is woken up and sent down to the surface of this planet, and I have just about nothing built. I spent the daylight hours working on walls for my storage building, then headed underground to dig around the zombie spawner. Experience would be a really nice thing to have on hand. I feel better after sleeping physically, but really no better mentally. I just can't remember much. Maybe once the first crewmate comes down to the planet, it'll jog something. I got the zombie spawner basically laid out today. I'll be using some water just to push them into a little hole and then trapping them so I can gain some much needed XP. I don't plan on just sitting around here and letting them pile up, but since it's so close to my mining area, I'm hoping that it's active more than it's not. Maybe I can just take a little break there some nights and get some drops. It's farming day. I suppose this is the most fair way to go about picking jobs for my crewmates. I have no idea who the computer is going to wake up on day 10, so I'll pick the job and build the house, and the computer can just roll the dice, I suppose. I don't care if they trade jobs later, we just need to blend in this kind of medieval society. It's slow going, though. I managed to grab a few seeds from grass, but it's growing quite... I may have messed up here. I possibly made this house stupid big. For some inexplicable reason, I made this a 3-story house. Surely, that'll be nice for our new farmer, but as I have another villager on the way in only 5 more days, I'm going to need to scale this back in the future. My crewmate is here. Well, villager, I suppose. I gave him some of the extra clothes I got from that wandering trader and set him up in his farming house. He told me his name is Carl, and he's actually excited about farming. He believes his great-grandparents were farmers in Kansas, and actually seems to remember a few things about it. I find myself getting very jealous of Carl. He just woke up and has some semblance of memory of his life before the sheriff. No real memories of life on board the ship, but still something. I don't know anything of where I grew up. I worked all day long on the zombie farm. I am hopeful that one of these dudes will drop a carrot and or potato so I can ramp up my food production. I'm still eating well as Carl for now, but as we add more and more people, we're going to need more than just my hunting meat to sustain us. There are better ways to automate some of this zombie farm, I know, but for now this will do just fine to hopefully get me some vegetables. Then I got a carrot. I woke up very early on day 12 to work on some farming with my brand new carrot. Using some of the bone meal from these skeletons. Yeah, I just casually mentioned that there are skeletons now. It's been less than 2 weeks, and, well, I guess that's just a thing. A wandering trader came by this morning. It was a different man than the first one, but dressed similarly. He didn't stay long, but before he left, he whispered to me that I should watch out for any tall, thin, black-skinned, alien-looking creatures. They're called Endermen, and they are the eyes and ears of the Inquisitors. With this place's anti-technology feelings, maybe the Inquisitors sent the Endermen to spy on me. Perhaps they know I'm from the sheriff. Day 13, I began working on the next crewmate's house, this time a blacksmith. I think it all became clear when I was fighting some of these flying phantoms. If I die, that's it. The crew will arrive here with nothing. They'll possibly starve. I have to live so that we can all have a life. This is such a mad scramble. 5 days is just not enough time to construct a house and gather the materials to build it. Add in farming and just the basic things I have to do for survival. I am running around like a chicken with his head cut off. I was out harvesting some sand in order to smelt it up for glass, and I was attacked by a swimming zombie with the trident. I survived because I ran away, but it was really close. I could feel my life slipping away from me. Wow. I need better protection. I finished the toolsmith's house just in time. Our newest crewmate arrived and took the toolsmith job happily. His name is Charlie, and he seems extremely excited for this new life. I'll be honest, when I first heard the announcement from Captain Ramirez about our situation, I wasn't exactly overjoyed. If I had time to stop and think about it, well, I don't know what I would think. I'm just grinding so hard to get each house done before the next crewmate is woken. I don't have time to think about much of anything. I need to be safe. I'm very unsettled about the close call I had with the drowned, so I decided to make an enchanting table. I've been harvesting sugarcane every time it's grown, and hopefully I have enough to make the bookcase I need to get max level enchants. Also, I'm quite low on diamonds, and, well, everything else, and damn it all, but 4 more days until another crewmate comes, and I have literally no idea what I'm going to build for them. Yes! Fortune 3! Oh, this is perfect. Now I can go mining, and I can double or triple the amount of diamonds I find. No silk touch. I was kind of hoping for it on a different piece, but it's so great. Okay, the next villager is going to be a miner, officially. Okay, not super original, but I need ores badly, and actually I need smoothstone cobble too, so cool. I'm going to head down the mines for the rest of the night, and I'll see you tomorrow. No. I spent the entirety of day 17 enjoying my very fast pickaxes, as well as fortuning up so many diamonds. I ended the day with more than 50 diamonds. I might be close to actually making diamond gear and being one step closer to safe-ish? Well, at least safer. I decided to roll the dice and get one more enchant before bed, and I got a Silk Touch Efficiency 3 not unbreaking pickaxe. But hey, you know what? I will take it. That's going to give me access to Smoothstone, and oh man, I'm happy about that. Small change in plans. After sleeping on it, instead of a miner, the next villager is actually going to be a farmer again. Reason being, I hope we can eventually trade our crops here with some of these wandering traders for emeralds. Seem to be the currency of the land here. Well, until my whole crew is down here planet side, I can't really leave this island, but eventually we'll venture out and make contact with the outside world. I worked in the second farmer's house all day today, and it's really starting to come together. I can't help but think I must have been an artist or something in my personal life aboard the Sheriff, because I am really enjoying the architecture part of this job. I just wish I could remember. I finished the house and it's looking just fine. I feel kind of like I'm hitting my stride here. It's still very frantic, but I'm starting to kind of get a gauge on how much I can grind during these 5 days and yet still get a house built for the next villager. Tomorrow a new crewmate should arrive, and maybe with that some of my memories. Who knows? I woke up today from the strangest dream. It was as if something was there. I couldn't quite reach it. I keep hearing a woman's voice in my head. No words really, just a voice. It's weird. I met our new villager today, and she seems pretty messed up, I won't lie. She barely even remembers the ship, let alone her old life. I'm not sure she would even know her name, Hannah, if it weren't sewn into her uniform. I got her some clothes, the last clothes I traded for, actually, and I'll just have to hope another wandering trader comes by before day 25. I showed her the carrot field I planted and mentioned there might be potatoes for her later on, but she just barely nodded and went back inside her house. Man, this deep sleep really does hit everyone differently. Oh, I went to the Nether today, and yeah, I almost died. Wow, that was close. That's about as close as it can be. My heart was racing a million miles an hour. Holy cow. I did manage to kill a couple blazes and collect some soul sand and netherwort and return home safely. Oh, woo! I was just about to head down to the mines, and before I did, I wanted to get off an enchant, and I got just what I wanted. Blast Protection 4 on my chest plate. If anything is going to kill me instantly, it's going to be one of those exploding creepers. I think this should help me be a little bit safer. Since I actually have access to Smoothstone now, I decided to go ahead and build a church. I think that we could blend in maybe a cleric or a librarian here pretty well. And also I think it'll help out the village, and maybe if any Endermen or Inquisitors come by, it might seem like we've been here for a little while. The front of the church is the altar. That's going to sort of hide my enchanting table, and I think it's going to be a nice, tidy place to come and do my enchants. And yeah, I think it's going to look really cool too. Alright, wow. I way underestimated how long this church is going to take to build. I have a crewmate coming tomorrow, and this church is very half finished. I'm going to have to get hard on the grind. I may just go all night tonight. On the good side, I've been mining enough that I keep gaining levels, so I keep getting some more enchants. I now have a good Silk Touch pick, fortune, and a decent axe, actually. Sand is on my to-do list soon, so I need to get up to 30 and enchant a good shovel as well. I did not get the church done in time. Despite working all night, it's still not finished, so I pretty hastily put together some mines going into the mountainside and put our new villager right there. I've been very fortunate that all the villagers so far have taken to the professions assigned fairly comfortably, mostly. His name is Mike, and he goes by Squiggy. When I showed him the mines, he looked a little apprehensive at first, but when I told him he could trade with any other villager if he found a fit, he seemed to take that pretty well. The thing is, I have been working through the night most nights here. I don't want to go to sleep. I don't know exactly what it is, but I keep hearing that woman's voice, and it's haunting. I just can't remember what she said or what she sounded like exactly, but it's a feeling, and I can't put my finger on it. I'm actually out to a lead for the first time since landing on this planet. I'm almost done with the church, and I have thoughts for which profession I want to house here. Either cleric, which could help me deal with all this rotten flesh, I hope, or a librarian that could help with some enchanted books. I don't know. Either way, this church is very dark and depressing and needs some windows. I spent some time today talking to Carl, who, I don't know, maybe due to him being the first after me or the longest resident of my little village here, but he's become a bit of a friend. His memories seem to be coming back stronger than mine. He mentioned something about a vague memory of boarding the escape pod and remembering me, or at least my face. I guess with everyone running to find an open spot, it was just pure chaos. We decided the best way to blend in our little village here is to make it look aged. We don't want anyone to happen upon our island and realize that we just got here a few weeks ago. So we made some cracked stone brick and have been adding it to the build. It's kind of challenging to figure out where to put it to make it look like it naturally formed, but I think we've worked out a bit of a system. Another wandering trader came by this morning. I tried to press him about people from my ship without coming out and asking. I swear these traders know more than they let on. He vaguely said it's been many years since people have come here from a faraway land, but he was dancing around the truth as much as me, I think. After he left, offering no real trades I was interested in, I continued working on aging our village a little bit. It's so nice to be out ahead. I worked on making our brand new road seem a little bit rougher, adding some coarse dirt and some even spruce in different places. Still having a little bit of daylight, I enclosed our nether portal in a sort of gazebo, maybe? I don't know why really, it just felt like it added some love to our home. After my conversation with Carl the other day, I've been thinking about our food situation. He's doing an amazing job farming the wheat and sugarcane. Hannah, maybe not so much with the carrots. I've had to help more than I would like, but she's improving, maybe just a little bit. Maybe wishful thinking on my part. Regardless, carrots and bread is going to... Okay, look, it already is getting old. Maybe we can fish in this planet. I spent the rest of the day carving stairs into the earth. Earth. This isn't Earth, but how the heck is this place just like Earth, except for zombies and skeletons? I honestly need some answers here. Our new crewmate arrived just as the sun was coming up. I set her, Sally, up as our village librarian. Would a cleric have made more sense inside the church? Yes, probably. But I think having a place to record what we're doing here, setting up a life on this planet, is more important for now. These docks are going to be so great. While building them, I can literally see the fish swimming around, waiting to be in my belly. This is going to totally change our way of life. I finished the docks today and built a small little cliffside house for my next crewmate. That means I'm 4 days ahead of schedule again. I may actually take a day off and do some fishing. Yesterday was just what the doctor ordered. Oh yeah, doctors, right. I'm not really sure how I didn't think of that until just about now. Hope someone on my little lifeboat had some sort of Star Corps medical training. Wait a second. What was that? Star Corps? How did I just remember that? That's the name of our branch of the service. It just came to me. Maybe the rest will soon. I have some free time today, so I finally got a roof slapped on the storage barn. Hey, things are looking up. A wandering trader came by again today, and sure enough, it was the one I knew. He was the very first wandering trader to come to our little island. He was kind of blown away by the progress in only a month and had a few suggestions. Seeing my docks, he approved, but also cautioned against expanding them larger. If you build big docks, big ships may come. That would bring eyes on us that we don't yet want, he cautioned. I bought a cactus from him and welcome him back anytime. That basically settles it. These traders know we are not exactly from around here. They might know a lot more. When I was a kid, I always loved the classics. Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, 100 Days Wizard Edition, etc. All those things have one thing in common: magic. Our little town needs a brewing station and a villager to be our cleric, so with wide open choices of what to build for them, a wizard tower came to mind. Once I saw it in my imagination, it was truly the only option. I don't want to... Took a break from building our alchemy tower to welcome our newest villager, Lincoln. He'll be our fisherman at our docks and seemed to take it rather well. He has a fairly decent amount of memories back already and commented how he used to fish with his dad and how much he and his dad were best buds. Surely that was nice to hear. While working on the wizard tower, another wandering trader came by. Another new one. How many of these dudes are there? I've only seen the same one twice and already met quite a few, but this one had something I really wanted. A new tree type. For the lofty price of 5 emeralds, I bought a jungle sapling. That would be very fun eventually to play with a new wood type. I tried pushing him a little bit on these so-called inquisitors, but he would have none of it. In fact, he left shortly after. Whoever they are have the traders spooked, and they seem to have a great deal of knowledge about this place. I had a few lanterns around the nether portal and the alchemy tower, and they look really nice. I wish I had more iron or some sort of iron farm so I could make more of these, but they're a little pricey for right now. I had a small carrot farm near the portal too. I don't think Hannah exactly needs more on her plate, but the thought of all these empty spaces in town are really kind of killing me. Speaking of town, we need a name for this place. Maybe I'll talk to some of the crewmates. No, not crewmates. Villagers. I need to make sure I'm only referring to us as villagers from here on. One slip up around an Inquisitor or an Enderman, and I may be in real trouble. I gathered sand for most of the day today. You know, it's really relaxing if you disregard the constant drowned attacks and, well, myself almost drowning fairly constantly. Yeah, it's real relaxing. Yeah. I just kind of remembered that cactus I bought a few days back from a trader, and I really haven't done anything with it, so today I built a small little cactus greenhouse. Okay, well, it's not green yet, as I only have 2 cacti so far, but it will be green eventually, and I don't have really enough sand to make glass, so it's just sand. It's just a lot of sand that I put cactus in. I met our new villager, Harrison. He was quiet at first, taking it all in, but when I told him his job assignment, he took to it immediately. It was astonishing to see him work, reading up on brewing potions. His mind must be absolutely amazing. He'll be a huge asset to whatever this town is going to eventually be called. I was just ready to descend down the ladder when the strangest feeling came over me. I looked back at him, his face. I know it. I'm sure I do. I can't place it exactly, but he and I knew each other on board our ship. I'm sure of that. Maybe my memory is starting to return. After getting Harrison all settled in, I went to farming wood for the next villager house. I think it's going to be another farmer, but this time, maybe a butcher. I'd really like to have access to more leather and meat, and frankly, a barn would probably be a good idea. It'll be large, though, so I took the rest of the day to chop trees. Day 41, I really feel like I got absolutely nothing accomplished. I did go mining and refilled some of my dwindling stone supplies and cut down a few more trees, but the day just blew right by. 3 more days until another villager arrives. Time to resume frantic build mode. Another hard day of building today, working on the barn. My idea is 2 holding pens, a slaughtering chamber, 2 storage, and 1 living quarters, all inside the barn. Okay, look, whoever comes out of the escape pod next is likely to not be too happy with me. This bedroom may end up smelling pretty rough. Oh boy, I hope I can finish this barn in time. These days are so short, and this thing is so wood intensive. If I can finish the barn and get my 8th villager settled, I'd love to spend a whole day chopping wood and just try to get out in front of my supply run. It turned into a nice barn, I think. I'm feeling pretty good about it. The butcher area is set up and ready to go, and now I just wait for tomorrow for our next villager. Our new villager arrived today around midday. Her name is Rose, and she's the most elderly of my little band of misfits. She seems okay with her assigned role of butcher. She said something about knowing her way around a kitchen, no matter if it's filled with microwaves or, in her words, a damned caveman fire. I need a day off. After working all day, I went and talked with Harrison up in the alchemy tower. Turns out he doesn't remember anything of our time in the ship, but he said I look familiar as well. Sitting with him was a very comfortable feeling, maybe something I've done many times in the past. I got a terrible headache after trying so hard to recall our time on the sheriff. I sat with him until he drifted off. I spent today preparing for future expansion. We're not even to halfway yet, and the village has come so far. We need more basic housing, and I think I have a plan to add a few houses at once. First thing, though, is to get this ground slightly leveled, or steep cliffs. Either way, I can build flatter ground and put up retaining wall for cliffs. I think that the really hilly area is what just needs to kind of go away. I added 3 more houses today. My thoughts are, if we build a successful village here, we may have other people from this world who want to live with us, and hopefully we'll start families and expand our footprint here on Tovalyn. I went with a simple little layout of 5 by 5 meter squares connected in an L shape. The middle can be a second story or not, depending on how much room we need. As I was headed home for the night, I saw a new visitor. I swear this person looks exactly like a witch. Yeah, like a witch from the scariest Halloween costume ever. I went up to talk, and the person, witch, poisoned me. I cut her down with no mercy. My villagers here will not be attacked by enemies, in costume or not. I ran home before the poison took me to death's door, but yeah, it was close. I worked more on these 3 houses. My goal is to set up the next few villagers to come down in these, so I'll have about 10 days in a row to construct a special thing that's going to massively help in the future. This may not be quite as themed houses as the other ones that I've built so far, but I suppose a leather worker can work out of a small house for a few days, right? I'm sure they won't mind. I woke up this morning with the most clear memory I have had so far. I remember vividly sitting at lunch with Harrison on board the sheriff. We had a window seat and we're looking out at the stars, talking about this upcoming experiment. I can't remember what the experiment was exactly yet, but it seemed hugely important. I feel like it's just right there, just on the tip of my brain. My memories before landing on this planet are so close, but they're still slightly out of reach. I worked on spreading the roads around my little village within my village, I guess, and there will be room for the next 3 villagers here. I need to make sure they have a little bit of infrastructure to build their businesses. We met our new leather worker, Kim. She seems a little shaken by the sudden waking, but generally okay with leatherworking. I will say not super impressed by her very small little house, but I assured her we will be able to expand in time. I continued the roads around the houses, trying to make sure no one will fall off the edge and sue me. I'll just have to make sure to not include any lawyer housing. I spent the entirety of day 51 mining obsidian. Oh yes. Oh yes. 5.5 stacks of obsidian and I am done. My idea is to open and close 4 nether portals rapidly, allowing for zombie pigmen to come pouring through and then drop them into a kill chamber. Should be an amazing source of gold and experience. It's a little complicated though to get the timing right between the lighting, the portals, and the water to turn them off. I'm still a few days away from the technical part of this, but I'm already getting a little bit nervous. I worked all day on this thing. I have visions of eventually an awesome castle or something to enclose it all, but for right now, let's just hope it works. The redstone timing on this is something so difficult for someone who's just now flown down to this planet and doesn't know anything about redstone. I only got here 54 days ago, and it's not like I've been aware of redstone mechanics for several years and still can't figure out something that many people might consider a simple little redstone mechanism like this. Oh well. Our new villager is named Fletcher, which is honestly hilarious given the assignment I have for him. He's going to be our Fletcher. I swear you can't write this stuff on a script. I asked him to concentrate on finding a trade for sticks with one of these wandering traders. If there's anything I have lots of, it is sticks. I think I have the pulse figured out. As long as I use a very short pulse, it should turn on the portal, turn off the portal, and then turn off the water. Tomorrow I'll run redstone line up from the ground and work on the kill chamber. I set up a 1-tick redstone pulse generator and set up a little bit of a circuit to repeat it. I guess the kill chamber tomorrow? Oh man, this project is just massive. I woke up today hearing that woman's voice again. It's so real, and yet when I open my eyes, it fades. I can't help it, but I don't know. I feel, is someone close to me? Is she still waiting on the escape pod for the computer to wake her up? Will she remember me? Next up, I want a way to kill these dudes, and yeah, sure, I could just hack them with my sword, but I have a better idea. I'm going to use 4 pistons to push around this trident I got from one of the drowned, and hopefully it'll just push the trident right into the zombie pigmen and kill them and give me their gold and their experience. Should be great. I was walking from my house to the gold farm and killed a zombie harassing one of my villagers, and he dropped a potato. I have never in my life been so happy for a freaking potato. I almost walked away and missed it, but thank goodness, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it laying there on the ground. Finally, I can eat something else, but secondly, our first villager, Carl, has worked out a potato trade for emeralds with one of the traders. We could potentially be rolling in the green stuff. I mean, emeralds, not cash. I don't think they have cash here. Our next villager came down from the life pod, and it's a kid. A child? At first, I couldn't believe it, and then something happened. I heard a memory deep in my head. I remember something. I remember a vision sitting in my chair in my quarters aboard the sheriff. There was a Christmas tree in the corner and some open presents on the floor. A woman, my wife, sitting on the couch holding a child. It was my child. I'm a dad. After I recovered from my near blackout memory, I asked Carl to help the kid get settled. Wyatt, the child, is going to be staying with Carl for a little while and teach him what his new life is going to be like. He's eventually going to grow up to be a weaponsmith, and, well, that's possibly not the greatest childhood job, frankly, but it was already scheduled, and I couldn't focus on anything else today. Memories of my life, my family, maybe everything's starting to flow. It works. After almost 10 days of hard work, grind, guessing, and hoping my grinder actually works, I now have a source of gold and XP unlimited at only the cost of iron and flint. It's fantastic. Time to enchant the rest of my gear, I think. I'm finally finding some luck. I end up getting amazing enchants. Aqua Affinity on my helm, along with Unbreaking and Blast Protection. That's going to help me actually dig sand a little bit more successfully. And then the one enchant that I really wanted, Feather Falling 4 on my boots. Oh, I am ecstatic. I spent the entire next day with Sally, attempting to teach her a mending book. Let me tell you, she seems like a really nice person, but she is super stubborn and refused for an entire day to learn mending. Yeah, exactly the same thing again. Day 63, the entire day. Every waking second, with Sally, trying to teach her mending. No luck. Finally, early in the morning on day 64, it actually happened. Oh my goodness, I was literally jumping for joy. I ran off to go get some paper. I want to make sure I lock in that trade forever, and then actually did a couple enchants. I traded with Sally to get one of her mending books. I'll put my anvil down there, should be safe, and allow me to upgrade my tools. Harrison was good enough to watch our newest crewmate, so I could spend some time in the nether today. I largely struck out, only getting 2 netherite, but I got lots of magma cube blocks that I can use maybe down the road a bit. I met our new villager, Phil. He seemed happy with his new profession at first. I gave him an anvil, but apparently that isn't good enough for Phil. He demanded a blast furnace instead. Oh, okay, mister, just learned how to be a blacksmith today. Here's your fancy workstation, fine. Turns out maybe anvil isn't a workstation after all. I had hoped maybe I would return from the nether to see my wife or son down from the escape pod, but no, not yet. I can't remember their names. It's like every single day the images become clearer. I can hear their voices. I can recall little moments together as a family. It's a funny thing to miss something so terribly that you didn't even know you missed just a few days ago. I still have 8 more villagers on the way down from the lifeboat, so hopefully they'll be next. I spent another day mining in the nether and actually got my 4th netherite. I can upgrade one of my pieces now. Probably my fortune pickaxe. Oh yeah, I almost burnt to death. As much as I would love to continue my search for netherite, I have responsibilities to attend to. Day 70 is coming soon, and with it a new villager. I'm thinking maybe another small set of houses to help the village fill out. These simple little houses actually work quite well, they're easy on resources, and they go up fairly fast. Seems like a win-win-win to me. I just can't help myself. I spent all day in the nether again. I want to be more protected, and that means I need 16 pieces of netherite to do it. I'm up to 9 so far at the end of the day. I made netherite boots, and I did upgrade my Fortune 3 mending pickaxe. Solid start. I was working around town, and Carl came to get me. He's sort of taken over as my welcoming committee. He seems happy to do it, and we've decided our next villager should be another farmer to help with more trades. We've been talking about my family a lot in the past days, and he was obviously excited to bring me to the new villager. It was another child. When I got there, not only was he not my kid, but he was a bit of a terror. He absolutely refused to stay in the house we provided him. He went running outside. I had to actually throw him in a boat and row him back home. Not exactly the way I had intended to spend the day. Day 71 was farming day. Well, actually landscaping day, kind of. With 3 farmers now, I think we can branch into potato fields as well as more beetroot. I know, everyone always wants more beetroot, so we're going to do it. We have some grass areas that are not far away, but I really want to keep the village compact for protection and also for future growth. I'm actually going to take the time to spread dirt over a bunch of this stone to keep the fields very close to our village center. I don't want our new villagers to be spread out all over the landscape in case zombies or skeletons or worse come attacking. I was continuing landscaping the following day and something dangerous happened. I dug a bit of gravel and the entire earth caved in. I fell into a dark cave. My life, my wife, my son flashed before my eyes. I hit my head when I fell hard. I was able to gather myself and get out of this cave before any monsters came and got me, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the memory that just came rushing back. Was I unsettled or happy? Was that the birth of my son? After a long night's sleep, I decided to get back to the crop fields, and to separate the fields for the different types of crops, I don't want to use cobblestone walls. I want to do something a little bit different. So I made a hoe, and I've decided to start gathering leaves. I'm going to use a combination of spruce and oak leaves to separate these fields. I think it's going to look really nice and also be a little of a barrier for mobs. I farmed potatoes all day, trying to expand the fields. It's going to be so great. I'm thinking maybe tomorrow we add another farmer. Who knows, maybe once we get all of our villagers down here and connect with the rest of the world, we'll have a major farming export. But then, a wandering trader came by. I asked his name and he wouldn't answer, very mysterious, so I decided it was time to trust someone. I told him who we are and where we came from. To say he was not surprised is an understatement. He patiently listened to my story, then told me I was a damned fool. He said if he was an Inquisitor's spy, we would all be rounded up and taken away. He wouldn't say why, but only this world has in effect frozen its technology many hundreds of years ago, and the Inquisitors are the force policing that. He had to go, but promised he would be back and we would have a real conversation. For our next villager, I do think another farmer would be great after all, and once our fields come to fruition, we should be swimming in crops. I don't know yet what the rest of the world's food situation is, but without any modern technology to help agriculture, it may not be that great. We could actually be a force for good here. That's a good thought. I built a pretty tall silo to house our potatoes and actually house our next villager as well. Once I got Tom settled in the silo and instructed him to work on a potato trade, he took to it pretty quickly and actually told me he likes potatoes, so great, win-win. I am very much in a farming mode and really enjoying it actually. I gathered more leaves to mark out a second field, this one for beetroot, and it's going to be a super nice trade as well. I hoed and hydrated a large field for the beetroot coming out here. It's a little grindy, but I just keep reminding myself what a great trade and what a big village upgrade this is going to be in general. A different wandering trader came by today. Lincoln saw him first and was surprised when he asked to speak to me by name. I don't believe we met this particular trader yet, so how did he know me? He told me the trader I spoke to last time had gone missing. This one was a bit more forthright and open. He actually told me his name was Nom, and the missing trader, the first one we ever met, his name is Pove. Asking if we've seen many Endermen around, he just nodded thoughtfully when I said not in many days. I tried pushing a bit and asking where the other trader might have gone. Nom just told me Pove had been asking questions, then he disappeared on one of his normal routes. He gave me a note and asked me to give it to Pove if he ever came back. No, the fields are looking good. I worked all day on planting today. It's such repetitive work, my mind could kind of drift away. I was just thinking about my family. I still can't quite grasp their names, but I'm so hopeful they'll be on the next escape pod coming down from orbit. I might reunite with them tomorrow. I had basically just finished work on the potato and beetroot farm. Now I just need to let them grow, and I heard Carl's shouts. The new crewmate was here. My family, maybe? I rushed over to the alchemy tower. We decided we would house them over there. It's not my wife and kid. It was, well, I don't really know how to describe this person, honestly. A nitwit? I was so excited that it was a double blow. Not only was it not my wife and kid, but it was this guy. The idea was he'd be another librarian, but I don't know. I don't even know what we're going to do with him. I was just standing there looking at our new nitwit, and something happened. I must have blacked out. I came to the next day. I walked around the village just kind of in a daze. It was like I could remember my dreams. No, wait, they weren't dreams. They were memories. I can remember so much. The alarm on the ship, the announcement from Captain Ramirez, all of it. I was stationed with Harrison and another friend. I can't quite recall his name yet. We were working in engineering, but the three of us had to move across the ship to fix a relay supply when everything went crazy. The ship was propelled into the Singularity, and out the window, the stars went from little points of light to just a blur. We were red alert. The ship was shaking like crazy. It wasn't long before Captain Ramirez came on the speaker.
All hands abandon ship. There is no time to set lifeboat assignments. Proceed to the nearest escape pod immediately. The sheriff is breaking apart. The pods will take you to the planet in emergency deep sleep. I will contact you once you land.
I worked on the roads around the fields all day today. If we're going to be exporting a ton of crops soon, this will be absolutely necessary to bring carts and such in. My heart is truly not in this, though. I know now that my wife and son were not on my lifeboat. I've been waiting for them to be next, and it turns out they could have landed anywhere on this planet. The pods simply auto-eject when they fill, so depending on our orbit at the time, there's no way to know where they might have landed. I have to live under the assumption that they made it to an escape pod. I can't bear to think of the alternative. I need to speak to a wandering trader so I can ask about other escape pods on this planet. I have no way to actually contact them, so I'll just have to wait until one wanders by. This is so frustrating. I need answers. To take my mind off things, I dove hard into building a new house. I have all this granite sitting around from mining, so why not use some of it for wall materials and bring some color into my little village? It's a nice house. I actually like it, and it helped to get me out of my funk a little bit. Still no wandering trader today, but I'm always hopeful for tomorrow. At least we'll have a new villager on the way, and maybe someone else I might remember now that everything's starting to come back to me. I can't even believe this, but another absolute nitwit arrived today. I had dreams of a new Fletcher to ramp up my emerald production, but no. It's this dude. Well, that's just awful. A trader came by today, and it was Pove. He told me he was captured by the Inquisitors and would have been in jail except for a random encounter with a zombie horde. The Inquisitors dealt with the zombies, but Pove escaped in the confusion. I told him about my memories of my family and how they must have landed here on a different escape pod. He was thoughtful and seemed willing to help, but I don't know. I don't know the man well enough to read him, but he seemed not hopeful. I asked him to go out and see if his network of traders had heard of any nearby landing sites. He agreed and went off. I don't know why he's willing to help me, but I'm grateful for it. I farmed the rest of the day. I do want to get some mending books, and for that I need emeralds. It felt good to be moving forward to finding my family. I'm hoping the wheels are finally in motion. After a full day of farming, potatoes and beetroot, I now am the owner of 3 mending books. Oh, I'm getting really excited about my improved gear. I woke up today feeling kind of down. I just need to break out of town, and I thought, well, I still do want netherite gear, so I went back to the nether and attempted to grind for more netherite pieces. I got a couple, but still not enough. I started the day by putting netherite on my boots, as well as putting mending on my boots, helm, and chest piece. That feels really good. In the evening of day 89, I started work on our house for the villager arriving tomorrow. I've given up hope that it might be my family, so I'm not so excited, but it's just my job. I am excited, though, that maybe Pove or one of his friends might come back with news of another landing site in the morning. Let's hope. Built a small house today beside the blacksmith for a new recruit, who turned out to be yet another face I don't recognize. It makes sense, really, since I was working the whole way across the ship when we had to abandon it. I was in proximity of all strangers, basically. It's nice that Harrison and I have landed in the same place. We were so close on the ship. It's good to have an old friend, as well as Carl and Lincoln, who have become good friends at this point as well. Today was a good trading day. I made about 45 emeralds and converted those into 3 more mending books. My gear's starting to look really good. I headed back to the nether today and actually had terrible luck. I only got 3 pieces of netherite, not even enough to upgrade 1 single piece of gear. A trader came to camp today. It was another new trader. He simply had a message for me that Pove is looking into my request and will come by as soon as he learns anything. Not the message I wanted to hear, but at least I know it's being worked on. I have 1 more week here, then I'll be able to travel wherever my wife and son landed on this entire planet. I spent the rest of the day enchanting a shovel to get fortune on it, then going to the mines to try to gather as much flint as I can. It seems my gold farm is out and I don't have much flint left. After just a few minutes down there, I gathered 3.5 stacks of flint. Not too shabby. I fixed my gold farm today. Piglins were escaping and coming to try to kill me. I don't know exactly how, but maybe they could propel themselves out of the water and climb over the stone border. Regardless, I built that up, so no more should be able to avoid the killing chamber. I just don't have any way to access that gold yet, but I'm not terribly concerned about it. Eventually, I'll get to that. I made a decision on the village, and I think what I'd like to do is build just 1 more house, but actually a big one, a mansion of types. We'll need a place to hold meetings, parties, and so forth, and when my family gets here, I'll want a place to live with them all together. I asked Carl to take care of the new Day 95 recruit for a day or 2 until I can relocate them to a new house. This house is very large. I don't know if my eyes are bigger than my tree chopping ability or not. I don't know, I don't think so, but I am looking forward to finishing, no doubt about that. With 3 days left still, no sign of Pove, I'm just hopeful that he's on his way with news from my family. Day 97 and work on the mansion continues. I have 2 days left before the last of our colonists... That's funny, colonists. I guess that's what they really are. I've never really used that term, but I guess that's more accurate than just villagers or certainly shipmates or crewmates. We are establishing a colony here after all, and I guess I'm almost done with the first stage. In 2 days, we'll be ready to make contact with the outside world and begin our real lives here. It is shaping up. I want to bring a little bit more life into a place where these 3 colonists will be living. I used diorite walls for the upper part. I think that really brings some more light into the build, as well as breaking it up from all the relentless brown that we have in this village between all the different wood types and just dirt in general. It's nice to have some sort of color, even if that color is white. This is officially my last day working. Tomorrow, the last of my people will arrive, as well as relocating the one living with Carl still. I'm looking forward to getting them in their new house. I decided to set the 3 newbies up in the first floor, leaving the second for me and my wife, Rose. Oh, wait, what did I just say? Her name is Rose. And my son, Bobby. I finally remember. I remember it all. I have high hopes that tomorrow Pove will come with word of where their escape pod may have landed. I'll pack my things up tonight, and if he has a location, I'll leave immediately to reunite with my family. I set our 3 new columnists up in the mansion today, George, Walton, and Lucas. Carl and I decided they should all be librarians to enhance our enchanted book library, as well as maybe a good source of bookcases and lanterns. Then I heard some commotion outside. When I opened the door, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Captain Ramirez?
Lieutenant, hello. It's been a long time.
I don't... You...
I look older. Yeah, well, I suppose I do.
I don't understand. I got the message. You said you crashed here 9,500 years in the past. How are you...
Well, 9,532 years from the Singularity, but Lieutenant, we're currently still a century and a half from what I believe, if my maths is right.
But how are you alive?
I've been in and out of deep sleep for thousands of years now, coming out every time new escape pods arrive.
Forgive me, Captain. It's been a while since my academy days, but I understood deep sleep was a one-off. Once you are woken, you can't go back under.
Yes, normally. Our ship was outfitted with some new technology for command. Our escape pods can freeze and unfreeze us indefinitely.
This is a lot to take in. I have just finished my assignment setting up our colony here. This morning, the last of our 20 arrived. Each has living quarters and a job. Some are happier about their assignment than others, but I believe we're set and ready to make outside contact.
Yes, I'm aware of your progress. Pove updated me when he came to show me the way to your island.
You know Pove?
We all know the Wandering Traders. In fact, the Wandering Traders are us. Well, I suppose everyone on this planet are our descendants technically, but most have forgotten. The Wandering Traders have kept our ways, our secrets, and much of our knowledge. They pose as traders, but in reality have developed a network to cover the planet, looking for and helping establish new lifeboat crews as they arrive. They've been doing it in disguise for thousands of years now, so many generations.
I don't understand. Captain, why didn't he just tell me?
I've been doing this a long time, Lieutenant. I've learnt that people need time to recover their memories and adjust to life here on Tovalyn after deep sleep. But I have other things to discuss with you.
Yes, Pove was in fact looking for the escape pod carrying my family, Rose and my son Bobby.
Yes, I know. I knew them, in fact, helped them settle when they landed.
What do you mean knew them?
Lieutenant, I'm sorry. Your family landed on this planet nearly 2,000 years ago. Their pod was delayed ejecting from the Sheriff, so they left after you. Every minute aboard the Sheriff as it was propelled through the Singularity was 100 years into this planet's past. Rose lived a long, healthy life here, learning medicine and saving countless lives. She died at the age of 89. Your son, Bob, married a wandering trader's daughter and fathered several boys himself, all of whom became traders and have helped settle so many of our colonies across the globe. They were both heroes to Tovalyn. I'm so sorry.
Captain's Log, December 14th, 2123. For posterity, we will be documenting everything going forward. My name is James Dohan, the captain of the Sheriff. This will be the final test of our dark matter conversion experiment. For the first time in human history, if this works, energy will be free to all humans in the galaxy. I'll bring Dr. Landon to talk more about the experiment.
Thank you, Captain Dohan. The experiment will consist of using two ships, the Sheriff and the Black Goat, to fire antimatter beams at the exact same frequency. When the beams collide, we will introduce a very small amount of dark matter. If things work as we expect, this should form a giant structure of gray matter. This new material will act as a kind of fusion reactor, converting dark matter from the space around us into a small trickle of energy. Every second, this small trickle of energy would be enough to power all human worlds for the next 100 years. Energy will no longer be the bottleneck to progress.
Thank you, Doctor. We have traveled to an uninhabited world to conduct the experiment. This will be the first time gray matter has been released in the real world. If something were to go wrong, we should be far enough away from anything alive to endanger them. Dr. Landon, is everything ready?
All systems are go. Engaging beam 1. Black Goat, engage beam 2.
Engaging. Beam 2 active and on course to collide. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dr. Landon, beams are intersecting.
Captain, requesting permission to introduce dark matter.
All right, people, engage restraints and hang on tight. Doctor, you have a go.
Launching dark matter now. Commander Merrick, go ahead.
We may have a problem. We're detecting a giant solar flare coming towards us. It looks like it's going to hit the dark matter insertion point.
Sir, we can't stop the insertion now. It's already emerged.
Dr. Landon, what will happen when they collide?
Sir, I don't know.
Impact. In 3, 2, 1.
I think this is working, finally. That's better. Well, where do I even start? Captain's Log, date unknown, but I suppose we'll go with year 1 since the event. Tracy, access the most recent Captain's Log.
The last Captain's Log on record is partially corrupted.
I'm not sure where to start. After that explosion, a giant gray matter ball, we've taken to calling it simply the Singularity, formed. Instead of producing energy, the solar flare perverted it. The Singularity began to grow. Our ship, the Sheriff, was pulled in. The entire crew fell unconscious. Tracy, our onboard quantum computer AI, placed us all in stasis. That is where the transformation took place. We awoke nearly a year later. Our bodies had changed into this blocky form you see, but the transformation wasn't just our physical bodies. Dr. Landon tells me that the very atoms of our universe have changed, pulling themselves into right angles, forming hard cubes at every opportunity. With the very laws of physics changing, it has taken us 6 months to get the computers back online. Mr. Cott, what is your current estimate on getting the engines back?
Oh, I can get them online now, but I cannot promise we go anywhere.
Options?
I could maybe release enough gas to get us landed upright on this moon, but as for gaining the speed to break out of this damned singularity, nah, Captain, not until we understand these new physics that we've been dealt.
How long do we have before our orbit decay is too far to break free?
Oh, no long, Captain. Maybe a week or two. But we've been losing gas that we could be saving to help me land the Sheriff.
Well, I suppose that makes it easy. Make preparations to land. Dohan out. Our survey team has located a flat area on this moon named Apuro. I guess we'll land the ship first and build a launch pad around it. Seems like we'll be here for a while. Tracy, end log. Captain's Log Supplemental, Year 1, Day 284. Our propulsion engineer, Mr. Cott, pulled a near miracle off by somehow landing our ship without functioning rockets. I swear that man could fly a toaster into light speed. We've been tending to our own ship primarily while the medical team tries to figure out what has happened to our bodies, but we haven't forgotten about our sister ship, the Black Goat. It has not been spotted since the explosion. Only this past week could we get some semblance of communication equipment working. Come in.
I'm sorry, Captain.
Dr. Crosby?
I didn't know you were busy. I can come back.
No, this is good. I'm finishing up my log. Mr. Bradshaw is relentless that we keep records of this entire ordeal.
Well, he is the ship's historian.
I'm very much looking forward to this entire mission being ancient history. Anyway, Doctor, you wanted to speak to me?
Yes, sir. It's about these bodies. I'm not sure how temporary they actually are.
What do you mean? Your last report stated leaving the Singularity should revert us and the ship back to our old selves.
Yes, sir. That is what I believed as well. But, well, that was before Dr. Landon got our computers back up and running. Our new models on our transformations make this change seem very difficult to undo. The longer we stay in this singularity, the more permanent this cube-like physics becomes. I'm afraid if we don't leave this bubble soon, we won't ever be able to.
Chief Engineer's Log, Year 1, Day 341. We landed our ship on this moon. We've taken to calling it Aparo. Over the last week, we've been pulling double shifts to build our oxygen plant. It's mind-breakingly difficult to build, given the physics inside the Singularity. The fact that molecules are forming cubes and squares makes nearly everything using old physics broken. We've had to create this technology from the ground up. The captain is hopeful to find a fuel source and get off this small moon soon, but I am less than convinced that it will be possible. Maybe if we can get to the planet below, but I don't know. Speaking of the planet, this Tovalyn. Though I've had no time to study it at all, I can see with my eyes. When we entered orbit, it was a barren rock, but looking out my window when the planet rises, it is blue and green. As soon as we get our O2 situation finished, I would like to have a conversation with one of our navigators.
Dr. Landon, you have a message marked urgent.
Play message.
Dr. Landon, we have a leak in the testing CO2 containment field. I'm there now, but it's a bit of mystery. Could you please make your way to the O2 plant at your earliest convenience?
It seems like I'm needed. Maybe I'll stop by the cafeteria and grab a square banana. Tracy, end log.
Okay, so this thing is recording me now?
Yep, these guys record everything and send it straight to Tracy's memory core.
That's amazing. It's so small. How much memory does this have?
Memory? Captain, you're living in the past. Since Tracy runs on a quantum core, she's got infinite memory. Think of these little cameras as a tiny piece of our ship's computer. Tracy will be everywhere. Well, assuming you okay Dr. Bradshaw's plan to document our lives here.
Doctor, as ship's historian, I'm not sure how much of the day-to-day routine is going to be interesting to future generations.
Sir, it's not about our day-to-day. It's more about, well, our starting a life here.
We are not starting a life on Aparo, Doctor. This is just a temporary stop until we figure out how to escape the Singularity.
Well, sir, actually, my team has spent a few months looking into how to fuel the Sheriff. There is nothing on this moon we can repurpose. Our power core is completely depleted.
We need options.
Sir, well, while we're here, I'd like to attach one of these guys onto a probe and send it to the planet.
That's fine. Keep me appraised. Gentlemen, you have work to do.
Dr. Landon to Captain Dohan. Dr. Bradshaw, please come to Lab 1 immediately.
Dr. Landon, what's wrong?
Sir, you need to see this. We sent a probe down to the planet, sir.
Yes, Dr. Bradshaw discussed it with me.
The planet Tovalyn was a barren, rocky planet, completely devoid of life.
Yeah, that's why Star Command picked this particular place for our experiment.
Yes, sir, but looking out our windows, it's much more green and blue than gray. The probe just sent back its first footage. I'm going to play it side by side with footage we recorded before the experiment.
I don't understand. Where did all the trees and grass and...
Just wait, Captain.
What? Commander, is that a road?
Just wait.
Do you know what this means? Somehow, there are people. What the hell is going on? This planet was a barren rock.
I can think of only two possibilities, Captain. Either somehow the Singularity transported us to a different planet, or somehow it changed Tovalyn.
There's no question this moon is a Peru. Part of the History Division's initial testing when we landed on this moon was to run a geographic survey of the lunarscape. It checks out.
Then something changed on the planet, but even if we contaminated it somehow, how could life spread all over? Not to mention, where did these settlements come from?
Clearly some time has elapsed, but...
We were in stasis for some months, but nowhere near long enough for this.
Mr. Cott, I'm going to need you to run a diagnostic on Tracy.
Sure thing, Captain. Any systems in particular?
Check her temporal logs.
Right, sir. On it. Cut out.
Captain, we should run a comparison on our last star charts before the experiment as well. If we were in stasis for longer than we thought, that should be easy to detect.
Make it so.
Commander's log, Year 1, Day 353. The captain has put me in charge of trying to get a signal out of this singularity. It's proving to be a harder job than anticipated, due to the expanding nature of the bubble and how dense the border is. It seems that our more traditionally used tachyon commutation systems won't work inside, so we're going back in history to use some old technology. I've set our engineering team on building a satellite dish to receive any signals, no matter how weak, from the planet below. We're slowly learning how this new physics affects our quantum computers, and think we have a solution. But it's a large build. The plan is to construct a very large satellite dish to receive any possible signals from the outside universe. I'm somewhat skeptical, however, so we're constructing it with a secondary function. We should be able to point it at the planet below and search for signs of the Black Goat. If the ship crashed, perhaps Captain Ramirez had time to order the crew to escape pods. I'm hopeful that if that's the case, their emergency signals are functional still, and with the help of this giant satellite dish, we can track them down. We almost have enough moon dust gathered to convert to what we're calling moonstone, the material we're building our base primarily out of. It's just about time to start erecting this monster.
Commander Sanderson, how's the satellite receiver coming?
It's good, Captain. Moving along. We should be receiving signal, if there are any, within the next 24 hours.
Excellent. Keep me informed. Dohan out. Com.
Sir, I've been working on untangling Tracy's memory core.
I'm not sure I understand. I thought Tracy was largely unchanged by the Singularity due to her memory core being quantum-based.
Well, yes and no. Her actual memory itself is fine, but the housing on board the Sheriff transformed along with us. The other issue is, what I've managed to straighten out thus far just doesn't seem quite right.
How do you mean?
It seems like the Black Goat had an explosion right after the formation of the Singularity.
Perhaps she was damaged?
Perhaps, but I really don't think so. It seems like there was a secondary event, a wormhole that formed, only briefly, right after the solar flare hit the dark matter.
A wormhole? That's incredible. Did we get any readings on it?
Nothing substantial. It was only open for a few seconds. I do believe it was pulling the goat in. She engaged her engines to stay out of it, and that is when the secondary explosion occurred. When the ship lost power, it was pulled into the wormhole.
So, the Black Goat could be...
anywhere.
One year of Minecraft. Yeah, it's a lot, but it's also less. Let me explain. I've grown to absolutely love the 100 days format I've been doing for the connected Fixxiverse, and I want to expand on that. So instead of going 100 days all in one video, I'll be doing a 365-day series and split it into 12 30-day long periods. It's such a win-win. You're going to get much more and more frequent content, and I'm going to get to build and edit things together in this new format that I really love. I really hope you enjoy it. Looking into the future a bit, each year of this series will be a different theme. This one, year 1, will be building the Inquisitor's city. Eventually, we'll get to the castle and the rest later, but let's start with establishing a theme and a palette for the actual civilians and the people who live in the Inquisitor's stronghold. Much more on that later. How will the video format differ from my 100 days series of modded Minecraft and my single-player survival world, you may be asking? Look, you'll see in the video, the style of the video will be mostly like the 100 days with lore segments, some light role-playing, plenty of atmosphere, plenty of voice acting by my friends and fellow YouTubers. But the actual gameplay portions, that's just going to be me. It's my favorite part of the old school Let's Play format, just kind of hanging with a YouTuber on their journey to build an epic world. It'll be the gameplay segments that I might talk about my family, stresses and joys, real-life Minecraft building and stuff, or, whatever's on my mind. However, sprinkled throughout each video, lore segments where we're going to learn who the Inquisitors are, why are they doing what they're doing, what is their endgame, and much more about the general universe at large. Look, I imagine most of you here think you know how big this universe is already, but oh my, you have no idea. If you want to make sure you don't miss the next segment of this story, please make sure to subscribe and turn on the bell so you see the video the second or any live streams that go up. I am going to be able to live stream some recording of this, so you're going to get some previews if you catch those as well. Okay then, enough of all that. Let's get on with the show. Well. This has been a long time coming. My single-player world reset. Well, soft reset. I ventured a little way away from the Season 1 Kingdom of Dawnvale. Hey, by the way, congratulations, Brienne the Girl, on naming our kingdom from all of 200 episodes of Season 1. We're going to be out here for a solid year. That's 365 Minecraft days before we regain access to the old world and my old tools and portals and mob farms and all that kind of stuff. I think it's going to be a great challenge and probably about the right amount of time away. It'll be enough time where I don't have to rebuild absolutely everything because I know I'm going to regain access sometime, but other things like a mob farm and that kind of stuff I probably am going to need before the year is out. I started the day by, and this is going to shock everybody, punching a tree, making some tools, upgrading to stone tools, and gathering some cobblestone and some coal. Yeah, I'm really reinventing the wheel, everybody. After making a few pickaxes just to have spares, I actually started digging a mine immediately. The thing is, I haven't played with any of the 1.17 blocks at all, not even like one single time, and I'm really anxious to get my hands on some deep slate. I want to build out of it for one thing, and I just want to see it too. I think it's going to be really cool. I'm using a new RTX hybrid texture pack made by Nickinator and Kelly's RTX. I can't really distribute because they're not mine, but I can sort of tell you which textures I used. If you're so interested, just jump in my Discord. I realize I'm going to want a couple things. I'm going to want some food to take with me underground for the night. I am going to want some wool. If I can manage to get 3, it'd be great to have a bed. And I'm also going to want to get a bunch of wood so I can make more tools, pickaxes, chests, all that kind of stuff while I'm underground. The thing is, I've decided to play this in survival and not hardcore. I know. It's in vogue right now to do the 100 days of hardcore Minecraft, but for me as a storyteller and of someone who's trying to build a giant world, including world building of the actual buildings, but also world building as far as the lore and characters and storyline, I don't feel like hardcore really makes sense or really honestly makes that big of a difference to me. Yeah, it adds a little bit of fear factor, but I think if you just go with me on this, I think you'll enjoy it, and I don't believe that you'll really miss it that much. I actually found a cave and I got the whole way down to deep slate by the time day 2 rolled around. I'm not absolutely exactly precise on my days. I'm going to try to keep it very, very, very close, but I'm going to basically base it on sleeping. Only these first couple days I don't have a bed, so I'm going to guesstimate and hopefully you'll just go with me on it. It's a little bit confusing because Bedrock doesn't have the old F3 screen and, blah for that. But regardless, I'm checking out these deep slate. Oh man, the sound of it, the look of it, it's so cool. And the ores, with this Kelly's RTX, the new ores, oh my goodness, it's so good. I found some iron, that's going to be really nice. Get some iron tools, even maybe eventually some iron armor just to keep me from dying. That'd be super great. But let's talk about the building style a little bit while we're in here in the mines. We're building the Inquisitors, and they're a pretty dark shadow organization, so I think I want to stick with a combination of kind of deep slate, blackstone, basalt, copper, maybe the nether woods, both of them, both the warped and the crimson. I think it could be really, really cool. It's going to be an awesome main palette. We'll obviously be including wood and cobblestone and the usual stuff as well, but I really want to stick with some of the more non-traditional colors, I think, for this kingdom, and time will tell as we get into this whole year of Minecraft. We'll talk more about the main building architectural style once we actually start, building, I guess, but I'm in very excited mode for this. It's going to be totally new for me, and I surely hope you enjoy it. After mining through the night, I did take some damage from lava. That's mostly because I'm an idiot, but it's okay, I'm safe. I have to go kill some animals for meat. I need some sort of food. My main game plan for the first 30 days is establish a few houses for my temporary base. I'm talking like storage and a mining place and maybe an underground farm. I want to have huge, giant planting fields. We're going to talk more about that later, but the best way to do that is kind of have a seed farm, and the best way to do that, honestly, is probably underground. I'll explain why later. I worked most of the day on expanding my mines. Boy, oh boy, mining without diamond pickaxe? Yeah, it's a little more painful than I remember, I'll be honest. But look, that's the beauty of starting over, isn't it? That's right. That's right? Right? I'm kidding, mostly. I'm embracing the grind. I do enjoy the grind of Minecraft. I really like it. Look, the main plan of mine will be a 3x3 tunnel headed south. Now, the Inquisitor base is due east of Dawnvale, so the main tunnel is going to be going south. The branch mines will head east and west. West towards Dawnvale and east towards where the actual castle is going to be. Either way, these are chunks that I am going to explore. I will be resetting the chunks around my base for 118, so I want to be smart about where I'm mining and the kind of stuff that I'm getting into here. Alright, let's talk future plans just a little bit. This is a bird's eye view. I'm going to be doing a lot of this bird's eye view cinematic type of stuff. Don't worry, I'm playing this legit. I have backups that I switch over to creative mode and all that kind of stuff. So let's take a look at what we have planned here. It's pretty obvious that Dawnvale is over there on the west. We are looking with north facing up on your map. And the new area that we're going to be working on right now is the Inquisitor City over to the east. In a future 30-day period of this year, I want to work on the Inquisitor's castle. That's going to be huge for the lore and very important, and also just huge in general. That's going to be over there in the far east. On day 4, I spent another entire night down in the mines again, and I'm starting to get a decent amount of copper. I know, it takes 9 copper just to make 1 block. It's not going to fool me into thinking that I have more than I do, but you know what? I have a lot more than I thought I would, so that's a good thing. I am running shy on wood, so I had to chop down a whole bunch more at night. That was a little scary, but everything is just fine. Let's talk about the good and the bad. The good is, oh my goodness, can you look at the lapis? Holy cow, that is beautiful texture. I just love it so much. I got very excited when I first saw it, though. I'll be totally honest. I thought it was diamonds, but it's not. Had my first monster killing experience of this playthrough as well. Luckily it went pretty smoothly. Here's the thing, I'm finding no diamonds. It's going to turn out to be a trend during these 30 days, but yeah, no luck with diamonds at all. Decent amount of copper, decent amount of gold even, and iron and stuff, but yeah, 0 diamonds. I really would like to focus on building a house very soon. To do that, though, I don't want to just cheese out and build a cobblestone house. I want to use my deep slate, and I want to get some blackstone. And to get blackstone, I need obsidian. And to get obsidian, you know, I need diamonds. Well, look, I know I could use the bucket and lava trick, but let's just get some diamonds. I want to progress with my tools here. Sorry if I'm broken record. I need some frickin' diamonds. It took me a long time, it's several inventories worth of stuff, but I finally, on day 7, got my first diamond. Look, I've been playing Minecraft for a long time. This is the longest I have ever had to go just to find my first diamond. 7 days. Usually I find it on like day 1. It's really bad luck. Now, another thing I want to discuss is mining techniques are different in 1.17, apparently. Most of the videos I've seen, yeah, I'm looking at you, Prowl, going to say go caving for ores, not branch mine. But I want to branch mine because I actually need deep slate, I need tuff, I need cobblestone, and going caving isn't necessarily very efficient for that. So eventually I'll go probably a straight up quarry to get all those stones and stuff like that, but I don't need that yet. I need diamonds, all that stuff together at the same time. So branch mining makes a lot of sense right now. I'd be happy to get a lot of copper and iron as well, gold too, sure, that'd be fine, but really, truly, you know what my priorities are. I feel like this is the most exciting Let's Play ever. You know, I go mining for 7 straight days looking for diamonds, and now I'm going to settle down and mine some obsidian for about 20 straight minutes. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be honest, I've been playing a lot of modded Minecraft here recently, and with all the mods that make this kind of stuff faster or even just purely automated, This is pretty painful. It's pretty painful. But if I'm going to be here for another 348 days, I need to buckle down and build a decent storage building. I know this isn't the final storage building for the entire Inquisitor future, but for right now, it's going to be one for, well, at least several months probably. I'm not going to do auto sorting or anything like that. I don't really have a lot of interest in it anyway. Just a big row of chests with signs. I'd be really happy for a big row of chests with signs. I might even change over for barrels later. I do really enjoy barrel storage and think it's a really nice, elegant solution to this storage issue. My general idea for storage is usually 3 sets or 3 rows of chests. One set for all the dirt and grass. I find that I do huge terraforming projects and I end up taking a lot more dirt and grass out of the world than I end up putting it back in, so I need a lot of double chests for that. I need one set for cobble and stone, but I guess I'm going to have to add deep slate to that as well. I feel like I'm going to have a lot of that. That stuff doesn't pile up as much because I end up using as much as I take out of the earth, but still, at times I need a lot of storage. The final set is for, well, you know, everything else. Ores, organic, wood, andesite diorite, granite, tuff, etc. I usually don't have more than double chests of any of that, and if I do, I can always add in some extra storage for that kind of stuff later. And look, again, this isn't my final storage. This is just going to be storage for the first few months. I'm not hungry yet, but I am completely out of food, so I think I'm going to have to go hunting today. I can't believe we're on day 9, and I have literally no crops planted. I took out all the cows, sheep, chickens, and horse and pigs nearby. Horses, yeah, I need leather. I know, I need enchanting at some point, so sorry, everybody. I got to kill the horses. It's fine, don't worry. They respawn. The great thing about Bedrock is passive mobs respawn incredibly quickly compared to Java. Do Java passive mobs like respawn ever? Yeah, I know it's been a bug forever, but yeah, Bedrock passive mobs are like, it's like Spawnapalooza. No problems there. Not too far back to the west is actually a zombie village or an abandoned village, whatever you call it. It's kind of in between me and Dawnport, and so I think it falls within Inquisitor territory, so I'm going to go ahead and take all of their food. But I'm replanting. I want these zombies to have a nice vegetable supply or something. Look, I'm eventually going to turn this into something, but that's probably way down the road, so I'll just replant because it's in my nature. I got a lot of beetroot and carrot from the village. Unfortunately, I got no potatoes. I was really hoping for potatoes. That's my favorite food to eat early game, but yeah, looks like I might be on a diet of carrots, but yeah, that's okay. It could be worse. I do have enough obsidian to build a portal to the nether and also an enchanting table when the time comes. Good things. My friends, I think it's time to go to the nether, shall we? Take one last look around. I do have flint and steel with me. I should be good. Hopefully, I get a good spawn. Well, crap. It's my old nether path from Season 1. I was a little afraid this might happen, but I'm like 500 blocks away. Unfortunately, the Bedrock engine sort of sometimes connects portals that shouldn't really be connected. So I did have to sort of skip out of the game and go and fix my portal situation. So we'll be back in just a second here. I spawned in a Soul Sand Valley once I got those portals sort of separated. That's fun. Skeletons almost ended me right there, but I did somehow manage to slowly walk across the Soul Sand and slay them very slowly. Soul Sand Valleys, they're tough to spawn when you have very limited gear and stuff. It's pretty scary. I dug down to Y5 to start my search for Blackstone and ancient debris, but I did start second guessing if this is the best depth to find Blackstone. So I did a bit of Googling, and I think Y8 would actually be the best. So I went up a little higher, and it's still below most of the lava in the nether, but where a lot of Blackstone is, and also I can get ancient debris as well, which is good. Eventually I'm going to want netherite tools. That'll be really nice. I spent the entirety of day 11 mining Blackstone, gathering quartz and gold for levels. I'm almost to level 30, and that's going to be great once I'm ready to enchant. The downside is my diamond pickaxe is almost shot, and I don't have enough diamonds to replace it. I think I'm going to have to go back to my underground overworld mines before I really get into building. Ah, darn it. Darn these diamonds. Looking ahead to the future, the far future, like year 2 of Minecraft, I won't be resetting all my stuff. This was a one-time thing I wanted to do so that when I get to year 2, year 3, year 4, there's always sort of a basis to go back to for people who like to watch really old videos, right? So this is a one-time reset, and then starting year 2, we're going to hit the ground running with access to sort of my full world and all that kind of stuff. And then we'll pick a theme, lore theme, and we'll develop that as we go. I started the day mining again, and actually was pretty lucky. I found 4 more diamonds, but, really today I want to get to building. We're almost 2 weeks in, for Pete's sake. As soon as I return to the top, I have 2 ideas. First, I want to actually start laying blocks on my storage building, as well as the small mine entrance that I already started. And secondly, I really want to get my underground farm rolling as soon as possible. I want to have a good set of seeds and the ability to make more. By the way, I just noticed we have some slime chunks in this area. I'm going to finally have access to a slime farm. I think I actually know which chunks are slime chunks already, so that is really cool. I was starting to lay down the floor under my storage room, and I was attacked by a phantom. Apparently it's been a while since I slept. That's cool. After 12 days, I think I'm in a decent place. I did lay down the blackstone, I'm going to do a little bit of a mini gradient going up the buildings here. It's going to be on such a small scale, I'm not sure I can pull it off, but we're going to try it anyway. I don't generally do test worlds in creative mode. That's not really my thing, so we'll just try in the world and see how it looks. Doesn't really look like much, does it? I feel like I've worked a lot just to get this, but look, I'm laying down groundwork for future years, like multiple years of stuff here. A decent little branch mine set up, a small storage building that should serve me well for quite a while, and, I guess a good source of food in passive mobs, though I really do need to rectify that soon. Would you look at those copper blocks? Oh, there's something really, really special. I spent some time today harvesting up some sand to make some glass, and finally, some real work on the storage house is actually done. The style I want to go with for this kingdom is something called Indo-Islamic architecture, mostly found in India with Islamic roots. I'm going to be using a palette that utilizes as many of the new blocks as I can. As I said, blackstone, deep slate, all the sort of grays, but then with more colorful roofs, I think, like crimson, like warped, like copper. I think it's going to be really, really fun. Oh, I need that sugarcane. I need lots of sugarcane. I do want to focus on getting enchanting set up right away. What I really want, given the scarcity of diamonds, is I want Unbreaking 3 right away. Sure, Efficiency 4 would really make me happy. Oh my goodness, Minecraft, you'd make me so happy if it gave me that. But look, I want to save as many of my diamonds as I possibly can. That all being said, man, you don't get much done in a day, do you? 10-minute days are like 3 minutes whenever you're hurrying around to record one of these videos as fast as you can. Jeez. Wow. This little storage building is starting to really come along. I do like the gradient. I think it's going to be really, really fun, especially once I get in a bunch of windows and all that kind of stuff. I went with the yellow windows. I feel like it looks like torches are sort of on the inside. It's a really nice RTX look as well. Yeah, I think it's going to be really cool. I'm now that I'm seeing this live, honestly, I'm becoming more of a fan of it than I even was when it was just in my own head. Hey, it's farming day, day 14. Finish the week with a bang. Look, if you've seen this world before season 1, hey, there's a 200 episode playlist for y'all to binge. Y'all know that I love my huge, giant, sprawling, medieval fantasy style farms. Oh, it's great. I love it just going as many chunks as the game can render. However, getting seeds for farms like that sometimes is not quite so easy. I like to build my overground farms with some nice elevation changes, some really nice rolling hills and all that stuff. I generally don't water or hydrate the land either, so the dirt doesn't change color whenever you're sort of coming into render distance. So that leaves only one real true option for seeds. Yeah, that's going underground. This works great. I can hide the real farm underground. I'm going to make it 64 blocks long. That way, whenever I replant, it's a full stack. And whenever I go through, I can just fortune everything with my fortune hoe or fortune pickaxe or whatever, and I get back a huge return on seeds. This is going to be really, truly an amazing farm. I do have one of these farms in the world already, but as I said, I don't have access to that until after the first year of Minecraft. So, yeah, I got to rebuild it. That's okay. I'm going to rebuild it, but do it actually better. Once I actually get an enchanted pickaxe and I can actually move a lot faster, who knows, maybe even a beacon, I'll actually lower this and put in a whole bunch more levels. Like I'll have a whole level for sugarcane, a whole level for wheat, or maybe 3 or 4 levels for wheat, carrots, potatoes, the whole bit. That way, whenever I'm ready to plant a huge giant field, I come down here with a fortune hoe and I come out with many, many inventories worth of seeds. Really, truly, if you've never done it like this, just trust me, you gotta try it. I got one full row planted on each side of my slabbed-in water by the end of day 15. Waterlogged slabs are such a massive improvement to the game. It's so nice that your crops aren't going to fall into a block deep of water. Eventually, I'm going to make this area look really beautiful, but, well, sort of the theme of the month, I need infrastructure to do that, so that probably is going to involve a lot more digging. I'm guessing right now that sugarcane is going to be kind of my bottleneck. It looks like with the amount of horses and cows that are spawning in my area, that leather shouldn't be that big of a problem. So yeah, I just need the sugarcane to actually grow, and well, time to move it inside. Alright, I mentioned that each video is going to contain some lore segments. This video is only going to have one, future ones are going to have 2 or even 3. But today's video is going to introduce you to our main storyteller, our main person who's going to give you an insight into the Inquisition. Yeah, you're gonna like this, okay? Hang on tight, here it comes.
Can you state for the record who you are?
Yes, for the record. That's really why we're here, isn't it? The record. The official record of the Council of Events.
It's to keep our history keeps.
Keeps our humanity. Yes, don't you think I know the oath? I've been fighting the Council since your parents were children.
Fighting the Council? The Inquisitors and Council have always been...
Yes, go on. Always been friends? Co-conspirators? Allies? Not hardly. We keep the Council around to help us bend history to what it needs to be.
I'm sorry, I'll hear you out. But this is beyond ridiculous. The Council is the most irreproachable organization in the world.
And who told you that?
Every child learns it in school.
Oh yes, from the textbooks that they themselves write.
We have nothing to do with writing the textbooks.
Oh right, it's we. Is it? You've been in the Council for all of a year now, is that right? What would an apprentice keeper know of any of that?
Well, if I'm such a no one, why did you contact me and offer to tell your story? Why only you, me, in secret?
Yes, why indeed? The fact that you are only but an apprentice is exactly why I'm gambling that you have not been in the Council for long enough to be corrupted yet.
And corrupted by who?
By us, my dear boy. By the Inquisitors.
Normally, each episode will have 2 to 3 segments of lore. I think I talked about this earlier, but again, that's the only one for today. Though, I will tell you, it is going to be very important if you like the lore and the storyline to pay attention after the credits, okay? I'm going to be doing the Marvel after credits thing, so hang out with me, okay? After a fairly short mining trip this morning, coming up empty on diamonds, again, I spent some time in the farms. I'm actually getting a surplus of carrots, and man, that is a load off my mind to actually have a few stacks of just extra food. Yeah, it's nice to not have to worry about that. Continuing my theme of mining and digging, I decided that, I really am not going to accomplish all of the goals I had. Like, I may not have fully finished couple houses here, but at least what I would like to have is a fully functional underground seed farm so that next month, if I want to plant a bunch of fields, I have access to that. So I'm going to sort of decide to slow down my expectations just a little bit, scale back my expectations for this first month, and really just try to get this underground farm done initially. And then, whatever else we can do would be great. But I am going to work on the next couple days just digging out a lot of this area. Minecraft's a funny thing. It wasn't all that long ago that pruning chunks was a lot harder than it is now. If you're ever looking to prune chunks, by the way, amuletmc.com is a really, really great free resource. So it's kind of like the next level of World Editor, which is what I use to prune the chunks for 117 to get copper very close to my established base. But I have some ingrained Minecraft habits that are very hard to break. One of them, and the one that's facing me right now, is the fear of exploring. For a long time in Minecraft, if you didn't want to have to travel 1 billion blocks to get all the new stuff when each new update rolls out, you had to limit your exploring down. Now we can prune chunks, so it's not that big of a deal, but I have this habit of trying to not go very far so that I don't load chunks, even though I know that I'm going to prune them later, so it's not a big deal. I traveled out to that zombie village, and I gotta tell you, I was disappointed. I thought maybe there were a couple more crop fields I didn't see, and sure enough there were, but also sure enough they weren't potatoes. They were just carrots, and that's okay. Look, I'm happy to have carrots. It's great, but sadly, still no potatoes. On the way back home, I looped way up to the north, trying to find some more sugarcane, and stayed up a little bit past dark. I didn't necessarily have a close call. That's a little bit dramatic to say that, but yeah, there were some monsters. But hey, I found some sugarcane, so that's good. That's going to help sort of speed up the production of my sugarcane and paper, and thus enchanting setup. Hooray! I don't understand what is happening. I I know I talked about this earlier in the month, but I'm usually so lucky when it comes to diamond, and I am so unlucky in this world. Maybe it's just nerfed. Look, I've done a lot of research. I was asking people, I was on live streams asking me, like, where am I supposed to mine for diamonds? And a lot of people said, hey, diamond generation changed. It's no longer at Y11 or 12. Now it's down to Y5. But it very clearly states in the patch notes for 1.17.1, which we're on currently, that has been reverted to 116 levels. And I know that that's why 11 or 12. A lot of people say 12. I like 11, so if you fall in lava, you can actually just get right back out. My little area here is starting to look a little bit nicer. I added the copper to the roof, and yeah, it's cool. You know, there were two ways of doing this. I could either lay out all the copper and let it oxidize separately, which if you put 4 blocks between copper blocks, they'll actually oxidize very quickly. But I don't really want that. I don't mind if it takes a long time. I'm going to be here for a long time, certainly long enough for all to get fully oxidized. And then after it is, what I might do is I might walk around you with an axe and strip off like one shade of it, so that way it's not like perfectly green. But yeah, that's fine. Let's let it go the natural way and see how long it takes. Totally cool. I came to just a terrible conclusion today. I realized that as good as I thought things were going with the leather from random horses and random cows that spawn, it's not good. Maybe if I had a looting sword, which I don't, but yeah, it's not good. So, oh boy, I'm going to do the thing I did not want to do. I'm going to go out and I'm going to find some cows and I'm going to back them up the entire way back to a pen. This is my very least favorite part of early game Minecraft. I'll tell you what I'll do. Let's throw in some really happy music and see if it makes this a lot more fun. It didn't make it more fun, but you know what makes Minecraft more fun? Finding diamonds. Early on day 21, I finally found a few more, which is fantastic, because if you notice, I'm dealing with an iron pick, and yeah, boo. Boo for going backwards in life, right? Once you get used to that diamond speed, ugh. But I found 6. That's 2 picks, so that means I can make one to use, and then I can have another one for when I eventually get my enchanting setup ready to go. This is terrific news! Well, there's about a week left, so I really need to get serious about stating what my goals are going to be for the rest of the month. Basically, it comes down to 2 things. I want to get an enchanting table up to level 30 enchants, and I want to get this farm not only dug out, but I want to get it looking kind of decent. I went ahead and I added a oak log going across the top and some birch slabs, and I think I'm just going to continue the birch slabs out. I will eventually add nice lighting. I think I'm probably going to end up using jack-o'-lanterns down here. They're cheap and they look really nice. Because if you don't know, my texture pack has a better jack-o'-lantern texture than a stupid smiling pumpkin face. So, you know, that's good. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a live stream. I'm going to live stream the last 7 days, all before. And then I'm going to come out of the live stream. We'll see. We'll see what happens when we get to day 30. Couple things I'm really excited about with this series is I'm going to actually be able to record during live stream. Since I'm not role-playing the gameplay elements of that, the writing the script is a lot easier. During the 100 Days videos, whenever I'm role-playing the actual gameplay, I have to think things about character development and tone and all that kind of stuff. This is great. This is just you and me hanging out playing Minecraft, and then we'll do the lore segments sort of as their own thing sprinkled within the episode. I love this format. But here's the thing I'm asking for you for comments. You know, when I started this new series and really doing a new kind of format for me, I knew things would change as time go on, but I'm really looking forward to your feedback on this first episode. The good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you like? What do you not like? Let me have it. Give me some feedback. I'm looking for comments in a big way here. This year in Minecraft is going to be something that we can go through together as a group. I've always thought of you as my YouTube friends, not my subscribers, not fans, just friends. It's a group of friends hanging out, and I really want this to come through in this series. It's going to be a long-lasting series. It's going to be probably the mainstay of my channel for a really long time, and yeah, it'd be great to do it together. I spent all of day 24 down in the mines looking for more diamonds because my pickaxe is getting mighty low and I don't want to use my other pickaxe because that's going to be the one that's going to get enchanted. Luckily, I actually came up with 4 diamonds from a mining session and that's a big win. Hey, can y'all help me out real quick here? In the live stream that you're currently watching, we had a big debate between 5 and 11. I know it's something we talked about before, but I'm kind of re-listening to the commentary and reading the comments of the live stream. And yeah, I need some help. Where do we get diamonds in 117.1 for Bedrock Minecraft? Please help me in the comments. Is it 5 or is it 11? Please. Please. You're my only hope. Speaking of lighting a little bit on this underground farm, I actually need to expand it one more. So it's going to be 4 wide of dirt of actual plantable surfaces, but then also dirt on the other side. And the reason for that is I want to grow jack-o'-lanterns, and jack-o'-lanterns will actually only spawn on dirt. So I'm actually going to need 5 rows of dirt on either side of the slab waterlogged water block. That's okay. Not a big deal. Just a little bit more digging, and then we'll put a nice wall on the other side of that eventually. But for right now, I need a bunch of wood because I need a bunch more chests. I'm actually running out of some of my chest space already. It's a very exciting live stream. I spent the entirety of 2 more days just digging out the rest of these walls so I can get the rest of this dirt put in for the crops and the pumpkins. Yeah, super fun day. On day 29, I just did a few last-minute things before I did my enchanting, and that's breed all these cows, try not to look at the Enderman, and I want to answer the question and comment of the day. That's right, it's coming back. It's coming back. I am not complaining. I'm not complaining one single bit. I had a video that did very, very well. I think it's about 1.2 million views so far, and that's my 100 days hardcore mage. I did 200 days hardcore mage, and people seemed really like that. Then I did 100 days of a different magic edition, but it's related. It's the same storyline generally. People seem to like that. I don't have a great ending for the 300 days mage, for the master mage character yet. I will. I want to. Eventually I will, but I don't right now. So unfortunately, the answer to all these comments, again, I'm not complaining. I love y'all for commenting and for loving this world as much as I do, but I don't have an answer for the script yet. When I do, that'll be the next thing I record. But for right now, I'm sort of waiting for inspiration. At the end of day 29, I took a little bit of a tour around my world. I needed just a couple more sugarcane to grow, and then I would have a full enchanting setup. So things are good. On day 30, I should be able to enchant a diamond pickaxe, hopefully get Unbreaking 3, Efficiency 4, Fortune 3. Is that too much to ask for? I don't think so. Might be. We'll see. But regardless, I did good work here. You know, I have a couple buildings sort of half done. I need a lot more copper to do some roofs, but I have a good established foot on the ground. I like this. Let's go do the enchants and see what I get. Oh, I just got Efficiency 4. It's not the worst outcome. You know, there are worse things you get for early game. Like Silk Touch would not be ideal right now. I love Silk Touch. I'm going to want it later, but for right now, Silk Touch isn't ideal, but just Efficiency 4. Well, look, maybe that'll speed up the search for diamonds on day 31, but regardless, that's not this month. So I think for right now, we're going to call it a day. We did some really good work today. Thank you so much for watching. I spent day 1 mining. I know, hold your shock. But look, it's better now because I'm mining with efficiency 4. I don't have Unbreaking 3 on it, so I'm going to be burning through the durability quickly, but it's so nice and fast, I don't even really care. I don't feel like such a noob anymore. I'm so happy to be in month 2 now, and I already have the groundwork laid out. You know, I have a good pick, I have a mine, I have a farm. I think I'm ready to make some real progress building and laying out the city. We'll talk more about that later, but let's establish some goals for month 2. Number 1, I want to build buildings around the things that I already have set up. My mine, storage, enchanting setup. You know, I'd hate to be enchanting some of my diamond gear whenever a creeper comes up and, you know, wants to shake my hand. I'd like to begin the process of setting up some farmland. I'd like farmland to stretch from where I am now the entire way back to Dawnvale. It'll help flesh out the land and help separate the city from, well, you know, the other city. And lastly, I'd like to connect this land to where the future Inquisitor city is going to be. I don't exactly know where that's going to be either, so we're going to have to look at that in a little bit. I have the optional goal of adding in some diamond gear. It'd be really nice to have full diamond gear, but I don't know if I have the enchanting levels or the ability to get enchanting levels to actually use it. I started the day off by farming my crops. You know, I'm actually good on crops for the most part right now. I just keep collecting seeds for my eventual epic farms, but since I don't have huge fields for now, I do need to keep an eye on things and just harvest whenever everything is grown. I made a new diamond pickaxe and I hit the jackpot. I enchanted a pick with my newfound diamonds that I got down mining, and I got Fortune 3. Okay, cut the music. It's only Fortune 3. Alright, I would have loved for Efficiency 4, or actually really Unbreaking 3, but look, I'm not going to look at Gift Force in the mouth. We got Fortune 3 pickaxe. That is huge. After a little more overnight mining, my Efficiency 4 pickaxe is just about shot. So I made an anvil and I used the levels, maybe foolishly, to combine my Fortune 3 and my enchanting pickaxe. If I were a smarter man, which apparently I'm not, I would have enchanted everything until I got under level 30, like level 29, and then combine them. But I'm not a smarter man, so honestly, I wasted some levels here. I could have enchanted like a sword or a shovel or even another pickaxe. Yeah, that would have been really a great idea. Good job, me. And then I compounded that by making an enchanted hoe. That seem odd? Look, let me tell you. In my old gear, I had 2 netherite hoes fully enchanted. One was Fortune 3 and one was Silk Touch. That is absolutely one of my short-term goals. It is huge for getting leaves off trees and getting saplings from those trees, especially some of the trees that don't really drop saplings as much, like jungle trees or dark oak trees, both of which I plan to utilize quite a bit in this kingdom. This kingdom's going to be dark and dreary as far as the actual palette of the buildings goes, but I do plan on using a lot of lush sort of greenery and nature and all that kind of stuff in it. It's not going to be just like a barren wasteland. That just doesn't make sense. I had a very successful overnight mining trip last night. Check out this stuff. I'm up to 42 diamonds, a whole bunch of copper and iron and all that stuff. Yeah, we are doing really great. This Fortune 3 pickaxe is really legitimately changing my Minecraft life. Super awesome. I used the rest of my copper that I've smelled up so far and worked a little bit more on the roof of my storage building. I really like this. Not every building's going to be copper, no, but I do like where we're going so far, and I think it's going to look really cool whenever it all turns green, and then maybe we have a few that aren't green. We'll work on that texturing a little bit later, but yeah, I think it's going to look really cool. For my mining trip, I got up to level 32 and decided to spin the wheel of enchanting once again, and yeah, I got pretty lucky actually again. I got a Fortune 3 Efficiency 4 pickaxe, which again, I'll take all the Fortune 3 pickaxes I can get my hands on right now. I'm going through them like crazy since I have no ability to repair my tools yet. I did a live stream, and I did like the next 7 days live, which, by the way, if you want to check out my live streams, I stream on YouTube, and the best way to know when I go live is make sure that you have the bell hit, so that way whenever I go live, because I don't have a schedule, I kind of go unannounced, then you'll know, and you can hop in and visit with me while I do projects like this. We did a lot of terraforming today, starting the process of building the roads and the farmland that's going to sort of surround my little hut. Working underwater, you pretty much have to turn RTX off, unfortunately, and deal with the, after you get used to RTX, it's kind of hard to go back. But you can see really far, and that's kind of cool. Look how far away the city of Dawnvale is. It's going to be awesome to have all this connected by farmland. Speaking of farmland, I spent another day working on it, and yeah, we're getting there. Filling in all these little water holes and random sort of elevation changes and stuff. And, it took some time to get all the gravel I can, and at some point I kind of thought better. I was like, wait, there's lots of gravel underground. I can get it there. But yeah, I just want to have a lot of gravel because I need a lot of coarse dirt in this world. On my third consecutive day of landscaping, I really think it's starting to come together. It's starting to have some nice gradual rolling hills. I don't want to have more than a 1 block elevation change. I think it looks, I don't know, typical Minecraft-y kind of. Look, I'm a huge fan of roads being kind of low points in the land too. I like farmland to slope up from it. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I think this is how early roads were constructed, according to the best of my knowledge. The lowest point is where sort of the water has leveled the land, which makes for easy road building. Probably flash floods too, but let's go with easy road building. But the main reason why I like to have the roads at the lowest point in the land is so that you can look up and see farmland scrolling away on all sides of you. If you're at the highest point, you don't look down, you don't really see much. It looks like you're on a ridge or the ground just sort of falls away from you. I got a new shovel with just Silk Touch on it, which is great. I can actually now combine my Efficiency 4 Unbreaking 3 Fortune 3 shovel with this new one and put Silk Touch on it. I don't want Fortune on a shovel yet. At some point, I will want that because it's a good way to get flint, which you need flint in Bedrock to get experience. I'll explain a lot more of that probably in month 3, but yeah, at some point I will want a Fortune 3 shovel, but for right now, I'm really happy to have a Silk Touch one.
So it's true then. You are an Inquisitor.
Keep your voice down, son. If they find out I'm talking to you, we'll both be in deep, deep trouble.
Why are you talking to me?
For thousands of years, your Council of Events has taken its responsibility seriously. You've overachieved spectacularly in the mission we set out for you.
Wait, the mission you set out for us? You're telling me the Inquisitors were behind the formation of the Council?
Of course. We are behind everything. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
If this has to be a secret, why are we meeting here? Why in a crowded tavern?
They wouldn't dare move against a council member in public, and I need you to hear what I have to say in its entirety. My source inside the council told me you have total recall. Is that true?
Yes, I remember everything I've ever heard. My parents told me I was born for the job.
Excellent. Listen well, I have a lot to say. I just about finished laying out the rest of the road. I mean, I still have a lot of path walk and all that kind of stuff, but I really want to get this into a nice walk, at least to the water for now, and then start working on the farmland additionally. Thanks to my Fortune 3 mining, I actually have a stack of diamonds, so that's really, really nice. Unfortunately, maybe my plans to live stream and then download the live streams, I don't know, maybe I need to tweak them a little bit, because unfortunately, the next 3 days after day 40, got pretty blurry actually when I download the VOD. So regardless, you're not missing a lot. Basically, I built this road and put in all the path block and got the road running the entire way from the water to the old sort of road that I had laid out at the end of season 1. So now everything is all connected after day 43. But by day 44, I had actually made some real progress. I finished the roof of my very first house, my storage building. These roofs are going to take a lot. I'm going to need a drowned farm soon. Maybe we'll look at that in month 3, because I do think that drowned farms are working a lot better now. I think you can get a lot more copper from them. But hey, check it out. I have an official copper roof for the first time. That's pretty cool. I'm pretty psyched about that. I had a brilliant idea. I thought, hey, you know what would be great is if I don't do all my roofs out of copper. Instead, I'll do some of them out of warp. Because, you know, once copper turns sort of greenish, it's not that different from warped. Well, and then I went to the nether, and it's combat time! Now, I took out the zombie pretty easy, but the problem is my nether spawn is pretty rough. And to figure out how to get to a warped forest inside the nether, yeah, that means I need to traverse the Soul Sand Valley. And, well, that's not fun. That's not fun at all. Yeah, it was just terrible. I did manage to finally escape, and I got lost, and then eventually found my portal again. But I wasn't done. I wasn't going to give up. I went into my Blackstone mine and followed it for a very long way. Eventually, I accidentally intersected with my old Season 1 nether path, but just across the lava from it, and I had no idea this was there, honestly, but is a warped forest, and that is fantastic. I built a tiny little 1 block wide pillar the entire way across this big lava lake, which takes me fairly safely, assuming no gas to come or skeletons to shoot me off of it, over to the warp forest. And yeah, I successfully made it. I've been playing Minecraft for a long time, for a whole bunch of years. You would think I would know this, but I thought, well, I have a silk touch shovel. I'll just break this mycelium with shovel, and yeah, well, I got nothing. Shovels don't work on it at all, whether it's silk touch or not. And that stinks because my pickaxe is fortune, my shovel's silk touch, so I have no way to collect this stuff. I was really hoping I could bring some back after this long trip, but yeah, I just had to tuck my toe between my legs and head home. I have to admit, that was a very, very depressing walk home, because not only were you walking home with not the thing that I wanted after a very long walk to get there, but I knew I had to come back at some point because I really do want the warped wood, so yeah, it was just a drag. But hey, you know what? I ventured out today because I had an idea. I want to kind of get a lay of the land. I don't know why I've been sticking so close to home. I know that I'm going to be trimming the chunks sort of on the outside of my area whenever 118 comes, because I want to try to get some of the new mountains and certainly the new lower ground, like the big caves and stuff, nearby. So I'm only going to keep what I have developed and trim everything else in this world. So I don't know why I'm sticking so close to home. I want to go venture out and take a look around. I knew there was a taiga not too far away, and one of the main things I do want to get is I want to bring some spruce saplings home so they can start harvesting them. But while I was exploring it, look what I found! I found, unbelievably, another zombie village. Like, this is truly, truly unbelievable. So I fortuned up all the potatoes that I could find, and hallelujah, I got potatoes! That's amazing, my favorite early game food source. So now I'm living large, man. I have another zombie village that I get to play with in the future. It's very close to my base. I have potatoes now, which is spectacular, and I have spruce. What a total victory. What a pick-me-up after a very, very depressing nether trip. Hooray! I ended up spending the night in that zombie village because dusk came on me before I was quite ready, and by the time I got home, I was ready to harvest my crops again. This is going to be awesome. I'm actually getting a lot of pumpkins so that I can have a lot of jack-o'-lanterns so I can start to decorate my underground farm. This is going to be really cool. I love my jack-o'-lantern texture a lot. Check it out. It's pretty great, right? I think it's really usable. It's really great. It's going to be awesome once I get the walls detailed and everything. It's just going to look really cool. It's going to look like the Inquisitors. Maybe they have some technology that they shouldn't, because they are all anti-technology and stuff, but, you know, do as I say, not as I do, perhaps. I don't know. We'll get into the lore about that a little bit later. Hey, let's do some building, right? I finished off planting all my stuff, and actually morning had broken, so I didn't sleep, but hey, you know what? This is awesome. Let's go build a bridge. I want to build something that's a little bit cooler than just a regular old straight bridge, so instead of go diagonal, or exactly diagonal, or straight, I went 2 blocks out and then 1 block over, so it's kind of whatever that angle is. I don't know, what would that be, like 30-degree angle or something? I don't know. Someone smarter than me, tell me what that angle would be. But anyway, it works pretty well. So, and then I went about 5 wide on the bridge and decided that I'm actually going to use wood. I don't want to use a lot of wood in this kingdom, but some things like a bridge or like floors and all that kind of stuff, I think that regular spruce or any other wood really is just going to fit in really nicely and look cool. And yeah, I actually got this bridge right the first time. I kind of can't believe it. After finishing placing the blocks across, I jumped off to take a look at it, and yeah, I actually love it. I can't believe it. I so rarely get an arc like this in a really good shape on the very first try. Like rare to just about never. Yeah, good job, me. Great. I had a few more minutes left, so I used some of the spruce that I got and started the process of building up this sort of very random kind of ramshackle looking bridge arc. And yeah, it's proving a little bit more difficult because I do want to use trap doors because they look cool, and I like the little gap that you see down sort of underneath. But yeah, it does complicate matters a little bit because, you know, they can only go either the top or the bottom of a block. They can't go kind of in the middle. So it just makes things a little bit more complicated, but I'll get it worked out. I had planted a bunch of 2x2 spruce trees, partially to get spruce wood, but then also partially to get a bunch of podzol, because I do want to plant some fields, and one of the fields I want to plant is actually a flower field, and it's a lot better to have brown, either coarse dirt or podzol or something like that under the plants to make it look like a cultivated field and not just random grass from a distance. So yeah, it's a win-win, and I got a lot of spruce, but while I'm chopping this down, why don't we go check out the other lore segment for the day, because I think our Inquisitor has more to say to our intrepid interviewer. This little fact may be hard for you to understand, but this world, Tovalyn, was barren just a few years ago in the original timeline. Just a few years back, you and I and everyone you see never existed.
What are you talking about? Alternate timelines?
No. Alternate timelines is a fairy tale. There is but one timeline, but it may not be as straight of a line as you imagine.
There have always been rumors in the council that this world was created, but it's a fringe theory.
It's not fringe at all. It's the truth. I've seen the ship logs from the sheriff.
The sheriff?
You see, there were 2 ships flying orbit around this, at the time, uninhabited, rocky, lifeless world. They were performing an experiment. What the experiment was exactly has been lost to time. However, it was not what the crew of the ship thought it was. We, the Inquisitors, had infiltrated the crew and designed the experiment to create the Singularity.
Why? What did the Singularity do?
In many ways, it was like a second Big Bang in the universe.
We learned about the Big Bang in school, the moment everything was created.
No, not everything.
What do you mean?
The Big Bang only managed to create life on but one small planet, original Earth. Throughout the rest of the nearly infinite planets, there was nothing. Not a single bacteria, not a plant, a blade of grass, or a living thing in all of existence. That is the thing that created our mission. You see, life could not be contained to one world. A runaway virus, a terrible war, an asteroid, a supernova, the list of things that could wipe intelligence from the face of the universe is nearly as long as the universe itself. We created the Singularity to change that. By the end of day 50 here, I got most of the wood laid out on the bridge, and I feel pretty good about it. I think it looks really nice. I'll show it here in just a minute, but I spent the rest of the day shearing leaves because I do want to have this a pretty overgrown kingdom. Not like unkempt or anything, but just a lot of lush stuff around. So I think we'll start with some lush stuff on the bridge. Also, that will help hide some of the sort of weird angles that we have to do because of this odd angle they chose to go across the river. Yeah, it's looking pretty sweet. I like the shape. I'm just sort of imagining all the lush stuff, vines and leaves and stuff that are going to be hanging from it. But yeah, it's pretty good. So I added in some fences and some lamps and yeah, first lanterns I've made in this kingdom as well. Boy, I thought I had a lot of iron, but you start crafting a few and you're like, maybe not so much. With about 8 days left this month, I think it's time to take stock in what I've accomplished and what I have yet to do for the month. So I've gotten Fortune 3 on a pick. That's amazing. I have a good supply of diamonds, actually, almost a stack. I finished my first house, a storage hut, and established the style of this kingdom. It's going to be great. I built a road the whole way to the bay and connected this area to the world, and just now finished the bridge to my eventual Inquisitor city. Solid work in 21 days, to be honest. I'm pretty happy about it. So let's talk briefly here about what I want to accomplish in the last week or so left in this month. First, I'd like to build one of the other 2 houses, maybe both of them. I'd like to really start to make this area feel like a little town or a little hamlet. Be really nice. I want to get Silk Touch on a pick so I can start farming this warped wood. Yeah, I know that's a long journey out to the nether, but don't worry, you won't have to watch it. I'll just cut that for y'all. I have to do it though. And I want to plant at least one field just to establish that, hey, this is a farming community. Crop fields make it feel real. It really enhances the immersion of the whole thing. That would be a pretty amazing accomplishment, to be honest, if I could actually get all that done in 8 days. So I'm going to hustle and see how much I can get done. Unfortunately, I have 2 problems. My glorious Fortune 3 pickaxe is just about to break, and I don't have 30 levels yet. So I'm in the nether, and I hunted for all the quartz, thinking that might be the fastest way to get levels, but unfortunately, I came up just shy. So I actually came back with my unenchanted sort of first diamond pick that I had, and unfortunately, I got completely sidetracked by Blackstone and used up all the durability on it trying to get Blackstone because I need it for building, but really I should have worried about levels first and Blackstone second, but I just can't stop myself, darn it. I returned to the overworld with 29.5 levels and actually went and killed some of my cows, got up to 30, and I took a brand new pick to enchant it, and I got lucky. Unbreaking 3, Silk Touch 1, and Efficiency 4. Oh, baby, it's party time. I was so happy that I was just filled with joy the entire long walk back to the warp forest of the Nether. But who cares? You know what? I'm gonna get warped wood or mycelium, or I don't even, what is this stuff called? I have no idea. Anyway, I'm gonna get this green stuff, and that is great because then I can bone meal, and then I can get the warped trees to grow. Hooray! This is awesome. Until I get some real farms rolling, I actually have precious little bone meal, but I used what I had. I made some warp trees, and then I broke it all into slabs. I really think this is going to be a beautiful palette for this kingdom. It's going to play off the copper really well and give me just another texture I can work with. The final one of the month 2 goals that I really have is to set up a crop field. Look, I'd really love to plant the field right away, but I gotta landscape it first. The hills and things, it just looks too Minecrafty and not gradual enough. I want gradual slopes. I never want more than a 1-block jump up between elevation changes. Don't get me wrong, I'm not one for flattening things. I don't like anything to be flat in Minecraft. I think it's very boring, but I don't like these sort of weird 3-block high. If you're gonna make a cliff, then make a cliff. If you're gonna make a gradual hill, make a gradual hill. If you're gonna make it flat. But these kind of weird 2 or 3-block high, that's just what loses me and sort of breaks the whole thing. I actually laid out the first of the fields today. It feels pretty good. I just took a bunch of cobblestone, slabs, stairs, you know, the usual thing, and put up a perimeter. Looking back in time a little bit, I think I probably went awry here when I made the field very large. Look, that's going to be big in the big picture of things, but that's going to be very bad for getting this field planted before day 30, or 60, rather. 30 of the month. Well, you know what I'm saying. Before I really get to end the field, I need to stay on top of my underground farm crops, which I have not. Actually, I kind of let it go too long because I could have harvested probably a couple times. But regardless, I'll get what I can. You know, fortune does work on wheat, so I'm getting a whole bunch of seeds when I harvest this. But yeah, I need more underground farms. That's going to be a focus of an upcoming month soon. If not the next one, the one after that for sure. Okay, I will fully admit this field is very large. It's a lot bigger than I thought it was. I planted all day long and a good part of the next day and used up all the seeds I had. All the ones I just got, all the ones I had sort of saved up, and yeah, I didn't even really come close. But hey, while we're watching me plant some seeds, why don't we get to the question and comment of the day? Timothy Brushhaber says, this man needs to be in Hermitcraft Season 9. I picked this comment because I want to talk about something else. Thank you. I understand the sentiment behind it. That's very, very, very kind. But listen, I have a big announcement that I want to say. I got invited to a brand new SMP with a bunch of YouTubers, a lot of which you probably know. I'm not totally sure what day that's releasing, but it's coming very, very soon. It is going to be absolutely different for my channel. It will be a complete other side of me that I am very, very excited to show. And plus, it's just going to be so much fun to hang out with my friends and meet a bunch of new friends as well. I can't wait. I'm super psyched about it. If you want to find out exactly more details and who's involved and stuff, follow my Twitter. It's at Fixxitt412, 2 X's, 2 T's, spelled the same as my YouTube channel. Also, you can just see it right there on the screen. Right there. Boom. Well, I finished most of my goals for month 2. The only thing I came shy of is seeds. I really just didn't have enough. But you know what? I got the houses built. I got silk touch. I have warped wood. This is a big one. I got the bridge laid out. I mean, we are moving forward into the future. I am very much looking forward to part 3, month 3, where I can actually do some farms, do some more infrastructure, and get resources that are more readily available to actually build more and more and more. We're going to be upgrading a lot coming up very soon. I know progress is slow in the beginning, but you know, that's the early game grind. Don't worry. Oh, this is going to be a huge, epic, giant kingdom. We still have a lot of time left.
I sat for a long time, listening to my new Inquisitor friend tell me, well, everything. His tale was too impossible to believe, and yet I did believe him. I returned to the Council of Events Guild that night and began to write.
I started and ended day 61 working on my first big project of the month.
Experience is a huge issue for me thus far, and I would like to rectify that ASAP. So to that end, I'm going to build the mother of all zombie piglin and experience farms. I'm going to do this a little bit smarter though. My game plan is to combine all 4 farms that I'm going to need in the Inquisitor City all in the same place. I can have a zombie piglin and gold experience farm. I can have a squid, salmon, and bone farm. I can have a creeper farm, and I can have a drown farm. And if I know Minecraft mechanics, and I may or may not, I'm truly not sure, I think all of them can be effective running in the same place. Let's hope anyway. My goal, and it's a steep one, is to work out all 4 farms this month. I've put them in order of priority though, so if I can only get 1 or 2 of them, then fine. My experience farm is most important, and my bone farm is the second most important. The copper is sort of icing on the cake if I manage to get that far. I'll be honest, I have no idea how long I was underground mining obsidian. I'm just going to call it 2 days. Does that sound reasonable? Anyway, at the end of 2 days of mining obsidian, I have 5.5 stacks of it, and that is good for 4 23 by 23 nether portals. Almost ready to make my mega farm. But before I get started, I need to do a little bit of research. Where exactly can I build this monstrosity? Honestly, at first, I assumed my main Inquisitor city would be here, but really, now that I'm looking at it and where the extreme hills are and hoping those may turn into mountains in 1.18, I'm thinking I'm going to move it a little bit. Just to the north of where I was going to put the city, there's this little bay, and I love it. It is going to be perfect, because this way I can get squid, salmon, I think cod as well. Yeah, I'm going to get everything I need right in this place, as well as the gold farm and stuff eventually. Ooh, look who just popped into my area. Yeah, I would really like that rooted dirt, but I don't need it, because if I can just get some moss from one of these dudes, then I can get my own azalea trees, and I can bone meal them with my upcoming bone farm, so whatever. Before I can go out and start laying out my portals, I do need some sort of decent building block. I don't really want to use cobblestone, so that leaves me with needing a lot of regular old smooth stone. I can get it luckily, thanks to my brilliant Silk Touch pick, but where to get it? So I have a couple choices. Instead of head down to Y11 again, because then I'm dealing with deep slate and slower mining, I spent today harvesting oak during the day and then digging out another level of seed farm under the storage building. That's my second layer now. The very, very small amount of my first field that I was able to get planted kind of woke me up to how many seeds I actually am going to need to plant the epic amount of farmland that I want. And, you know, really, truly, I should be growing these all month anyway, so this is going to be basically 30 days of growth. So, I mean, that's a good thing. I think I'm almost ready, but yeah, I underestimate how long it takes to dig this out. I don't want to leave the second level totally randomly sort of dug out, so I did spend the rest of the day getting it a bit wider and thus a bit closer to actually planting. You know, some real life stuff here. I just fell asleep in my chair literally while I was mining. So to let you know what is going on in the Fix household these days. Okay, first, I'm back to work, which is great. I'm a full-time musician, so I'm back to playing gigs 2 to 4 nights a week, and that is awesome. I have rehearsals the other nights too. But it does add stress to our lives because my wife had a surgery just a few weeks back, and she's off work and recovering. She's doing great. Everything is good in our household. But that all being said, with me back to work, her recovering, there is just a lot going on. But then, to add a little bit more, my kids have regressed a little bit on their sleep training. Both of them are coming out of the rooms in the middle of the night, and it takes a long time to get them back down after they do. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on here, and I don't sleep much. So I'm going to try to keep putting on videos. I love putting on videos. This is truly, this is my sort of relaxing, passionate, fun, artistic, creative side, and I need that. I'm a creative person at heart. But yeah, I don't sleep hardly ever. I didn't used to sleep much, and now I sleep a lot less than that. So, yeah. The thing is, all that would be totally fine, and, you know, I could deal with it all, except for, we got a puppy. Yeah, we got a little puppy dog, Oliver. He's super cute, but, you know, he can only stay by himself for about 4 hours, maybe, before he has to go out. So if there is ever a stretch of being able to actually sleep for 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 hours, no. I gotta let the dog out. So, yeah, so I stay awake as long as I can, let the dog out, and then I wake up as early as I can to, again, let the dog out. I'm going crazy. I'm kind of going crazy right now. I'm losing my mind. I slept a little bit longer than I have the last few days last night, and I am feeling much, much fresher. Hopefully it sounds like it in my voice, because, yes. Anyway, I decided to venture out and scout out the location for my giant farm tower. This is going to be so awesome. I am so motivated and just super psyched about the extreme nature of this build. Having 3 or 4 farms in the same tower is just going to be so epic. I can't wait to do it.
So what I need to do first is figure out where the kill chamber is going to be. I'm going to have the zombie piglin drop like 22 blocks or something, and then land in a place where we'll have a trident killer. So I'm just going to aim for the middle of the bay here and start building out. I'm pretty sure 22 blocks will leave them as basically a one-punch kill or one-hit kill with my trident killer. So after I got up to the maximum height, then I decided how wide I'm going to have this thing. Now, my portals are going to be 23 by 23, right? So 23 wide. So my water streams need to be something like 27 to allow for a little bit of error on both sides. Should be good to catch them all and then funnel them into another water stream that will sort of collect them horizontally, if you will. You'll see it all whenever it's done. And then it's going to push them into a little 2x2 hole and right down in the trident killer where I'll have some hopper minecarts sort of collect all of the stuff. It's all going to be great. It's going to work really well. I have made a little bit of a decision on this build, though. My main gold experience farm has 8 portals, which is really, really good and really fast. And the reality is I'm going to have access to that again at some point after this first year is over. The thing is still, though, it's pretty far away. So every time I repair, do I want to have to go into the nether and take a nether path or get my elytra and fly over there? Or do I want this one to be big enough that it's fast, but I don't think I need to be so overkill like I am maybe on that one? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this up as an expandable one. I'm going to set up so all the portals are facing out towards the ocean and away from the bay. That way, as deep as I want it to go, I can. If I later want to add 7 or 8 more portals, I can, and we'll just be drowning in zombie piglin. Every time a nether portal turns on or off in bedrock, you have a chance of a zombie piglin spawning. So what they'll do is they'll spawn, they'll drop right immediately into water, and then be flushed down into my system. It's going to work great, and I can expand it, and that is really huge. Hey, look, I'm underground again. Yeah, I severely underestimated how much smooth stone I need, or stone brick that I need. It's a lot. I need a lot. So I'm back here mining up and, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm also working on my underground mine. But yeah, I spent an entire day basically gathering stone. Not that exciting of a day. After farming a whole bunch of stone, I returned back to my giant farming tower and continued work on sort of the bones of it. Like, I'm still a long way from actually getting it functioning, but, I want to have the infrastructure set. And yeah, this whole thing is going to be encased in a giant Inquisitor tower. It might be the castle. I haven't yet decided how that's going to go. I mean, look, the castle's probably not coming this first year, to be totally honest, at the rate that I'm going right now. We're probably going to work on the Inquisitor City now, and then in a future year of Minecraft, we'll work on the Inquisitor Tower. I think that will take probably about a whole year to do. I'm actually getting a little bit frustrated with how short these days are. I know I seem to talk about this every video, but man, it just, you don't really notice it when you're playing Minecraft, but when you're counting the days and really trying to rush so I can get as much done in 30-day span as I possibly can, these days are frickin' short. I mean, really short. That's okay. We're still getting a lot done. I'm really, proud of how much we've done in 9 days, but at the same point, I'm looking at it, it's like, man, it's been 9 days. Like, what do I have to show for it? A couple water streams, maybe. But I did get the water flowing the entire way down for the collection part, actually for both collection parts, and I'm going to have to put up signs to stop the water from actually going over the edge. But yeah, I think we have a good system worked out here. I actually was about ready to set up the portals, and I came up shy on string. I guess I have not been killing very many spiders. It's okay. It's not a big deal. We can just wait until nighttime and find a few spiders to spawn. I only need 3 more dispensers, which means 9 more string. Not a big deal. So to get these to fire on, you have to have 2 dispensers per nether portal. And since I built 3 nether portal instead of 4, I only really need 6. So it's not terrible. If you haven't seen one of these built before, it'll be easier once you can see it done. I'll show that in just a couple days span, I imagine. But if you don't know how it works, is you have 2 dispensers per nether portal. One has flint and steel, which will light it, and then a couple ticks of redstone later, you have another one that fires off a water bucket and then sucks the water back in, hopefully, or not. Either way, it doesn't matter. It'll put out the portal. So I think it's a pretty good system, but yeah, I need string. So I'm going to do a little bit of building on this thing. And while I'm building and waiting for nighttime, why don't you check out a little piece of lore? I think you're going to like it. We're learning more about the Inquisitors every episode. And again, I want to mention this early in the video. Don't forget to stay for the post-credit scene because that is where some juicy stuff always happens. Before this segment, it is important that any new viewers are aware of some history of this world. When the Singularity was formed, one spaceship, the Sheriff, was sent back in time, essentially creating life here on Tovalyn and everywhere in the universe. But the other ship involved in the gray matter experiment was able to land on this moon. Due Due to the technical nature of the experiment, the bridge crews had switched ships prior to the gray matter insertion, leaving Captain James Dohan, Lead Science Officer Commander Landon, Historian Dr. Bradshaw, and a few others stranded on their Black Goat, crashed on the moon. The present day time on Tovalyn is year 3 after the Singularity. The crew has been working for 3 solid years to create a sustainable life here on the moon of Puro.
Captain, come in.
Yes, Dr. Landon, go ahead.
We've had a interesting development with the cameras that Dr. Bradshaw sent down to Tovalyn.
Interesting. I'm all ears. The reports I've been getting from them were mundane, to say the least.
There was one character that was of interest to us. We believe he may be in this Council of Events.
I didn't think that was confirmed to be real.
Confirmed? No. But I believe it's true. And if the Council is real, then...
I know. These mysterious Inquisitors are real. Yes, the shadowy organization that is lurking around every corner. You know, when I was a kid, we called them the Boogeyman.
I understand, sir, but...
Yes, I'm sorry, Doctor. I'm being a pain. Please, go on. You were following a person of interest.
Well, we were until last night.
What happened?
Tracy, play logs 003 through 235.
Playing.
I don't get it. Where did he go?
Nowhere, sir. I believe he was murdered.
Okay, you have my interest. Why?
More than the murder, though, sir. Before he went behind the church, he stopped to hide something. I had Tracy enhance the image, and I believe it was a book.
Okay, that seems odd.
Yes, odd, but important. If that is indeed a Council of Events book, and if we could retrieve it, we could learn so much about this entire planet.
Alright, Doctor. Let's prepare a team to go down to Tovalyn. I had to make a run back to the village today and dig out a little bit more of my second farm. I ran out of smooth stone yet again. But while I'm waiting for nighttime, because I still need 2 more string from some spiders, I decided to work on some redstone wiring, and we're getting close. You know, I've made 3 of these machines so far, and I have forgotten the same part every single time. Once the water stream comes down to turn off the portal, it does extend the water falling into the kill chamber. Yeah, I forgot those signs to actually stop the water from tumbling over and just messing the whole thing up. And after some trial and error and some test world stuff, I finally got the redstone to work. Actually, I have it working better than I did before. I actually have a pretty quick on-off system. In fact, once I go back to the old world, I may actually replace my wiring on my main experience farm to this, because this is actually a lot better. Yeah, it's a lot better for sure. You know, I still don't have a trident. I've actually killed several drown with tridents, and yeah, this is a pretty close call. I got away, but yeah, 1 more hit, and I think I would have had my first death of this year. Now look, I'm not playing hardcore, so I don't want to make too big of a deal of it, but it would be kind of cool if I actually managed to stay alive for an entire year, right? No, that would be kind of cool. This is not the stuff of legends here, but I had to hide behind this little dirt pillar until my health got back and killed the guy, and I still didn't get a trident, unfortunately. So I'm still short, and I'm going to have to actually really look out for this, because I'm almost done wiring and getting ready for my gold farm to set up, but yeah, still no trident for the trident killer, and that's a real problem. I spent some of today working on just the finishing touches of the redstone, actually wiring up from the ground up to the top, because you don't want to have to go up to the top to turn it on every time. And then also working on some symmetry, meaning, see that diagonal line that leads up to the portals? I made another one on the other side of it. And in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some stairs on both sides as well. I don't know if these are going to be the final stairs to get up there. I always prefer stairs to ladders anyway. I do think having this tower be completely symmetrical would be a really cool thing. Yeah, there will be parts that have to sort of jut out because of trying to bury 4 farms within the same tower, but still I think it would be cool, and yeah, it's going to be something I kind of work on. I did have to make little landings for the redstone twice going up because I needed to add repeaters, and I don't think that you can add a repeater on sort of a stairway, so I think you have to have that sort of 3-long place where you have redstone, repeater, redstone. But regardless, this part is going to be hidden. The stairs are actually going to go above the redstone part, so you'll never see it. I actually spent a decent part of the day today hunting drown to get a trident, and boom, I finally got a trident. It wasn't actually that guy, it was one that happened off camera between. I forgot to record, it's not my fault. Anyway, point is I got a trident, and that's great. So that means the next day, I spent the entire day setting up my trident killer. This thing, I have set up so many of these. I probably have 5 or 6 of these in the world. Every single time I do it, I have to slip over to like a creative backup and test it and figure out how to do it because I cannot remember. But all you need is 4 droppers, 4 observers, 4 like regular blocks, and 4 pistons. That's it. That's the entire thing. And then you need, your trident. And I added the corners just to make sure that these things they can kind of get you through the corners if you're not really aware, and I don't really want to kill me while I'm AFK. Regardless, we are good. I have a trident killer all set up. I am ready to turn this machine on and just bathe in the glory of EXP. I'm so happy I finished it. Yeah, it took me 18 days, and I did not think it would take me that long, but I'm good. So generally when I'm doing these, I usually do a lever instead of a button. Button pulses that are too long, and levers you can flick on off really fast, so that kind of works better. But yeah, I'm just going to turn this thing on and let it run for a little. I'll get a whole bunch of levels, and then finally, I'm going to go and enchant my gear and have some decent stuff. I'm very, very excited for this. I enchanted all of my new diamond gear. It is pretty spectacular. Most of it were fairly mundane enchants, but I got the one I really, really wanted, and that was the boots. I got Feather Falling 4 on my boots, and man, let me tell you, that is going to be a lifesaver. I mean, literally, that is going to save my life. Feather Falling 4 is the only true enchant that I absolutely care about. Everything else is just sort of icing on the cake. Having used a good portion of my diamonds to give me all of my awesome new fully enchanted diamond gear, I was feeling pretty poor, so honestly, I spent the entire rest of the night in the mines. I didn't need to, I just wanted to. But hey, while I went mining, why don't you check out another piece of the lore? Let's see if they can find that mysterious book that's hidden down here on the planet of Tovalyn. Tracy, begin recording Captain's log. For the first time since we landed here on this moon, we are sending people down to the surface. We need to try to retrieve that book. If Dr. Landon is right and it is a Council of Events book, we need to know what it says. We have a small amount of nano cameras spread throughout Dawnvale. We'll be able to keep an eye on Dr. Bradshaw's man most of the way in, but if he's successful in retrieving the book, his extraction path leads to a place where we have no surveillance at all. We'll be completely blind until he's out. Well, how about that little interesting twist and turn? So now the crew of the Black Goat, formerly of the Sheriff, living up on the moon of Apuro, now they have access to a book that our narrator from the first 2 episodes was writing. This should be great. They're going to finally learn some real stuff about this world that they're in, and maybe the world that they had a hand in creating. Well, hey, anyway, back to the Let's Play portion of this video. What I did was I mined all night, and I got actually a decent amount of diamonds thanks to my Fortune 3 and Silk Touch pick. And then I decided, hey, let's go get some magma cubes, because even though I only have 10 days left, I do want to get at least my fish farm. It looks like at this point I'm not going to get all 4 farms going. That's fine. Let's try to at least get fish farm and experience farm and call it a big win. So I spent a lot of the day harvesting blackstone accidentally, but primarily going for magma cubes. Darn it, I need to stop getting distracted. It's just all this blackstone. I know how much I need to build the city upcoming, but yeah, and regardless, other than that, I kept catching on fire and finding a little bit of ancient debris too. So that's basically a win, even though I'm not getting that much magma yet. I really need to find some. I would really like to put at least netherite on my boots and my 2 picks. That's my goal for short term. I do think next month I'll go to the end and do some end raiding. I'd like to get a bunch of shulkers that will really just help with building. Also, what the heck, it'd be awesome if I got an elytra too. It's going to be a little tricky since I've already summoned the dragon 20 times in this world, but I have not done that much end raiding really, even though we're 200 some episodes in. So it shouldn't be too hard to find an unraided end city. Finally! Jeez, it took a long time to find a big group of these. You see them all the time, except for when you're looking for them, apparently. Alright, gotta head home and start laying out my fish farm. Now, before I actually start laying out all of my hard-acquired magma here, there's a few things I need to do first. Firstly, I want to take a few minutes to actually start to plan out the tower. I want stairs going most of the way up already, but then a ladder to finish up the top. That way I don't have to go too wide once I actually start building the structure. I pillared up to Y220, and tomorrow we'll start laying out the actual frame of the fish farm. I actually, believe it or not, need more stone. I can't even believe that I'm doing this, but I do. So back to the old farm again, and while I got here, I got all distracted by making my underground farm look a little bit more beautiful with some diorite. I like the polished diorite. I don't care, especially with RTX and polished andesite in a checkerboard pattern. Whatever. I think it looks really cool. Who cares if it's unliked in the rest of the community and if I'm the only one, but I think it looks awesome. I mean, come on, man. Look at it. It looks cool. I found a problem today. I used up a lot of my iron on these hoppers and rails and stuff, but a problem is after I laid out a whole bunch of the powered rails that I am very short on gold. So basically I have 2 choices. I can go to the nether and harvest more gold, or I did just make a gold farm. So yeah, I'm just going to AFK for the night and get enough gold to actually finish out this farm. And then, yeah, I should be drowning in bone meal shortly. Oh yes, one fairly short night of AFKing here at my gold farm, and yeah, I got enough gold to do all of the rails that I need. Everything is totally good. Look at this. Oh, it looks great. I'm so happy. I laid down all of the magma that I had, and I had enough, luckily, and then I started putting in 2 layers of water. Dude, we are almost done with this. This is freaking awesome. On day 87 in this world, I have finished my second farm. Hallelujah. I need to add actually just a little bit more hoppers, a little bit more collection and stuff like that, because I only have the 2 double chests and I want to have a little bit more than that. But yeah, we got it. It works. My family went to the beach today. Beach on Lake Erie. It's not like the ocean, but yeah, we were gone for about 7 hours, and let's take a look and see how we did. I did build a little AFK room just so I didn't die, and oh my goodness. Look at that. Look at all the bones and the cod and the salmon and the ink. Oh, it's awesome. I wish I didn't get quite as much cod because cod kind of stinks, but whatever. Look at it. Oh, it's great. It actually works. It's so wonderful. It's so awesome. What a jump. It was a funny thing, we were at the beach, and my son, Harrison, who's 6 years old now, and he's autistic, if you don't know, and so yeah, I never know exactly how he's going to do in situations like that, and yeah, my wife now calls me Marlin. I don't know if you ever watched Finding Nemo, because Marlin's the way overprotective, overboard, crazy dad, and it turns out that is me when it comes to my boy being out in the water, because just every time he walked about 4 steps away from me, it's like, Harrison, get back here. Harrison, come back. Harrison, come back. You're too far. I'm just thinking, like, if he goes under, I mean, it's Lake Erie. This isn't, we're not talking the Pacific. It's Lake Erie. So it's not like there's a deep undertow, but you never know. It could, And so I was like, buddy, come back. And he kept, trying to really, I was so proud of him. He kept trying to get a little bit further. And still, we're talking, he was in like 2 feet of water, right? But like, oh, I was so proud and also so scared at the exact same time. I was so proud because he was like
just really pushing out of his comfort zone. And yeah, he was just an awesome little dude. I was super proud of him. Lincoln had a great time too. He's just such a character. Lincoln, my 3-year-old, for a little bit, he's almost 4. He's like a 35-pound Chris Farley. You guys would love him. Eventually we'll get him on camera. He's a hilarious little dude. Anyway, that was our time at the beach. And in the meantime, I got a whole bunch of materials here in the world, and that's super cool. And you guys can just call me Marlin from now on, I guess. Well, back in Minecraft here, I'm almost done with my second farm. I'm just going to go ahead and do the walls, put in the jack-o'-lanterns, and do make it look nice. But in the meantime, hey, you know what it is? It's day 29, and that means it's time for a question or comment of the day. David Eagle asked a question that I get asked a lot, and I just thought we'd just cover it now. This may not be that interesting to everybody, but I know that there are a fair amount of YouTubers and Twitch streamers and stuff who watch my content, so I thought we should just cover it. He said, hey, what recording software do you use? And I'm going to go with also what editing software do you use, because as you know, editing is really where it's at for me. I'm going to talk about that for just a second here. But yeah, I use Streamlabs OBS because I want to have one software that does both live streaming and also recording, and it does both really well, and also it's free. I've actually bought a couple different software, but honestly, Streamlabs OBS, if you get your settings right, and if you have a computer that's strong enough to have a really high bit rate, like a really, really high bit rate, then you're going to get good results with it. The other thing is, what editor do you use? And I used to have Adobe Premiere, but honestly, I've switched to Filmora 10, because it is much, much, much faster, a little bit more user-friendly, but it also comes with a lot of like templates and things like that you can use. So for me, doing just Minecraft videos, because I'm not doing the most absolute thing. I'm not putting together a Hollywood movie, right? I mean, I'm doing Minecraft videos, so I can do a lot of stuff, and you guys see all the editing that goes in these videos now, and that is all done easily and rather quickly with Filmora 10. So I'm a big fan. It's not free software. There are free alternatives out there, but I like this a lot. I find it to be the fastest and easiest to use software. And you know, whenever you're doing videos as frequently as I do, speed is actually kind of the essence. Tracy, send a message to Dr. Landon. Doctor, I need to talk to you right now. I've been reading through the book that came back from the surface, and it mentions you. Oh, day 91. It has that new car smell, doesn't it? Oh man, new month, new goals. Here's what I want to accomplish this month. I want to finish the farming village as much as I can. You know, it might not all get done, but at least sort of put a nice sort of end on it where we have enough houses and all that stuff to call it a real village. I would really like to plant a lot of large fields, at least say 3 maybe, and to sort of connect basically where the Inquisitor City will be to where the old world is, just so that entire area is kind of developed. I mean, it's a bunch of land. I think that people would probably farm it. And here's the big one. Here's the one I really, really care about the most. This should be really number 1. Mending. I want to get mending on my main tools and my boots. And my boots have feather falling 4. That is really valuable. So I want to get 3 mending books at least on my Silk Touch, my Fortune Pick, and my boots. That's what I truly, truly want. So everything else would be great, but mending has got to be the goal. So I need to get into some villagers, or at least a villager. Okay, I'm going to admit right off the bat, that is a lot. That's a lot of big goals. I mean, there are some real grinders in there. But look, the last one is going to be the one that takes some real work, because I'm going to have to capture and convert a zombified villager and then go through all the trades to get mending and all that stuff. Everything else can come later, but really, truly, my tools, that's the thing that's really kind of slowing down my progress here. To expand the village, though, I'm going to need a lot of deep slate and blackstone, along with copper, warped wood, and eventually probably crimson wood as well. I am bound and determined to use both of the nether woods, darn it, and I'm going to make them look good. You know, probably I will. But after all, first things first. And hey, you know, what would a month be if I didn't start with mining and then spend the next day farming? And, well, yeah, we're going to do that again. Look, if I want to plant huge, giant, sprawling fields, I really need to keep an eye on my seed farm, which is my underground farms. And yeah, every time I walk by, I need to make sure I harvest them. I decided also, while I'm in this place, I should actually finish the walls and make this look a little bit less terrible.
I decided to use polished diorite on the walls. Okay, first, polished diorite is stunning in RTX. It's amazing. And secondly, I have a good bit of it. And thirdly, I plan this farm to go all the way down in many, many levels. Each level should have a different wall color. So I think what I'm going to do is go from light to dark. So I'll start with diorite and then birch and then maybe oak and spruce after that. Wait, is that right? Which is darker, acacia or spruce? They're so different. I don't know which one's darker. Look, you tell me the order in the comments. Acacia first or spruce first, okay? Or maybe just tell me all the woods in order. Whatever you tell me, I'll do, okay? I'm gonna really rely on y'all to help me on this one. I got the upper level of the farm done. And, it actually took a whole day. But look, it's totally worth it. I mean, look at it. Come on, it's very nice. All right, well, let's get to some real building, shall we? Let's just say my farming tower, it's a long walk. It took almost an entire day to walk back and forth and just to get some stacks of bones and then get back to the farming village. By the way, this village that I just keep calling the farming village, it needs a name. So look, if you name it in the comments, I will select either from the 100 days sort of compilation video I did or from part 4 episode, okay? I will pick from those comments and you're going to get to name the village, okay? So I'll pick the best one and it will forever, ever, and ever be named that. Not the Inquisitor City, just the little farming village outside of the Inquisitor City, okay? Get a good name. I just want to stick in here really quick in editing this episode. You got to pick a name that I can say, like pronounce, and that I can spell, okay? So if you pick some sort of really like crazy, like Tolkien-esque name, I can't pronounce it. So, I mean, I'm an old dude. Just give me some help, okay? I love Minecraft so much. I love it so much. I love everything about it pretty much almost. Except for this. This is one of the few things I don't like. This is very unfun. The fact that these warped blocks don't despawn and you have to actually farm all of them just to get a little bit of the warped wood. This is not... I've got to work out a better way to farm these guys. And I know the comments are coming. TNT. I'm not going to use TNT. I'm not into it. It doesn't interest me. So give me a good thing that I can do to harvest these guys, if you think of one, okay? I spent day 96 building, actually, finally. I worked all day on adding another house to our yet-to-be-named little community. It's really cool. I'm beginning to love this style and palette. The main idea, from what I've seen according to Google Images, is basically square houses with kind of four-sided pyramid-style roofs. I think it's a solid design. I really like it. I wish the walls were a little bit taller so I could do more of a gradient. That idea is going to really pay off in the farming tower and in the castle and some really big builds, but for these little builds, you just kind of do the best you can. You simulate a gradient a little bit. It's really just 2 colors. Hey, day 97, 2 big things happened. First, I finished our new house and planted oak trees all along the road. The idea is I'll harvest all the little guys for either leaves or just oak wood or whatever, but I'll leave all the big ones to later turn into custom trees down the road. I don't generally like to build my custom trees all by hand because I just need so many. I'd rather kind of get a natural oak tree and then edit it. I find it's a little bit faster and looks just about as good. The other thing that is absolutely huge, and this is game-changing for me, honestly, I found a wandering trader who actually sold moss. Oh, baby, we got mossed. I'm kind of tired of having my nether portal sit just out here in the grass. I don't want to hide it. It's part of life for people who live here. I think they would use it for travel. I mean, look, maybe dangerous travel for sure, but some people would use it. It kind of reminds me of the ways from the Wheel of Time. It used to be safe for people here, but it's kind of corrupted. In fact, look, maybe our nether used to be a paradise and it's kind of gone south for some reason. The Inquisitors? Who knows? I don't know. We'll work out the lore on that later. I don't really have a lot of nether lore in mind for this world, but yeah, that's kind of a fun idea. I love RTX. I love RTX so very much, but I tried to use water as part of the design here, and the waterlogged stairs with RTX don't really have the effect that I was hoping for. And, I could change it, but I don't want to change it because the water in, like, lakes and rivers and stuff is so fantastic. So I think we're just going to live with it and just understand that maybe the water effects as part of a build might not be so stellar. Yeah, I really love it. I think it's a really nice addition to the city, and I like that I'm breaking away a little bit from the sort of gray and black scale. Yeah, it looks nice.
So, Captain, this book from the Council of Events, It mentions me, specifically?
Yes, though I'll admit I don't know how that could be. Look, let's go through this bit by bit. Tracy, display the book, page 36.
The Inquisitor then told me about things that, in his words, are yet to be yet again. I confess I have no idea what he could have meant by this.
A doctor, but not of the healing kind, put into motion the thing that will destroy all that has been created.
I stopped him there. He looked increasingly anxious. What do you mean?
Listen, son, I don't think we have much time left, and you need to take this back to the council. They need to contact Dr. Landon and tell him to stop.
They need to contact me?
That's what the book says, Doctor.
Stop what?
That's just it. The book ends right after that. The council apprentice must have been killed before he was able to finish transcribing his interview.
How could they know about us? Do they have some sort of sensors down there?
I talked to Commander Cott. He checked for any background radiation again. He says there's nothing.
So there are two possibilities. Either they have no technology as we suspected,
or they're so advanced they can hide it completely.
Captain, even with our cutting-edge technology, we can't hide all of our radiation signatures.
Exactly, Dr. Landon. Exactly. Overnight mining, I actually found some dripstone, and that's pretty cool. So I decided to spend the day setting up a tiny little manual dripstone farm under my other farms, I guess. I'll automate this later, but I stuck in the back of the farming tower, and that's super cool to just add another farm. This wasn't even what I was planning, so add another, what is this, five farms now? Netherite, boots, silk pick, fortune 3 pick, though no unbreaking 3 on the fortune 3 pick for now. Oh, baby! Netherite? That's awesome. I do still have more netherite gear saved for actually one more piece if I want to use it, but right now I am super happy about this progress. It's farming day today. I farmed underground, getting a bunch more seeds. I plan on spending the day planting crops and then the nights looking around for a zombie villager. Yeah, I want to get mending right away. Unbreaking 3 would be a nice bonus, but mending is my goal. It's a funny thing. Farming night didn't really go exactly as planned. Phantoms! Yeah, phantoms everywhere last night, so I had to go run and sleep. So unfortunately, I guess I haven't slept in a while. Maybe I AFK'd and forgot. Regardless, I'm going to do that tonight instead, okay? Tonight, for sure. Well, I struck out again looking for a zombified villager, but you know what? I have kind of forgotten. I think I may have put the cart before the horse here. I don't have any blaze powder, unfortunately. Jeez. Scared the crap out of me. I'm not even recording this live. This is a voiceover and still scared the crap out of me watching this freaking wither skeleton. Anyway, the point is even if I got a zombified villager, I wouldn't be able to cure him until I get some blaze powder to actually be able to brew some stuff. So yeah, so I spent some time in the nether today looking around for that, and eventually I did get it, but it took quite a while actually, surprisingly long. It actually took me 2 full days, almost 40 minutes of recorded footage, but I ended up coming back with 4 blaze rods, and I'm pretty happy about it. No wither skulls, but I'm not really too worried about that for right now. Eventually we'll probably farm some, but they drop pretty frequently in bedrock, so that shouldn't be a big deal. I set up my brewing station to make a splash potion of healing for the zombie, then realized I don't have any melons, glistening melons. I do know where there's a nearby jungle, so I'm going to have to make the long walk over there while we talk a little bit about farming. We're about halfway through the month, so let's take a look at our progress. Now, I had a lot of dreams by in month 4, having a lot more crop fields planted, and meanwhile, I don't really even have one, but at least one has doubled in size of the actual planted area. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to start running roads, because that's going to help me separate where the actual fields are going to go, and then the other thing I want to do is I want to be planting the 2x2 spruce trees to get a bunch of brown, because that'll be the place for flowers and non-crop crops, if you know what I'm saying. I made it to the jungle, and it was actually a super successful jungle trip. I got a lot of stuff. I got bamboo, jungle saplings, melon, and an emerald actually from a village, cocoa, bean root, and bamboo. Did I say bamboo twice? Well, I got a lot of bamboo. Holy cow. I mean, this was seriously an amazing, amazing trip. I spent literally the entire day walking back from the jungle back to my base. I mean, really, I need horses. Darn it, man, I really need horses in a bad way. This is terrible. Day 110 was basically a shopkeeping day. It's not glamorous, not a lot of progress to show on camera here, but I've been running out of storage for the past few weeks and I need to really just deal with it. I spent the day harvesting crops and organizing. But hey, while I organize, why don't we go check out the other lore segment here? I hope you're enjoying the storyline. It is so much fun to put together. All right, let's go check it out. Commander Cott, we have a problem.
Ah, Captain. Solving problems is my specialty. What's the issue?
I need you to figure out how to detect an undetectable technology.
Aye, that sounds like the problem indeed. Are you meaning from Tovalyn?
Yes. Commander, we need to know absolutely for sure, do they have technology down there?
Well, you make it sound like it's so easy. I was looking over the scans that you ordered. I don't see anything that could be.
Yes, I understand, but project forward a bit. Do you see anything that future tech could do?
Well, anything really. The famous quote for Arthur C. Clarke, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable
from magic. Yeah, I understand. But look, we're in a situation. We need to know for sure.
Well, now you're asking me to do magic. I could rig up much more sensitive sensors, but it will never work from this moon. We'll have to get it down to the planet.
Perhaps we could find a place to set up a lab for you.
No, that's more like it, laddie. And I sure wouldn't mind getting some decent gravity under me boots again.
All right, Commander Cott. You get this worked out, and you can call me Laddie anytime you want. Smoothest villager transformation curing process of all time. Well, not really. I actually made a splash potion of healing, not weakness. So I had to, after I got this guy trapped, I had to go and make that. And I was just praying, like, please don't despawn, please don't despawn. I even threw my shovel and he didn't pick it up. Nothing worked, but it worked. I finally got it. I got him. And now I have a villager. So it's time to get this guy a mending trade, right? Let's do it. I got it. And there's a discount for now, since I guess I just cured him. So I want to make sure I utilize that as quickly as I can. I do all the trades I can for right now, and at least get 3 mending books for my boots and my 2 pickaxes. But yeah, that's going to take a while too. But hey, I got mending. All right. After working on all the paper and book trades, I got 1 mending book and 10 more emeralds. He accepts ink as well, so I had to make the long journey over to the farm tower to get some ink. I swear, month 5, we're doing horses. Hey, I started the day by checking something off my list. I got all 3 mending books, put on my boots and my 2 pickaxes. Nice. Check mark. I want to work out the roads on my farmland, but to do that, I'm going to need a lot of gravel. So I spent the entire rest of my day down in the mines. I didn't actually realize until I was down there that my tiny little puny diamond shovel isn't even enchanted. So yeah, that's not good. Hey, we're at the halfway point. On day 115, I used up all of my shovel by laying down path blocks on just a portion of the first main road that I want to go. For all this farmland, I want to go one big giant main road and then kind of little offshoot paths in between the crop areas. I think it'll look nice and it kind of makes sense, right? Speaking of farms, I did actually remember to stay on top of it where I went and harvested all the stuff from my seed farm. I really would like to expand this soon because I really want to get a lot more carrots, potatoes, and all the other stuff growing as well as just wheat. But you know what, for now, it's okay. We're doing good work. I had to refill my flint and steel at the experience farm today. I think I may need to expand this, honestly. Only 3 portals is a pale reflection of my 8 portal mega farm under the mountain. It's not like the mountain's that far away. I'm projecting forward into year 2 with 3 and 4 in Minecraft, but
Yeah, even once I get access to the old world again, it's going to be quite a long flight. You know, something I've been thinking about since joining the Imperial SMP. By the way, what about that? How about that first episode, huh? Pretty great. Hope you enjoy it. Episode 2 is coming out in just a couple days from now. Anyway, I've been thinking about the Nether Hub recently. You know, we're not doing a Nether Hub over in that server. We're just kind of going on the Nether roof. And I was thinking about this world and how much I hate the Nether Hub as it is right now. I really wish I could redo it. Maybe one day I will. I spent the entire day of day 117 working the roads. And man, it is so much fun. It's so much fun to work these roads. It seems not that much fun, but it's so grindy, and I just love it, and I just love the finished product, and I love connecting all the things. But more than that, I've been having a great time watching the great Draymond Smith Dreams historically accurate hardcore castle series. It's really fun, it's super awesome, and I cannot recommend enough. I'm going to put up a picture right here. Just go check it out. I'm going to link it down in the description below. If you're looking for a real, true, honest-to-goodness, historically accurate Minecraft representation of a castle by someone who's doing really serious research, you're going to love this. Go check it out. More road work today, and you know, I was just thinking, have I mentioned that I have dirt slabs in this pack? You know, I'm trying to keep the series 99% vanilla, but there's one thing that is absolutely crucial in my mind to building this kind of rural road, and that's dirt slabs. So look, there's this block in vanilla Minecraft from back in the olden days called a wood slab. Not oak slab, not spruce, it's just wood slab. It's been taken out of the main game for ages, but the block is still in the code, so old worlds have that block. I took an idea I first saw Germsy Boy do and figured out how to do it on Bedrock. It's a little complicated to get through without using add-ons. Here, you know, in the world of Bedrock, we don't have data packs. So I use a command block that I'll pause here for you to insert your fix as a cheater comment. And use this code /give @p stone _slab 642. You do it exactly like that, and as long as you have my resource pack enabled, you are going to get yourself some dirt slabs, and they are, well, they're magical. Hey, would you look at the time? It's day 29, and that is time for viewer question or comment of the day. The Reincarnation says, as always, Mr. Fixit, Marlin, fantastic video. My question to you is, do you work out? I've been training for about 3 years, and are you like not sleeping enough? I've gotten a lot more quality sleep for it. Quick tip from one dad to another dad. By the way, I'm also a Marlin with my daughter. The Marlin thing is about whenever we took my sons up to the beach, I was pretty nervous about how far my older son was going out into the lake and kept saying, God, get back here, you're going too far, get back here. I'm that. I was just, I just got so scared, you know? Anyway, I talked about that last episode, but do I work out? Okay. No. No. Short answer, not in a while, but I used to. I used to be in really, really good shape. Like crazy good in my early 30s. I was in incredibly good shape. I was all about that workout life and like training every day and that whole thing. And then I got married and things slid a little bit, but still reasonable. And then I had kids, and once I had kids and still have a job being a musician, and then, you know, also trying to do this YouTube thing with all of my extra minutes, honestly, I know what you're going to say. Take care of your health first. And you're right. And I know you're right. But I haven't made it a priority. But you know what? That's going to change next week. Next week, I am putting my foot down. I picked this comment because I want to tell you something now that you're going to hold me accountable to, okay? Next week, starting on Monday, my kids are going back to school. Well, not actually starting on Monday, but starting on Monday, when my kids are at school, I'm going to be going to the Y 3 days a week. And I'm going to be working out, and I'm going to be feeling good. I have been eating better. That's been good, as I just crushed a cookie. But only 1 instead of 8. Okay. I'm not there yet, but I'm going to get there, okay? I'm going back to work out very soon. Well, we did it, everybody. We did it. Another month in the books. Oh, man, check out the moon rising over our unnamed little village. Hey, don't forget to leave a comment. I'll pick the name from the comments below. Name this village. Give me something good. Something I can pronounce and spell, okay? Come on. Give me a chance here. Let's go through the checklist for the goals of the month. Okay, this doesn't start well. I need to finish the farming village. Yeah, no, look, I don't think that was a very good goal. Honestly, there's no finishing in this one. You know, it's Minecraft after all. You just keep adding. But yeah, we did some stuff. So, you know, some things.
Goal number 2 is I wanted to plant several large fields, and I planted no more large fields, but at least I did a road, which is going to frame in, the eventual large fields. That counts? But look, here's the biggest goal. Mending. And I nailed it. This is going to be a life-changing goal, right? Mending on a Minecraft world is everything. And now I don't have to keep going through diamonds, keep going through levels to try to enchant stuff. Total win. So if I only got one goal, that's the goal I wanted to get. Tracy, record log. I've asked research to come up with a place we can fly a shuttle to near the kingdom of Dawnvale and set up Commander Caught with a lab. He can take a team and build what he needs to. I think they found the perfect place. A cavern directly under the castle of Dawnvale protected by a lava flow. Should be safe to fly a shuttle down through under the cover of night. I think it's the perfect spot for us to establish our foothold on this planet. Well, here we go again, another month building up the main Inquisitor city. City? Well, I guess village for now, but eventually city, I promise. I'll be honest here, the whole starting over thing, it needed to happen because many new people came into the series, and I get that, but I'm kind of over the early game grind at this point. We're getting close to a reasonable level of gear here. The only things I really deeply need are shulkers and an elytra. So, while I do my farming, let's talk about this month's goals. Number 1, and most importantly, and what we're going to be starting with tomorrow, shulkers and elytras. It's holding me back, and I want to knock it out. Number 2, if I get an elytra, I'm going to need gunpowder. So I'm going to add a creeper tower in the farming tower. In the mob boss, the grinder. The thing I've been working on. I want to add several more houses to the village, and I want to lay out the road of the actual city. It's going to be massive, and that's going to be a huge project. That is a lot. That's a lot of goals. I want to get started right away, so let me finish farming, get a good night of sleep, and we're headed to the end. One of the upsides and downsides of building all very close to each other in the same general area is I don't have another end portal anywhere around, so I'm going to use my existing end portal to get to there. There's not really another option, to be honest, so I'm going to journey back to the old kingdom. It's been a long time, and yeah, it's going to be nice to see the streets of the old place. Dawnvale, right? That's the name, Dawnvale. I was going to cut straight to the end, but I imagine there are some people watching the series who have never actually seen how we get there. So I thought, well, heck, let's just show it. It should be fun. So this is the actual right underneath the castle of Dawnvale. It's really lucky. Whenever I started this kingdom, I picked a random village to build around because I had some nice sort of landscaping. And it turns out there was an end portal directly underneath. I'm so fortunate. It just really has turned out great for the lore and all that bit. We're going to get into more of the lore of the end later on, but this is the Moon Apuro. That's what the end is in my lore. And this is where the crew of the Black Goat landed after the Singularity and the experiment went awry. I gotta tell you, I haven't done end raiding in a long time, and I have not done it in RTX ever. It is crazy. It's crazy. It's like a different game. I was trying to explain to someone what RTX is, and RTX looks good on video. It looks cool on video, but I'm telling you, playing in game is a totally different beast in a good way. It's really amazing. Spoiler alert, I didn't die, but I gotta tell you, there were some hairy moments here, especially this, when you're floating up the tower and just getting nailed from all sides. And I know, I see you comments coming. Use a shield, Fix, you idiot. And yeah, I thought of that after I already got here, but there's no wood in the end, so I couldn't make one. So yeah, I had to hide. I had to hide and sort of take them out slowly. This RTX thing, I almost turned it off, honestly, because it's a little weird. It's a little hard to get your head wrapped around, but I decided, no, this is an RTX series now. Let's just get used to it. Honestly, but here is the moment I have been waiting for. Oh man, I found a ship. I'm so lucky again. I found this. Now, I've not done very much end raiding in this world, actually. Hardly at all. I only went one direction, in fact, and I just did it one time because I reuse the same shulkers all the time, and it's just me. It's a single-player world, so I didn't expect to find an already raided city, so that's not a big deal, and I didn't reset the end or anything like that. But Yeah, so I actually took a hit on purpose so I could levitate. It took a while, but I got a hit and I just levitated right over to the boat because I didn't have any ender pearls. You know, I don't have any ender pearls in this world. Even though I have tons and tons at the moon base, I didn't want to take stuff that I didn't sort of officially earn, so I didn't feel like that was right. Yeah, but anyway, we got to the ship. But here's the big moment. You walk in here, there's one shulker to kill, and then I got an Electra, and that is so game-changing. Now I could fly around. If I fell, I wouldn't die. I mean, really, it's great. I know you can't see it. It's there. See? See? There's an Electra. Oh, man, I'm so happy to have one. This is what it's all about, man. This is what it's all about. Now, I spent a lot of time in the end. I only counted it as one day since I didn't sleep. I don't really have a way to gauge how much time exactly it was, but let's just call it a day. I spent the morning of day 123 building a couple houses. Now that I have an Elytra, I need Unbreaking 3, so I'm going to need another librarian villager. Shouldn't be too terrible. Last time went smoothly. If you missed last episode, it did not go smoothly. Anyway, my thoughts are I'm going to put one house here for a librarian, who hopefully I can get Unbreaking 3, and then another one for a Fletcher so I can trade sticks for emeralds. Seems like that would be just very helpful. Now, I have a decision to make. I did bring an ender chest back from the end, and I need to decide if I should be able to access all of my old backup gear. Now, I'm not talking about my main gear from Season 1. That is still in a regular chest back in the old storage area. I'm talking about my backup stuff, like my backup Elytra, a couple extra shulker shells, that kind of stuff. I'm going to leave it up to y'all in the comments, okay? I will go with whichever comment is most prevalent. Yes, use the backup gear, or no, you cheater, use the gear that you have earned in this season. I spent a good part of the day setting up my 2 netherwood harvesting stations. I actually have a good idea. These things are such pains to harvest since the leaves don't despawn, and I have no interest in doing anything involving TNT. Save the comments, I just don't. It's not my bag. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set up 2 circles, one for crimson, one for warped wood, and kind of make them biodomes, but small. Should be a slick way to harvest them fairly quickly, and I think it should look pretty cool too. Yeah, I spent all day in the nether again, trying to get warped and crimson netherrack. Actually, I didn't spend all of the day. I got the netherrack pretty quickly. It was finding my portal home that took ages. I got lost, and, well, when you're lost in a single-player world, there's really no help coming, so eventually I just wandered around until I found it, but yeah, not a super fun day. I started a smaller project today. First, before I can truly start harvesting crimson and warped wood, I need a way up to the top of the trees. I know they're not called trees, but whatever they are, I'll never remember the name. We're just going to go with trees. These domes, I think, should look really, really cool, especially when they're surrounded by an Inquisitor city, as far as the eye can see, or render as it is. But yeah, they're already looking cool, and I don't even have the domes put up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do glass domes with blackstone rings that go around it. I just think it'll look really cool. It'll look like the domes are reinforced, and I don't want to say evil. Evil's not the right word, but kind of dark. It'll be kind of dark. Well, once again, it seems as though I put the cart before the horse. I have very little sand here, and until I decide to give myself access to sort of my old world and my old nether paths and all that kind of stuff, which may be coming soon, I don't really have access to a desert or sand. So what I have to do is I have to dig all the sand out of riverbeds and these little dumb ponds that are in the landscape and everything. So I actually spent 2 days doing that. This is when this series format sort of isn't great, honestly. I do want to show it. I want to show every day, and I'm going to continue to show every day, but these are the kind of things that you never see in a Let's Play, so, you know, just imagine, whenever you're watching a normal Let's Play format, imagine how much of this takes place behind the scenes. It's a lot. Another day spent landscaping around here. You know, I really hate all these little water pools and plains. I am so hopeful that 118 with the new generation will fix all this, because it is just terrible. It's really unrealistic. It looks dumb, and it's just a time sink. You know, it just takes so much time. Regardless, whatever it needs to be done, I'm happy to have it finished.
Captain's Log, Year 3, Day 245. It's hard to believe we've been here on this moon for this long, and even more shocking, inhabiting these cube-shaped bodies as well. You know, when I look at my hand, honestly, I'm starting to lose my surprise. It's a weird appearance. I guess we humans are so adaptable that living on a moon of a strange planet, as voxel-shaped people, even that will eventually become normal. I've been combing through this book from the Council of Events. It's strange. Even though it reads like a far-fetched story, I'm coming to believe that it's true. How far-reaching is this shadowy organization called the Inquisitors? Could they possibly have technology more advanced than even us? Commander Cott is working under the castle at Dawnvale to set up a lab of our absolute most sophisticated sensors. If there is any tech on the planet below, the commander tells me we'll detect them. He's estimating several weeks to completion. I've been working on a second-pronged investigation, however. As valuable as Mr. Cott's sensors will be, there's something to be said for getting boots on the ground. Since these people speak English, which is strange to itself, we should simply go down and just talk to them. I think it's time that I headed down to the planet myself. Oh yes, on day 130 I got another zombie villager. Actually, technically two, but in the time it took me to craft another golden apple, one of them, I guess, despawned or died or something. Anyway, I just have the one, and I converted him. Oh, I am so happy. Now, with a little bit of work, I'm going to have access to Unbreaking 3. Hooray! Oh yeah, it's a grind. It's a grind. This lectern is a sturdy sort because I broke and replaced it about 1 billion times, but I finally got it. I finally got Unbreaking 3, and now I have the 2 books that I really, really need in this world. With all the trading I could possibly do between my 2 villagers, I managed to get 2 Unbreaking 3 books. So I put one of my Elytra and one of my Fortune 3 pick. Life is good. Unbelievably, even after all the landscaping I've done this month, I actually still need more sand. So I decided what I'd do is I would go to the river outside and completely strip it down. But first, I want to light up this place so zombies don't spawn and immediately kill or turn my villager. The river grind is real, but it adds a lot to the game. It really does. Like, whenever you look at a river that is properly sized, for one thing, Minecraft rivers are just way too small, that's properly big enough and has just sort of a combination of dirt and mud and blocks like that underneath, it is a huge difference. Rivers generally, that I've seen at least, up here in the U.S. Northeast, don't have a bunch of sand and clay just showing, at least not in these colors of sand and clay. So, yeah, it's going to be nice to just brown up the bottom of this river. You add in some cobblestone, some rocks and things like that, and then all of a sudden you have a really, really beautifully manicured landscape. It's really nice. That little side project away, it's time to get back to work on my nether tree farms. This is really going to be a huge life improvement. I do plan on using these 2 woods for a lot of the roofs and details in this world, so yeah, I'm going to need a really smooth way to harvest them, and I think these things are just going to look really cool. Again, not by themselves. They're not going to look cool by themselves, but when they're just surrounded by houses, that's when they're going to really shine. Before I slap some roofs on these, I need to make sure that they're absolutely tall enough. So I spent some time growing and cutting down maybe 6 or 7 of the different warped and crimson variety of trees. Again, I just want to make sure that I'm not going to limit myself in how much wood I can get, because I'm really here for the wood, not the stupid leaf blocks. And yeah, after a bunch of testing, I think I have the height roughly figured out. I'll tell you what I need right away, though. I need gunpowder. I think I'm just going to adjust my month goals a little bit to set up a creeper farm right now. I was thinking that that would be a little bit later on, but yeah, I want to fly, and those 30 rockets I have, that is the entirety of all the gunpowder I have to me. So, well, time to go.
If I want to build a good creeper farm, I'm going to need a lot of stone. And, well, to get stone, I guess I'm going to dig another level of my farm out. It's a good thing. Again, I need seeds. This is a seed farm after all. So it's great. You know, I'll have a lot more area to farm all the seeds that I need. But yeah, I just need to harvest a lot of stone. I really, really need a beacon soon. That's coming next month, maybe. Next month is beacon month. I think this is it. I spent 2 full days digging out this bottom farm, and actually I have it big enough now so I could plant it before the end of the month. So that's also an added perk. That wasn't even one of my goals, and it's going to be nice to have that done for sure. I don't know what I'll plant down here. Maybe potatoes? Just have rows and rows of potatoes? Be really nice to have big potato fields in the overworld, right? I think so. Tracy, record captain's log. I just returned from my first trip down to the planet, and it was eventful. Play footage from my body cam. The shuttle landed in Commander Kott's cave under the cover of darkness, and I took his brand new water elevator up to the top. Gotta say, this is an amazing invention. You enter water, you're propelled up to the top, and you emerge dry as a bone. Amazing workmanship. I emerged from the cave and ventured out onto the docks. As Dr. Bradshaw said, these people don't work overnight. I'm not sure why, but when the sun sets, everyone, and what we've seen, literally every single person returns home to shut themselves in until the morning. This place, this Tovalyn, it's so much like home, but it's not. I can't understand how an alien culture develops so similar to our own, even the sounds of the ocean and the smell of the air. It's uncanny. But that is when my excursion took an unexpected twist. I met a man, my first Tovalynier, I guess. He was peculiar. He was working at night, but seemed very concerned, almost scared. I asked him what he was scared of, and he looked at me like I was an idiot child. He said something about the monsters are coming. I don't know. I couldn't get out from him what he wanted, but he was just looking to go home, but then he stopped and he said something about my accent. He recognized it. Though we both spoke English, the English had been morphed somehow. He asked me if I was one of the wandering folk. Yeah. I tried to play it off, but I believe he was on to me. He told me to go find the trading camp. Well, I don't know where that is, and he sort of gave me basic directions. I decided that a little bit of contact was good for my first excursion down to the planet and returned home. It's a lot to think about. I topped off the Netherwood farms for now. They're not done. I'm going to make these fairly large, but for now they're functional and they are much easier to farm, these trees, given I can just ride the water column up and drop down on top. Makes sense, right? Yeah, it's a big time saver, to be honest, and even if it's not a time saver, it's just less annoying, so hey, I'll take that. One day I'll have a beacon, and I think I can insta-mine with it, so beacon, again, priority. You know, I gotta tell you, from a building perspective, these are just about the most boring buildings I've ever done, but for some reason, and maybe it's just that I'm not used to Deep Slate yet, but I really like it. I don't know, I can't explain it. They're so simple and basic and blah, but I think it's really cool. So yeah, they're going to be they're really cool buildings. I feel silly saying that looking at them now. It took me 2 full days to gather all the wood I think I'm going to need for this farm. You know, I wish trapdoors weren't so expensive. You get 3 doors for 6 planks, but you only get 2 trapdoors. How does that even make sense? Doors are bigger than trapdoors. Should be 6. Come on. I have a lot of wood to chop down, so while I chop down, let me talk about something that I talked about last episode, which is my workout routine, and it's kind of a long, complicated, convoluted story. I'll try to sum it up as quickly as I can. So in the last episode's question or comment of the day, I said, yeah, I'm going to start working out on Monday. Well, today is Monday that I'm recording this. It's probably going out Tuesday, I imagine. And I didn't work out because let me tell you what has been going on. One of the guys I work with tested positive. I'm going to dance around the actual keywords a little bit here. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Everyone is fine. You know, it's not serious. We're all fully vaccinated. So if you're not vaccinated, do it. It's great. But still, you know, it can still break through a little bit. So I am basically quarantined now, and I've had a brutal headache for 2 of the last 3 days. Oddly, not the day in the middle. I don't know. So today, I was like crushed with like a headache that Advil did not do anything about at all. It was pretty brutal. I mean, it's just a headache. I know people are going through a lot worse things, but it was not fun at all. So I didn't start my workout routine. I'm going to wait until I get the call, basically yes or no, and based on that, I will start or not start this week. If I don't start this week, I want y'all to hold me accountable. I will start working out next week if things are such that I need to be basically on rest this week, okay? That's my personal pledge to you. If I don't do it this week, I will absolutely do it next week, okay? Guarantee. We only have 7 days left. I worked through the entire night here. I'm really running out of time. Today I set up the kill chamber and ran columns up 22 blocks to where the actual water pool will be. That's where the creepers will fall and be sort of swept into a 2x2 block area so that then they can fall and then the trident killer can kill them. But yeah, man, 7 days left. Yikes. I mean, this tower is going to be amazing. To have so many farms in the same place just makes me super excited. What do we have? We have an experience farm. Now we have a creeper farm. We have a squid/fish/bone farm. We have a dripstone farm. And eventually, hopefully, we'll have a drowned farm down the road. That's my goal. That maybe down in the water in the ocean, a drowned farm would be really cool. But we'll see. So I underestimated severely how much wood this creeper farm is going to take. If you don't know how these work, basically, it's a row of blocks with trapdoors on all sides. Mobs in Minecraft don't understand that a trapdoor is not a full block, so they'll try to walk on it, and then, of course, they'll just fall into the water, which then they'll be swept into the kill chamber. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to work great, but these trapdoors being so expensive, it just takes a lot. So I spent yet another day chopping down spruce. Wow, man. Exciting episode. There's not a lot to see here because there's a lot of doing the same things. I'm placing rows of cobblestone and placing trapdoors, and that's it. And then also, additionally, you put buttons every other block on the ground. That way spiders can't spawn. So, yeah, I mean, it's just a lot. So while I am montaging the next 3 days, let's listen to a little bit of music, and then we'll get right to the question or comment of the day. Yeah, this is a big project, but we are going to get done because here it is, day 149, and I am building the walls around it to put the whole thing in darkness. So, hooray, everything is great. The Trident Killer is already built on the bottom. We are all set to go. So, while I build up these walls, let's get to the question or comment of the day. Today's question or comment of the day comes from Anthony Davis. Name for the village, how about Whistleboro? I just spent probably 20 minutes maybe looking over all the comments from last episode, and there were a lot of really great suggestions, but something about Whistleboro just did it for me. I heard it and I was like, that's the one. You just know when you know when you know. You know, it reminds me of a funny story. My old teacher is a trumpet player. You know, I don't know if you know, I'm a trumpet player. I'm a musician in real life. It's like my day job. And I was dating my wife at the time, my girlfriend at the time, for just under a year or so. And at that point, I was in my early 30s, I think. And he said, so is this the one? And it's like, I mean, yeah, I really think so. Like, she's really great. Like, I think she's amazing. Everything I've been looking for, blah, blah, blah. And he says, well, what are you going to do about it? It's like, well, I mean, it's too early to pop the question now. It hasn't even been a year yet. He's like, hey, you know what? When it's right, it's right. When you know, you know. And of all the lessons I learned from the man, which he was an amazing teacher, is an amazing teacher. It just really changed my life in many, many ways. That was maybe the lesson that I took to heart the very most. When you know, when it's right, it's right. And to take that really important, crucial life lesson and apply it to a silly game of Minecraft. When you know, so Whistleboro it is. I don't even know what I'm talking about now. Anyway, hey, that's it. We did it. Day 150, and look at us flying around on our Unbreaking 3, mending Elytra, checking out all of our farms. Everything is awesome. I am so proud of how far we've come in 150 days. I know some people get a lot further than 150 days, but it's not a competition. We're here for 1 year, plus more years, plus more years. I turned off RTX so we could see just sort of the grand scale of this world and just how big everything is. And as much as I love RTX, and I love it all the way, it is pretty special to see 80 chunks away and just see all the stuff. It feels like a real world then, you know? Pretty awesome. I found the encampment of the Wandering People and took a shuttle down this morning. I'm hoping to find someone to talk to. It seems like there's some movement in this house. Hello? Hello, is anyone there? Hello? Hi. My name is James Dohan, and
Captain Dohan of the Black Goat. We've been expecting you. Sit down, Captain. We have much to discuss.
Day 151, a new start. You know, the number one thing I love about this series, apart from the joy of editing, and I'm not being facetious, I actually really do enjoy the editing process here. Every single month feels like a special, fresh start. It's so great. It's just wonderful. I'm starting in the Nether today, obviously, trying to connect the Inquisitor Kingdom to the rest of the world. I still hate my Nether, to be totally honest. I find it blah and uninteresting in general. Eventually, I think I'm going to do a hard reset of the Nether and make it much better. But for right now, I'm happy with my ice roads, and it's just going to be nice to have access to my mining desert, my mesa, all that kind of stuff for building. Let's get into the goals for month 6. All right, number 1, I want to actually lay out the roads for the city. I know, I said that every month for like 3 months in a row, but for real this time, I mean it. Goal number 2, build 1 gold tier Patreon build. Probably a church, but we'll see where the month takes us. And goal number 3, and this is probably the big one and maybe the hardest one, I want to get a beacon. I figure once I get 1 beacon set up, then I can kind of have access to the other beacons I have in this world because I will have, earned it eventually. You know what I mean. While I continue to work on the roads in the Nether here on day 2 of the month, let me talk about beacon. I have a large size quarry back in the old world. I have not been using it due to wanting to do a fresh start and all that, but once I get 1 beacon here in the Inquisitor Kingdom, I don't see any reason not to dig in the quarry where I need stone. Now, yes, granted, I have 4 beacons there already, so it's going to be a little easier and all that stuff, but really, truly, come on, once I get 1, I've done the grind, I've done the bit. We all see it. Hey, if you want, you can just go back to episode 120 or something of the last season and watch me get the beacon. So, yeah, it's not that exciting. I returned home from my successful and safe Nether journey, and I dropped off a full inventory and took a few minutes to check the amount of iron I have for a beacon. It's not great, actually, but it's not quite there yet. I'm going to have to do some serious iron mining later on this month. Hey, that makes for a fun video, right? But I want to get the beacon right away, so I'm going to head back to the Nether and grind Wither Skulls tomorrow. Should be good. You know, as lucky as I was in this seed for getting a end portal really close, right under the main city, I have been that unlucky to get a Nether fortress. It is very, very far. Fortunately, I have the connected Nether pathways now and ice and all that stuff, so it only takes a little bit, but seriously, would you look at this journey? I'm not kidding. This is the real deal. Well, you know, it had to happen at some point, and unfortunately, it's happened off camera. You know, I record most of the days here, but I was in Nether grinding Wither Skeleton Skulls for so long that I didn't want the file size to get too big. So yeah, I stopped recording, and sure enough, well, you can see I died. I was killed by a freaking hoglin. It just cornered me, and it was just on me too fast. I couldn't do anything about it. So unfortunately, I lost footage, but I died. It was my first death in this entire series. 155 days, and I died. Luckily, I'm not playing hardcore. You know, look, this is why I don't play hardcore. Imagine if I made it to this point in the series, and I died to a hoglin. That's it. End of the world, right? Delete the whole thing? No, I don't think so. Not my vibe. I'm a builder and I want to build more things. So unfortunately I died, but we'll go recover my stuff and continue on. Well, a total strikeout. I spent another entire day hunting Wither Skulls and I got 0. I have decided that I cannot do this without looting 3 on my sword, so I'm heading back. I'm going to go grind some levels and try to enchant my sword. After a lot of time at the EXP farm, I did get up to level 36 and enchanted my sword 3 times. Unlucky, and then finally on my last try, pretty darn lucky. I got looting 2. Okay, not looting 3 would have been nice, but it's good enough to head back and do some more Wither Skull hunting. This is pretty unbelievable. I returned and I killed about 100 of these guys to get the first 2 skulls, and then I just couldn't get the third until this one, where finally it dropped there on the ground. Yeah, it was, I mean, really, truly, this took a really long time. I'm going to call it like 1 day because I don't want to spend the entire month here, but it was certainly more than that many days. But, you know, in the Nether you can't count days, so I'm just guessing. Thanks, Bedrock, for no F3 screen. That's cool. I returned home, went straight to the end, and it's time to fight the Wither. Look, I'm a wuss. Okay, no lie, fine. It's fine, whatever. I'm getting a beacon. I'm just gonna cheese the fight. I'm just gonna suffocate him in Bedrock. Hey, it still counts. I fought him before, and that counted too, so you know what? It's fine. Just look the other way if you don't like this technique, but look, it's gonna be great. I need a lot more iron to actually make my beacon, so it's mining time. I returned with a lot of stuff and good stuff, but only 25 iron. I feel like this month is really getting away from me. We're 10 days in already. So I'm going to go mine again, and while I'm doing that, why don't y'all go here and watch a lore segment. I'll see you on the other side. Okay, first, how do you know who I am?
We've been preparing for this day for centuries, Captain.
So, it's true then, what the book says. You are from the Sheriff?
I personally am a great descendant of Chef Stewart, but yes, we're all descendants of your old crew.
So, everyone I know from my old ship, they died thousands of years ago?
Well, not precisely, Captain. The crew landed here, spread out over the course of thousands of years, but the bridge crew had access to a special kind of machine.
Yes, the experimental deep sleep pods.
That technology has been lost to us for a very long time, but yes, the command crew managed to live much longer than the span of a normal human life.
Is there any chance any of them, the command crew, still live?
Most decided to live out their lives here at some point, but one pod remains active. She's been in and out of deep sleep for years trying to record all the events of our lives here on Tovalyn. In fact, she founded the Council of Events many thousands of years ago.
She? You mean...
Yes, Captain Ramirez still lives.
I took a small mining break to enchant a new helm. Mine actually broke, but unfortunately, I got 3 fairly crappy enchants. Once I get more levels, I will re-enchant them and try for better. But back to the mines for now. Hey, you know what? Let's do some building here 12 days into the month. Why not? I finally started laying out the roads to the city. I know, I've been claiming this is coming for about 100 days, but here we are. I'm cooking up my iron because I think I actually have enough. Now I just need to wait for it to finish, and then I'm going to have a beacon and time to lay out some roads. I spent a couple days laying out the roads, and now I think it's a good time to jump into a cinematic mode so we can really check out the general shape and stuff. My main plan is going to be to have a city square, or more likely a circle, and then have all the main roads go out from there. It's a little hard to see here, but to the left of your screen is north, so that's going to be the mob tower. Straight ahead is going to be the castle, and I think down is maybe going to be the church or cathedral that I'm going to do next. I don't know sure if it's going to happen this month or not. I spent the entire day landscaping the actual city. This is going to be great. I won't go flat. Look, I feel like I've talked about this like probably 1,000 times, but here we go again. My basic landscaping rule is either do rolling hills or steep cliffs. No in between. No flat and no 3 to 4 to 5 block high grass cliffs. They look kind of dumb. Sorry. So it's easier to manually landscape this all now and then build later rather than do it after. So I'm going to spend some time landscaping now, and that's going to save me a lot of time later. But could be a boring couple days. Oh, baby. It's beacon time. Now, I got to tell you, it's been fun to have the beacon and all that stuff, but Deep Slate does sort of inconvenience your beacon mining. I've already found that on Imperial. So, yeah, it's great, but also the Deep Slate really slows down. It's going to be really great higher level than diamond level for just massive stone and cobble, but Yeah, it's great, but for an asterisk. So I'm going to put down the beacon right in the middle of my mind and hopefully have lots and lots of space where I can just gather a ton of materials. And more landscaping on day 166. I'm a little conflicted, to be totally honest. Part of me knows this is what needs to happen to build a really good city, but on the other hand, there is this YouTuber part of me that thinks, yikes, this content. Look, I'm telling you now, during editing, I spent the next 3 days landscaping. So while I show you just little bits and montages of that, I gotta tell you what we did this weekend. I've talked before on the channel a little bit about how we had a couple medical things come up in my family over the last year, and so thus we've used basically all of our vacation days. And when I say our, I mean my wife's vacation days. I don't get any. I'm a musician. We don't get vacation days at all. So we decided to take our one-day vacation to Seven Springs, which is this awesome little ski resort near Pittsburgh. And, in the summer, a ski resort is just kind of a big hill, It's not really a mountain. It's kind of a big hill, and you can do things like, they call it the Alpine Slide. And it's kind of like a luge that you get on this little concrete thing. And my kids love it so much. Like, they love it. They love riding in the chairlift. They love eating pizza on the balcony, the whole bit. We've done it now a couple times, and my son Harrison is very into sort of doing the same thing over and over. That's kind of something that is comforting to him. So, it's okay for us. We don't mind sort of reenacting the same vacation, if you will, a couple times over and over. It's great. We all have a fun time and everything. But I got to tell you, the thing that they love probably more than anything is they played air hockey for the first time in the little resort game room. And the intensity that these children played air hockey back and forth, especially Lincoln, my 3-year-old, it was like watching the Ultimate Warrior in WWF wrestle. I can't do it, unfortunately, without a face cam right now, but imagine the absolute most completely intense, insane screaming at every single hit of the puck the entire time we played. Probably 10-minute games, because neither of them could score. So the games lasted for the entire timer, basically, before the air just shuts off. It was just the greatest thing. As a dad, as a parent, watching his absolute total joy in this air hockey game that he's never experienced before it was just something I'll never forget in my entire life. After leaving the Wandering Trader camp, I traveled very far. Thanks to Commander Kott's brilliant contact invention, I could talk to him and he could sort of text me back without any chance of Inquisitor sensors, if indeed they do have that advanced technology picking us up. The Wandering Traders explain so much of their history. They were started by Captain Ramirez's second officer, Commander Merrick, and tasked with keeping our ways alive. He saw the Inquisitor power rising as they squashed all technology from the crashed pods. Remember, we were space soldiers, but really most of us were scientists and explorers at heart. When crashing here, the Sheriff's crew's first inclination wasn't to begin a medieval kingdom with castles and knights and armor. It was, of course, to live and create a modern life as much as they could. But each pod group that landed here was met with Inquisitors who gave them the chance to live under their medieval leadership or be taken away. While Captain Ramirez started the Council of Events in order to preserve the history of Tovalyn, Commander Merrick began the Wandering Traders. An amazing group, living here in this place in this time, but quietly behind closed doors maintaining our story. They are among the only people here who truly remember who they are. They wander around the planet, always watching for new escape pods from the Sheriff so they can whisk away the survivors before the Inquisitors arrive. But now, everything has changed. Tovalyn has caught up to history. We're in the year 3 since the Singularity, and there will be no more escape pods. This is all there is. I need to find Captain Ramirez. Hey, you know what? I actually made progress. In day 171, I actually laid out and dug the width of the first road. My goodness. Okay, look, obviously the church goal isn't going to happen this month, but next month I will be able to truly start building. This isn't bad. This is a good start. Everyone relax. We'll get there. Fortune's terrible on shovels, right? Well, not necessarily in Bedrock, because we need it for gold farms to click the portals on and off. So, fortunately, I have a Fortune 3 shovel, so yeah, I just piled up a couple stacks of gravel, took a look around while I was up this high, and then dug it all out and got myself 2 stacks of flint, because my portals are unfortunately out of flint and steel, so I want to have a bunch just sitting around Also, luckily, I have a lot of iron from sort of overdoing the mining bit whenever I was mining up for my beacon, so I should be good for quite a while on my experience farm. I just need to add more portals eventually, but we'll do that down the road. All right then, more work on the roads today. I'm starting to get really psyched. I can start to feel the city is actually starting. My basic plan is going to be a circle in the very middle of the road, again, with city roads going out on all sides. I think I'm going to go with the circle. I had thought before about doing a square, so there's really a literal town square, but there's something about a circle in the middle of the city that just kind of makes me happy. I still have some trees sitting around that I need to get rid of in order to further landscape for the actual city. So I spent the entire day cutting down trees. Yeah, look, it's a grind. I know, it's a grind, but no doubt we're going to get there. We are. Trust me. Some of this terrain is it's just so bad. Minecraft Plains terrain is so terrible. I'm really hoping 1.18 brings some real changes to that terrain. I know basically the entire world gen is getting fixed, so man, I hope they fix sort of this. All these little dumb water pools are pretty terrible. The weird jumps up in elevation are kind of terrible, and yeah, there's something to be said with doing it yourself, but it'd be really nice if it was at least closer to natural. Well, I made a decision. While I was recording the game footage, I decided, look, I only have 3 days left. Let's just spend the last 3 days all on landscaping and just get really nice looking rolling hills, right? I think it's going to be worth the time spent. So, for the last 3 days, let's get to the question or comment of the day. Well, since I have basically 2 days to show you here, I thought I would do 2 question or comments of the day. The first one is Mosh U says, I love this series so much. You managed to make even the most boring tasks super interesting, and you talking about your wife at the end there warmed my heart despite me normally hating stuff like that. You are truly amazing. Keep up the amazing work. I hope you're safe with the whole thing. I left out the key word. We all know what it is. You just can't say it on YouTube or you get buried. And the other comment is, we're getting to the halfway point. Let's hope for year 2 when year 1 is finished. So firstly, let me say to Monju, thank you so kindly. I really, really appreciate that. You know, I did not talk too much about my personal family life and private life, sort of, for a long time in videos. And then it kind of got to the point where I decided, what am I keeping from everybody? You know, my life is a huge part of my sort of personality and who I've become as a man, as my family, and I think not talking about them or being sort of private about that stuff is just not genuine, because I am the kind of person, if you meet me in real life, it's only about 10 minutes before I start talking about my kids or my wife or my friends or whatever. That's just me. I wear them on my heart and on my sleeve all the time out front. So I think talking about my family and stuff like that is just way more natural to me than not talking about them. Some people aren't, and that's cool. Some people are very private about that stuff, but that's just not me. So I find that when I was trying to sort of keep that out of videos, I don't think it felt as genuine as what I would like it to be, especially for like a Let's Play format where it's you and me hanging out. We're just talking, and I'm going to talk about the things that are important to me, and that's the most important thing to me. The other question coming from the Gaming Skull is, I hope there'd be a year 2. Yeah, that's my plan. My plan is, as of now, to keep this format going. I really enjoy this format. I like the editing process of this format. I kind of wish more people would click on the videos, to be totally honest, if I had to say anything. But, you know, I want to do the 300 Days Mage, and I want to do the Apocalypse City and things like that. But the Inquisitors and the sort of the people behind the backside of the story are going to be forefront in those stories. And so there's a lot of people who are going to come in for this and like, wait a second, what's all this Inquisitor stuff? We don't know that because maybe they're not clicking on these videos. So, you know, these little lore segments that are pretty painstaking to record and edit, to be totally honest, are hugely important for what's coming next. So, you know, I get comments constantly saying, hey, return to the 100 days format. Well, first, I am doing the literal 100 days format just in 30-day snippets instead of 100. So no big deal there. But secondly, what they really mean probably is do the modded mage thing or and I'm going to, but to tell that story, I have to tell the Inquisitor story first, because otherwise it won't make sense. So, you know, yeah, there's going to be a year 2. A year 2 very potentially could be building out the Guardian farm. I'd kind of like to spend a whole year on the Guardian farm. I think we could totally, and really just spend 12 episodes just completely crushing that. I think that'd be a lot of fun. We're going to see. We'll vote on it. It could be the Lush Cave year where we spend a whole year building up Lush Caves and living underground and all that kind of stuff. Or it could just be bouncing around and doing different things. You know, we'll do some sort of vote and some sort of poll whenever it comes time to make a decision. But yes, short answer is yes, there's a lot more 1 year of Minecraft coming after the first 12 episodes. Well, we did it, believe it or not. We are halfway through a year. At the end of 6 months, I feel good about this. Is it as far along as I thought we might be? No, probably not. But that doesn't mean that I like it any less. Check this out. We have a giant mob tower. This thing is going to be such an amazing, huge tower. Then you up there, you got the city. You have the farm area over there. We're going to start the church next episode, next month. And I am super psyched about it. I hope you're enjoying the series very much. I skipped into an old backup and took a screenshot here of where the roads used to be and where they are now, just so you can get an idea of how much sort of terraforming I did in this month. It's a lot. It may not look like a lot, but yeah, it's a lot. I mean, that's a huge difference. And you can just see the hills are more gradual. The road right where those two meet is going to be where the city square is. And yeah, this is going to be such a cool place. I want to say right off the top of this, the lore segments have been so much fun, and today's lore segment is absolutely huge. It's going to change everything, especially the very last post-credits lore segment. Don't miss it, because it is going to set up the next 100 days video in the Fixxiverse, which is coming out in just a few days. So, again, stay till the post-credits. Trust me, you don't want to miss it. Before we get into the goals and things I want to accomplish this month, let's back up just a little bit and take a look at the city, where it was before and then magically where it was after. Boy, adding the roads and smoothing the landscape really makes a huge difference. I am so excited about what I want to get to this month. I spent the first 2 days landscaping. Wait, don't click off the video yet. I know last month I landscaped a lot, and that can get a little bit boring. I realize that, but it's important to do whenever you're really laying out a massive, epic, giant city. If you're just in a little town or something, it's different. But a city, yeah, you got to do the footwork first. So I have two goals that I want to do. First, I want to lay out a main center square or main circle or something in the middle where all the roads can sort of offshoot off of it. And also, I want to build a church. I have a lot of gold tier patron rewards that have just been sitting there in my pocket, and I want to get to them. I've been putting it off because I want to build them in the Inquisitor thing, but here we are 7 months in, and I haven't done it yet. So let's get moving. So the first one I'm going to do is I'm going to do a church, maybe a cathedral for Brienne the girl. I think it's going to end up being a big build, and I got to tell you, I don't know if it's going to happen this month or not completely, but at least we're going to start it and see how far we can get to in just 30 days time. I did the circle. I kind of laid it out in a sense central directions. I think that I'm going to have the castle going to the east. Yeah, east, that is. I'm going to have the cathedral going to the west, and I'm going to have the mob farm to the north, and then maybe like a market or something to the south. I'm not really sure yet what. That's the only direction they don't really have a set plan. But that way, you're going to have major, giant, epic builds in all four, at least three of the four cardinal directions. I think it's going to be super cool. The other thing I did is I lifted the circle up just a little bit and I put in some grass. I think I'm going to have sort of hedgerows or maybe flowers or something that sort of go around the middle. I don't know what we're going to have in the middle, if we're going to have a statue or a fountain or something. I'm really, really bad at sort of organically built statues. Like I can't do it. I just don't have that eye. I wish I did. When I watch like Pearl and Gemini and people who can build that kind of stuff, it's like, oh, it's amazing. But yeah, that's not me. But maybe we'll do a fountain. Something in my wheelhouse a little bit. But before we build the cathedral, I'm going to need to build a big road. Yeah, this is going to be really, really, really nice. And what's cool about this is higher than the cathedral is going to be. So we're going to have a nice road that slopes down and then sort of slopes back up to the cathedral. I think that could be a really cool look. And yeah, all right, here we are. We're only 5 days in and we're already done with the sort of town square. I mean, look, it's not done, but you know, done-ish sort of. And we can move on to the cathedral. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Now that I have access to a beacon, I have decided to use my old Season 1 quarry. Reason being, I do plan on an epic ravine kingdom eventually there, so I need to dig it all out anyway, so it makes sense to sort of double dip in both getting stone and also digging out a future kingdom. Also, secondly, I have like 5 beacons there, so I have one. Look, no one's going to complain, right? It's close anyway to the Inquisitor kingdom. It's like 3 rockets away, so yeah, it's not too bad. But, regardless of how close it is, I do want to have it hooked up to the nether path, and actually, even that is only like a couple seconds walk, but still it'll save on gunpowder, and actually gunpowder is not really flowing as much as I kind of hoped it would, that I built that gunpowder farm last episode, so, yeah, I don't know, we may have to readdress that at some point. But I gotta tell you, it feels so good to have roads in this kingdom. I spent the entire night mining out stone with my 2 shulkers that I have from my end raiding and my beacons over there at the quarry. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I have a whole bunch of stone now. I can actually really, truly get to building. I did work on the road a little bit more leading to the cathedral here. I'm going to kind of freehand build the cathedral. I don't really have a plan. I don't generally do plans, and anyway, it's not like we have schematica on Bedrock, really, anyway, but I don't know. I like the idea of building sort of freehand. I'm not as into sort of reproducing builds that you do in creative. I know it's basically the same thing, but for me, I just enjoy the process of building it the first time in survival. It's just fun. With all of my stone brick, and cobble, I actually laid out the doors. I think I'm going to have triple doors to go in the cathedral. And look, this thing is going to be massive. There's a river way back there in the back. You can't really see it from here, but yeah, there is a river, and I'm going to take the cathedral the entire way to the river. Let me show you overhead. I'll tell you right now, as a bit of a spoiler alert, what these overhead shots don't show you is how many levels of stone and dirt I'm going to have to dig through just to get the footprint of this cathedral laid out. Yeah, that's coming. It's really thrilling footage. Just hold on. Hold on to your hats, everybody. Yeah, I'll tell you the truth. I have a little bit of regret here. I kind of wish I had put the cathedral up in the air and then just build a sort of custom terrain up to it. It would have been a lot easier and a lot faster, but instead, I decided that I wanted to have it right on the river, and I don't really know why I did. Look, it's going to be nice to look down on the cathedral, because then you'll see a little bit more of the detail and more of the roof and all that kind of stuff. Brienne has specifically requested a lot of amethyst in the build, and I have a real plan for that, but it's going to be really nice to be able to see that sort of from up above in the town, but yeah, it's a lot of work to dig this all out. But hey, while we're digging here, why don't we send you over and watch the first lore segment today? So in today's episode, we have 3 lore segments. I think it's really good. As I mentioned already, the post-credits lore segment is going to be the one that you really, really don't want to miss. But first, let's find out a little bit more about the Inquisitors. Tracy, activate nano call to Dr. Clemente's office.
Attempting to connect. Attempting to connect. Connection secured.
Lieutenant Clemente. Lieutenant Clemente, are you there? Lieutenant Clemente, Dr. Landon told me you have some news?
Yes, sir. Dr. Landon put me in charge of finding a way through the Singularity bubble and, well, I had a breakthrough.
Color me intrigued. Tell me more.
Yes, sir. Well, the bubble is a sort of frequency relay, and part of the problem is hitting it with enough speed to have the frequency cycle fast enough to push through.
Okay, so we need to hit it fast and hard. Surely we can slingshot around Tovalyn and come out very fast.
Yes, sir, we can. But there are 2 problems. A straight G-force accelerating that fast would be off the charts. And secondly, we have no idea what will happen on the other side of the bubble.
I understand. So, your breakthrough?
Yes, the breakthrough is Tracy.
Our computer?
Yes. Since our transformation to these cube shapes, the physics of everything has changed, including Tracy.
She, the computer.
Well, now it is entirely quantum-based. Our computer is thinking many, many times faster than it, ever was able to before.
You're saying our computer is alive?
Oh, goodness, no. It's not Skynet, sir, but whatever Dr. Landon did when he converted Tracy to a fully quantum state changed her.
Yes, I will talk to Dr. Landon about that later, but how does she help us through the bubble?
Well, sir, she can think much faster than before. If we give her full operational control, she'll be able to keep the dampeners at exactly the right strength to protect the crew.
Okay then, let's prepare for launch. I finished all the digging and the foundation is all good. The footprint is set up of just the inner chamber. Now look, this thing is going to have wings on probably both sides, but I'm going to build this modularly, meaning I work in the middle section first and then later add wings and towers and all that kind of stuff. I think it's going to be, you know, basically finished on its own, and then I can add more and finish that, and then add more and finish that. I started work on a far, far future project. I need stone again, and I don't feel like traveling all the way to the quarry every time. Look, the Inquisitors are a dark and shadowy organization, right? So having sewers for Clintus and meeting under the shroud of night, it just feels right. Cool. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to work on some main sewer lines going from the square in each of the cardinal directions, and that's just going to be a small chance for some extra stone. So win-win. I began the main entrance to the cathedral in earnest today, and I'm really thinking this is going to be great. I'm going to go with just regular stone, cobble, stone brick mix. Reason being, I think all the houses are going to be out of this blackstone deep slate palette, so I think regular stone brick and the sort of grayscale is really going to stand out well. I may end up doing a gradient later, but I don't know. I'm just feeling the old sort of traditional cathedral for this one, at least on the outside. You know, if you're fairly new to the channel, you may not know about me, but I tend to be an epic builder, meaning epic size. I'd like to think epic as far as quality too, but, well, I'll leave you to discuss that in the comments. But look, I like to build really big things, and a lot of times in 100-day videos and stuff, you don't really have time to do that. So in a perpetual world like this feels really good. I can build a giant cathedral and not worry if I don't get done at a certain deadline. I'm just going to keep on building and building and building. The outline is starting to look really good. Back to the sewers, digging more stone. What a freaking grind this is, this cathedral, and I have only done some of the bare bones sort of skeleton work of it, and yeah, wow, this is going to take a lot of stone. More of the general outline today. You know, I should probably focus more on the front right now, honestly. I wanted to tower over the rest of the cathedral, meaning sort of be lopsided where the front is giant and grand and the rest is just sort of medium sort of grand. Look, all still grand, but hey, it's day 196. I only have 14 days left this month. Uh-oh. Even though just a few seconds ago I was complaining about only having 14 days left, I decided to break away from the cathedral for a day and take a look at my gunpowder problem. But I think I figured it out. It's actually a Minecraft problem, not really a farm problem. Look at that cathedral. Is that not going to be a beauty? I mean, imagine when this thing's full size. Oh man, this is going to look so good. And then you fill up little houses all around it just to make it look even more grand. Oh, I am super inspired. Anyway, the problem with the creeper farm, I had my simulation distance set to 12 because I just thought bigger is better. But it turns out if I knock the simulation distance down to 4 and I, AFK up there, I get a lot more creepers. So hopefully that's the problem. I'd really like to invite a technical Minecraft into this world someday and maybe sort of have someone else take a look at it. But yeah, well, we'll see. I worked on some balconies for the choir today. I think it'd be kind of fun. And look, I just used cobble. I'll replace this later on for maybe wood or something like that. But, you know, I got to tell you, I recorded this footage quite a while, like a couple weeks ago, and I'm just now getting to the voiceovers and the editing portion. So I've kind of forgotten about what I did. So every time I open a clip, I'm like, oh, yeah, I did that. Oh, yeah, I did that. And this cathedral looks much better than I remember. So that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing. I'll tell you what later on here, what I've been so busy doing. It's going to be the next video to come to the channel. Just start getting excited. You're going to love it so much. Well, I have two problems. My tools are just about to break, and also, once again, shockingly to no one, I'm just about out of stone. So I decided to break away from the cathedral, and I'm going to connect my nether tunnel officially over to a place where I've actually never had it connected before, the old gold experience farm under the big mountain. Yeah, it's going to be really cool, especially as I continue to expand this world to have a really extensive nether hub with portals that go just everywhere. I think it's going to be nice. You know, I'm so used to flying because everything was so close, but now that we're a couple hundred blocks away, even though it's only a couple hundred, it's still it adds up in time, gunpowder, and elytra durability. So, yeah, why not? It's a little hard to tell time in the nether, to be totally honest. I kind of guess. I just kind of look at how many minutes I record in a certain video and just sort of assume that if it's between 10 to 15 minutes, I'll just count that as a day. I know that there's a mod that you can get or an add-on that'll tell you the day, but I don't usually need it, so it's only when I'm working in the nether or in the end that I do. But regardless, we're all hooked up now, so it's pretty cool. I do need to go get ice to finish it off exactly, but I'm not going to do that until I decide if I'm going to reset my nether and make it a little bit better. You know, I got a really cool comment about resetting the nether. Said, hey, just write it into the storyline, like as if there was some sort of nether implosion and you had to sort of fix it. And that's a really cool idea. I like that. I think we might go with that. Dr. Landon, can you catch me up to speed on your modifications of our computer?
Of Tracy? It's just a little side project I've been working on.
Converting our ship's computer to fully quantum doesn't sound like my idea of a side project.
I see your point, but she was already mostly quantum. I just moved her from our hardware housing.
Moved her to where?
Well, here. Around us.
Sorry, Dr. Landon, this is pretty far from my area of expertise. What are you talking about?
Her memory was stored in neutrons, protons, and electrons in her hardware. I found a way to move that storage to the neutrons, protons, and electrons in the actual air.
Dr. Landon, has this ever been done before?
No, sir. I believe this was only made possible by the fundamental change in physics brought on by the Singularity.
Doctor, this could be what the Inquisitor wanted you to stop doing.
I never thought my little side project.
Can we stop it?
Sir, no. She's already released.
Hey, look what I found! I found my first amethyst node in my world. I stripped all of it down and took it home because, as I said, Brienne the girl specifically loves purple and specifically requested a lot of amethyst. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to do the roof or some sort of floor, but I do have a plan. This church is going to be a very, very important cathedral in my lore and storyline. So if you've been watching the 100 Days videos, yeah, it's going to factor into that for sure. Yeah, after my node farming was over, I returned to the church and I dug out the actual final layer so I can lay down the floor. Woo! This is going to feel really good to get this thing done. Even though this cathedral is going to be primarily stone, cobble, and stone brick, I am going to need a lot of wood, at least for the interiors, if not for detail work on the outside. But my axe is shot, so unfortunately I have to go use some of my diamonds to enchant a new one. It took a while, but I actually got 2 efficiency 4 and unbreaking 3, so I could combine them to an efficiency 5 axe. Yeah, pretty nice. Laying down the spruce, laying down the spruce, laying down the spruce. Laying down the spruce, laying down the spruce, laying down the spruce. After I got the floors installed, I spent some time looking at it and really just getting a nice overview, deciding where exactly I need to add more framework, and I think I need to add more framework going up, basically. It's a nice footprint for sure, but the towers need to be a lot taller, the internal walls need to be a lot taller, and so, yeah, that's what I spent the day on. It's coming along. Don't worry, all you fans of detailing. Don't worry, that's all coming. I generally build the big plain walls first and then add the detailing and texture variation in later. We're not going to be leaving this as just giant sort of death by cobblestone internal walls. Don't worry. Don't worry. I worked on some arches too, just trying to get the roof started. You know, designing roofs is difficult. It's not so hard if you're just doing a simple house, but whenever you have something that has probably, I don't know, 12 to 14 to 15 different roof tiers, it takes a lot of pre-planning to make sure that roofs don't sort of collide into each other and where they're going to hit. Like, I generally like to have roofs hit walls, if that makes sense, instead of other roofs. So,
yeah, it takes a lot of pre-planning, lots of flying around on your Elytra and using durability and using gunpowder and all that stuff, but it's worth it because when you get it right, it's just right. And after another day of working on the roofs, I think all the main peaks are basically done. Now, again, sometimes I'll be building a roof. It's like, wow, this is too much of one diagonal plane or whatever. So then I'll add in some gables or some raised third or fourth or fifth stories and all that kind of stuff. But I think generally I have a good plan here and it's all coming together. Yeah, we're getting pretty close. The next thing I'm going to need to actually complete this build, well, complete is a long way off, but complete the exterior part of the build is a ton of wood. Obviously, this is not going to happen this month. So, while I cut down a absolute ton of spruce back here at the little farming village. What's this place called? Wow, I'm going to have to write that down. I forgot what the name of this little village is called. We had a competition and everything. I forgot it. Remind me in the comments if you don't mind what the name of the village is. I said it last episode, but I forget. Anyway, while we're cutting this down, let's get to the... Today's question or comment of the day is one that I'm actually kind of dying to talk about. It's from The Origin, who is my #1 lore documenter, I guess, on the comments. Wondering if a lore movie is possible. Compiling all these lore segments from year 1 into a single episode might help keep newer viewers in the loop with Inquisitor stuff. Agreed, that's why I did one last episode. Also regarding the do 100 days video again comments, I think I see what they mean. They were roleplay series opposed to 1 year's hangout style, just food for thought. And then Magic Monster comes in and says he should, of course, keep in mind there are many people, including myself, who enjoy the hangout style just as much, if not more, than the 100 days videos. The Origin says, true, just remember there's been plenty of hangout content and not so much roleplay. So, these are both really valid opinions and valid points, and I want to talk about them both. I'm going to let you in on a little bit of a secret. I am me, right? I'm myself. So whenever I'm doing the 100 days videos, like when I'm being the Master Mage or Bob or Fred journeying across the wasteland, all that kind of stuff, honestly, I'm still me. It's just that, the lore segments sort of dictate where the character is going. And with those 100 days videos, I generally do 4 lore segments per video. I generally do one every 20 days other than the intro, right? So with this segment, it's just me. The only difference is I'll talk about my real life family, real life job, and all that kind of stuff. But it's still, it's still just me talking. So it's important to me as a content creator and as someone trying to build a YouTube, man, I will not say the word YouTube career, but a YouTube sort of side hustle, if you will, that people who are on the channel, y'all, my good YouTube friends, are here and want to actually hang out with me, if that makes sense, I love doing the storytelling. I love doing the characters, obviously, and that's not going anywhere, but it's very important that I build a relationship with you, my YouTube friends, and my honest to goodness self. And so that's why I decided to do this series in all honesty. It was mostly to let you guys get to know me, if that makes sense. Now, let's talk about the frequency of videos. Obviously, these 1 year Minecraft videos take about a quarter of the time. I know it's 30 days out of 100, but because there's a little bit less production and because I've learned a lot how to do it, I can do about 4 of these in the time that it takes me to do 100 days videos, give or take. So that equals, of these series, I'm doing 3 lore segments per video. So that would actually equal 12 lore segments in the time it takes me to do 100 days video. So it's 4 versus 12 is basically where we're at for as far as quantity of lore versus quantity of just hanging out. I understand what you're saying, The Origin, and you're not wrong. I get it. I totally do get it. But I'm just sort of, telling you my point of view and my perspective of why I'm doing this series. Now, obviously, this series is not taking off because it's just not getting that recommended thing. I believe that everyone here, especially at the end of episode 7 of a series, loves this series and loves the style and all that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, people aren't clicking on it to see if they love it. And I don't know what really to do about that. That's kind of sad. I'm not complaining about the numbers. I'm just sort of stating some facts. So it's something we're going to look at in the future. That all being said, wait until the outro because I do have a 100 days video that's already basically done. I just need to edit it up. So after the outro, there's a post-credit scene that you're going to love so much. I want to thank you men for volunteering to go on this mission. As you know, our ship, the Black Goat, is completely stuck in the Singularity bubble. No transmissions can escape. In order to call for help, we need to pierce the bubble with a communication ship and set up relay satellites. Tracy, our onboard computer, is now capable of operating independently of the Black Goat thanks to Dr. Landon. She will be fully in charge until you emerge from the bubble. But if you can't return, we've loaded your ship up with supplies enough to survive until help from Earth arrives. I hope to see you all soon back on our moon base of Puro, but if you can't return, know that we all owe you an unpayable debt. Tracy, do you read?
Yes, Captain. All systems online and awaiting your command.
Transferring control to you. Tracy, you have full command authority. Nen, drop those satellites and get back here.
Engines fully engaged. Gaining speed, adjusting inertial dampeners. Impacting Singularity bubble in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Picking up speed. Acceleration is now out of control. Engaging deep sleep emergency pods. Emergency. Emergency.
Ugh. Tracy, what's going on?
Fuel supply nearly exhausted. I require guidance from crew.
Fuel supply nearly exhausted? What do you mean? We just launched. Tracy, time since launch?
2 years, 9 months, 2 days, 3 hours and 5 minutes.
That's impossible. Why were we put in deep sleep?
To survive from the exit velocity of the Singularity, but your bodies required emergency deep sleep. It was an unforeseen event.
So we did escape it. Tracy, launch the relay satellites now. Well, Ensign Malkin, these are our best chances to make planetfall.
And you're sure there's no way back to Tovalyn?
No, we don't have a small fraction of the fuel that would take.
So basically, we have to pick a planet to land on and wait to get rescued by Star Command?
Yeah, that seems to be the short end of it.
What choices do we have?
This one is large and mostly water, as with all the planets in the galaxy, devoid of life. Just water and rock. The second option isn't our best choice. It's tidally locked, so we'd have to choose life in insufferable heat or freezing cold. Not ideal. Okay, now this one is weird.
Weird how?
Our long-range scans show a mix of O2 and CO2 in the atmosphere, but this is the amazing part. Along with phosphine.
Why is that amazing?
Well, our scientists have always thought that the presence of phosphine could signal the presence of life. As you know, we live in a cold, dead universe, so that's pretty amazing.
Well, given two terrible choices and that one, it seems pretty obvious.
Agreed, Ensign Malkin. Let's do it. Tracy, set course for planet number 3. I started out the month just like I ended last month, working on the cathedral. I am very, very excited about this build, in all honesty. My roots as a Minecraft builder is in epic builds, and this is going to be, well, pretty darn epic. I'm psyched. But while we fly over there and get started, let's set out the goals for the month. Number 1, I'd like to finish the exterior of the cathedral, add some roofs and all that stuff. Maybe the interior, but I'm not extremely hopeful for that this month. I would like to complete my wheat field. I mean, come on, it's been 7 months and that thing is still very halfway done. And I want to add 2 simple houses to the city. I want to start making room for my Inquisitor population. It's a farming day, though, here on day 212. I am not quite ready to plant any crops yet, but I need to remember to return to my little underground seed bank here and harvest every few days. Look, this is so efficient. I know I did this on Kingdom of Conquest, so if you're watching that series over there, you've seen it, but look, I can't think of a better way, unless you want to get into a nano farm or something like that. This is just a solid way to farm up a ton of seeds if you have fortune on any tool. It's really good. Do this in your world. You're gonna thank me. Trust me. But returning to the church, I think it looks pretty good. We may have a bit of a problem, though. I went with a large-sized stone roof on the top. It's going to be very, very heavy, as pointed out by, I believe, Drama in the comments. So thus, I'm going to need some sort of major pillars to keep it up. I'd like to bring in some of the darker colors on the inside, so deep slate seems like just the right block. But I spent day 214 adding in roofs. Yeah, I don't have any roofs on this entire place, and it's more than time. So whenever I'm doing these roofs, I'm going to make them more interesting and have them have lots of more interesting little sort of bumps and windows and gables and all that kind of stuff. But for right now, I just want to rough in some decent roofs. So I'm just using slabs on some of these. I'm going to use stairs on some others. I want to have 3 different angles. I want to have the slabs for a very gradual slope. I want to have regular stairs for your very traditional sort of 45-degree slope. And then I want to have that less than 45 degree, that 17 degree slope where you add like a full block in between each stair. So we're going to have all the different roof, and I think it's just going to really make the cathedral just look very complicated and massive and huge and awesome. So I'm psyched about it. Oh, these arches are going to be really nice. I just already know how much I'm going to love them once I get them all done. I know there's no detailing yet. It's just basically just flat walls and flat roofs and all this stuff. I will detail so much later, but right now I just need to place all the blocks. But I think after about a week of working straight on this, I think I'm going to break away. But first, let's just take a look at the place. It's really starting to come together, and I really like it. I need to know now if there's any immediate changes that I need to make. But yeah, I like the shape. I like the size. I pretty much like everything about it, even though it's, very rough still. I'm telling you, I know I'm harping on it a little bit, but these different peaks really make a huge difference. I mean, look what I mean. It's going to be such an awesome build. Inside right now, yeah, a bit of a mob farm. That's not great, but we'll address that after I return to, well, the Church of the Mob Farm, I guess. I am often Bedrock Minecraft's only defender, to be totally honest, but let me tell you a couple things that it does right. Look at what I'm doing right now. I'm running forward with a hoe, then running, not walking, no, I'm running forward and planting seeds. Doesn't seem like a big deal, right? Plant a huge field and then come back and tell me it's not a big deal. Yeah, it's a big deal. In your face, Java. In your face. I love planting. I love it, even, again, another day. I decided to take a little fly and see how much I have done and how much I have left to go. I mean, look, I've been making a lot of progress, and darn it, I'm going to finish this. As exciting of a video as this is going to make, it's going to get done. We're so close. So listen, I'm going to go finish this. I'm going to finish it today, and while I'm finishing it, why don't we play the first lore clip of the episode. I just finished editing up the lore for today, and I think you are going to love it. Today, yeah, things changed today.
Yes, Commander Cott?
Doctor, we may have a wee bit of a problem.
Yes, Commander?
The captain missed his check-in time from the surface.
That's odd. Do you have his GPS tracker active?
I do, but his signal is very weak. The video contacts I made for him aren't sending video or audio.
Did you upload the latest backup to Tracy?
Aye, but that was 8 hours ago.
Tracy, play most recent vlog from Captain Dohan.
I'm looking for a woman named Ramirez. She may be quite old by now.
Never heard of a name like that before.
She may go by her rank of captain.
Captain? You mean Captain Ramirez? Well, if you find her, let me know. I'm looking for Santa Claus, too.
Tracy, skip 1 hour ahead. What the? Tracy, skip back 2 minutes.
You want the captain? He must not be from around here. I don't see how it matters where it's from now.
Fellas, let's talk. Yeah, okay, or not. Or... Oh. What? No. No, no! Oh! I finished the field. Man, this was much bigger than I expected. You know, future fields are not going to be this large, but look, it makes me think. You know, I had quite a few seeds saved up and went through almost all of them, and that's not good. I'm going to need to expand the seed farm for sure. After finishing, I spent the day clearing trees for future fields and planting oak saplings around those fields. You know, something I learned over on the Kingdoms of Conquest server is how to better surround my fields with bushes and trees that will help. You know, someone cleared the land to plant farms, so what would they do with all the bush? Well, they just kind of move it aside, right? They wouldn't clear any more than they absolutely needed. I am going to record this live, which is not something I usually do over here in this kind of video. Usually I do all voiceovers, but I wanted to pop over to Kingdoms of Conquest server because I'm going to be doing a late night live stream here. Now, that's not going to mean anything for you watching this video because it'll be long past, but I have enough time before I stream that I thought I could come in here and just kind of show you what I'm talking about on this server. By the way, if you don't know what this server is, it's an amazing mod pack. Well, it's a mod just called Conquest Reforged, and I'm doing my 100 days series and now 200 days from here. Same universe. It's people from the planet of Tovalyn that have come here. But what I want to do is I wanted to come by and just check out, look at what a difference this makes. Like, you plant some of the big trees. So what I did here is I planted all the oak trees, and every time a big one grew, I just helped it out by a little bit more of a base, and then all the little ones I harvested just for wood. And you can just see it's a huge, massive, giant difference. And, you know, sometimes stone, like, you know, cobblestone sort of brick. Now over here, what's very cool about this is we have layers. So you have like, see, that's just a layer. Well, you have like snow layers of basically every block. It's super cool. But, and then if you walk up here, I kind of got this from, I mean, look, I know this is an old hat Minecraft sort of thing to do, but I got this from Artcraft originally, where I saw just like all of their paths were lined with shrubbery that they just cleared and then just left on the side. It makes a lot of sense, and yeah, it's just pretty cool, and it really makes your fields look a lot better. So yeah, I mean, like I say, like everyone's done this, but I just want to show you the server, and yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I really love it. Okay, back to the single player world. Well, darn it, I broke my pants. Well, they weren't great pants by any means, but still. So I made some new ones, and I got thorns, blah. But I also got blast protection 3. You know, that's pretty solid, honestly. One of the ways I surely could die is a creeper, so it's really good. You know, a skeleton's probably not going to kill me unless there's just so many. Zombie, basically no chance unless I'm AFK. But yeah, a creeper falling on my head, that could take me out. But I have been thinking about my situation with the farming, and I decided to head down and work more on the third layer of my seed bank farm situation. I really love these. I love these farms. I've done it a lot recently on different servers in different worlds and stuff, but it's really great, and I can't really find, outside of a nano farm and the bone meal thing, I really can't find a better system. I ended up doing a live stream here for the next 9 days, so I'm going to speed through these days very quickly. The bitrate isn't absolutely great, so it looks better on stream, but not as great, you know, on VOD. So anyway, I worked more on the farm, added some water, you know, the usual. I did torch spam my giant mob farm underneath the cathedral, which is really nice. And yeah, I just came out here to see how the wheat's growing. I need a lot more wheat. I might harvest overground. The problem is this land isn't hydrated, so once you break it, it will tend to revert back to dirt unless you plant it really fast again. So yeah, it's not great. And then I spent the next several days adding walls to my giant cathedral. Nothing fancy, literally just straight cobblestone walls. I'm going to come back in, add windows, and add all the detailing work later, but, you know, I'm putting the stone brick on the outside, so I'll do stone brick and deep slate and andesite and stuff on the outside as detail work, and just cobblestone for sort of the base layer. And then, yeah, I ran totally out of stone, so I returned back to my main quarry and spent a few days just harvesting lots and lots of stone.
I'll tell you the nice thing about these chunks, because they were generated in before that hot patch that fixed the diamond issue, you get lots of diorite and andesite here. So I'm going to be able to build a lot of diorite and andesite just from the sheer size of this quarry. Yeah, it's not terrible, even though no diamonds, but I'm not really planning on going down that low anyway. So yeah, it's cool. And then on my stream, I spent a entire, I don't know, like quite a while over in creative, basically in a backup, not in my main world, just a backup, flying around and really seeing what I want to do next, because I've done all the obvious stuff, right? I've done the basic roofs. I've done like the sort of diagonals and the arches. That's all set. So now I need to figure out what's going to happen on the second layer, and do I want to bring any color in? I think color would be really nice. So yeah, the color I decided on is white. I know it's not that colorful, but I think it's going to look really sharp on the cathedral for sure. So I came out to the mesa and did a whole bunch of gathering. So listen, while I spend 2 days gathering terracotta here, I'm going to send you over and watch the next lore bit, and then we'll come back on the other side of the live stream. I think it's day like 2:34, I think.
Tracy, contact Commander Cott.
Dr. Landon?
Is there any word yet on the captain?
No, sir. I have 2 teams dressed in disguise attempting to gain access to where his signal is, but the castle of Donwale is guarded well.
Be careful. From what the captain told us, it would be dangerous for the Inquisitors to know we're walking around Tovalyn.
Aye, sir.
Tracy, display the GPS map with Captain Dohan's location.
Error. Invalid request.
Tracy, locate Captain Dohan's transponder.
The captain is no longer on Tovalyn.
I want to say right away, make sure you hang around until the after credits scene, the post credit scene. It is absolutely critical for the next episode. And let me tell you right now, I just finished writing the lore for the next episode, and it is everything. It explains all of it. Did I get there a little early, a little before episode 12 of the series? Maybe, but I felt like it was time. So next episode of 1 Year of Minecraft explains the entire Fixxiverse. It will absolutely blow your minds. I cannot promise you enough. You're going to love it. It's going to be amazing. Well, I thought I had enough terracotta, but I didn't. So yeah, back to the mining mesa to get more. You know, I gotta tell you, Bedrock used to run absolutely amazing, even with RTX, like when Render Dragon first came out, and something happened in one of the updates where there's block lag where there didn't like ever used to be block lag. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it kind of makes mining like not that much fun. I wish that would get resolved. And yeah, after getting all the terracotta, I placed it, and this is the beginning of what the church is going to look like. Obviously, yeah, obviously no detail and stuff yet, but we're going to be bringing in a lot of andesite and a lot of deep slate to really just detail the crap out of this place, and it's going to look so good. Big stained glass windows. Oh man, look at the way the sun's coming in. It's so good. Oh, dude. Seriously? Wow, that's awesome. And I was just getting ready to go to sleep, and I couldn't because it said there were monsters near. And look what I found. 3 freaking zombie villagers just outside my church. Just standing there. Just standing there looking at me. So I came over here. I made sure I closed all the doors. And, well, then this happened.
I bumped that up to 3 times normal speed, and it still was too long, so I had to cut out the end. I mean, I ran around a circle like just the biggest derpy derperson that ever derped. It was truly magnificent bad Minecrafting. But you know what? In the end, I got all 3 of them in this dumb little room with some lecterns, and I started cycling for jobs. I don't really know why, to be totally honest. I mean, I've now allowed myself access to sort of the old world since I have the nether path all hooked up, and I have a great villager farm that's all set up. So these guys just spawned here. I thought, well, I guess I should make them into usable villagers, but I don't know why I did this. But I did it anyway. So in the end, it took forever, but I got an Unbreaking 3 and a Silk Touch and a Feather Falling 3 book, I think. Anyway, yeah, so I have the trades, and they don't have the giant discounts. They have like kind of okay discounts, but again, I don't really know why I did this. I spent day 238 finishing up the walls, and yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, obviously they're not decorated or anything, but you know what? I have walls, and I am totally okay with that. But hey, you know what? It is day 29 of the month, and that means it's time for the... I need a lot of sand for glass, and so I'm going to take it from the bottom of my river to make my rivers look a little bit better, replace all the sand with dirt, which just helps. And while we do that, let's get to the question or comment of the day. So today's is from Tempest Flare and says, I have a suggestion to help the delineation of hardcore to normal mode in your world. Well, yes, you've set up and played a 100 days hardcore on Tovalyn, you can still call yourself the first Inquisitor, aka the Architect. Here's a quote you can use in a book if you want to write it. There's a lot more, and it's a really interesting quote and all that stuff, but that's not really the part that I want to talk about today for the question and comment of the day. I want to talk about basically my answer. You know, the way I look at my role, me, I'm talking Fix, like my own person in this world, is really that of the book author. This is the same way I looked at it in the Realm of Vastin when I was playing on that. I'm not a character in the story. Now, that's the difference between whenever I'm role-playing the 100 Days and whenever I'm playing this. I'm not a character. I'm an author, basically. I'm the author of a book that is writing the words down. I'm writing what all the characters are doing, but I'm not in it. Now, yeah, my skin looks like Captain James Dohan and all that stuff because I need it for sort of shooting the cinematics and stuff. But really, truly, it's just instead of using a typewriter in this world, you don't use a typewriter, you go gather materials and you build up the stuff. So that's kind of the way I look at it. I look at it as like, I'm an author of the book. I'm not actually in the world in the Fixxiverse, right? Unless I'm playing, sort of telling a story from the point of view of one of the characters. But I think it's a little difference, but it's a bit of a difference, and it's something that's interesting to think about. I think if you're doing that in your own world, you know, just remember you're writing a book. Basically, you're writing a Minecraft 3-dimensional immersive world book. And I gotta tell you, I'm watching this footage while I say this. I must have almost drowned about 1 billion times while they gathered the sand. Anyway, that's gonna do it. That's gonna wrap up month number 8. Let me tell you again. I want to say, stick around for the post credits. It's awesome.
The Singularity was indeed caused by a solar flare hitting the gray matter, but the solar flare was absolutely massive, and the timing of it. The peak of the flare only lasted 1/10 of a second. For what you're saying to be correct, if it was caused on purpose, it couldn't have been random.
Right. The Inquisitors must have knowledge of the future.
James, I'm glad you're awake.
Captain Ramirez? Helena, you're still alive after all? They said you were, but...
Oh yeah, it's been a while. James, I have a lot to show you. Would you like to go on a walk?
Helena, what am I looking at?
James, we have so much to talk about.
I found her. After searching for months, I found the captain of the sheriff, Captain Ramirez. She has been in and out of deep sleep for more than 9,000 years, and it seems as if she is working with the Inquisitors.
We met in a giant Inquisitor cathedral housing a huge portal. When it was activated, I was shown another world. She used some sort of Inquisitor device to hack into my video contact lenses, and I stepped through that portal.
James, can you see me?
I can.
Mr. Cott is brilliant. These video contact lenses are amazing.
Helena, what is this? Where am I?
It's what it looks like, James, the fruits of our little singularity.
I don't... It created this?
Not quite. The Inquisitors did, after a fashion.
But where am I?
This is a world called Vaston. It's a fascinating world. It's in a terrible conflict with the Nether. But there's so much more. Step through again. I want you to see the expanse of what has happened.
I thought there was no life anywhere except us.
That was true. But the Inquisitors, the Illuminati back in those days, they saw how close we'd come to destroying the Earth. Between nuclear proliferation, climate change, or hell, even a rock flying through space, all life in the universe was on one very small blue dot.
Yes, that was the founding principles of Space Command. We began spreading out, start terraforming other worlds. Our experiment was designed to power everything.
Yeah, but James, that would take centuries, and during all that time, anything could wipe us out. Come on, there's so much more.
How many worlds are there?
Countless, really. We didn't directly seed them with life. It was an automated process.
Automated how? This must have taken millions of years.
Oh yeah, many millions. Understanding the scope of this mission, the Inquisitors needed the right tool. Obviously, a person or even a generation ship wasn't possible. The scale of time is just too severe.
So they needed an AI.
Yes, but even the most advanced AI we had couldn't operate over the course of millions of years. It had to be orders of magnitude more advanced.
Here we go again, for the last time. 1 year of Minecraft, month 9, the grand finale. Let me just tell you, you don't want to miss the lore segments, including the post-credits scene, which sets up the entire future of the Fixxiverse. Trust me, you're going to want to hang in there. We have more lore segments than ever before in this video, so stay tuned. Look, I want to say a special thank you right away to my patrons and YouTube members. I always thank you in the end, but since this is the final episode of this series and of this world, I want to say special thanks. I'll get into why this series and this world is ending over the course of the video, so let's hop right in and see what happens in month 9, the final month of 1 year of Minecraft. After having spent the last 2 months on this cathedral, I really felt like I needed to move on and at least build some of the houses. Now, I will say, whenever I first started recording this video, I did not anticipate this being the final video of the series. Some things changed over the course of, well, the several weeks that it took to record this. So I did plan on coming back to the cathedral to finish it, and it does appear that that is not going to happen for right now. But, you know, we have the bulk of a pretty cool design done, and maybe if you want to grab the world download, you can finish it off yourself. I went to add a lot of regular houses, and these houses are actually super easy as they're all very, very similar. They're made of blackstone in the bottom, deep slate up a little bit higher, and they're all completely square shaped with very slabbed roofs, sometimes a little second floor sort of in the middle, but generally they're pretty easy. I did want to add in some diagonal houses that turned into a little bit more hassle than I thought it would be, but still not bad and does add a lot to the little city.
Now, to add more houses to this little section, I did need to expand the roadway, and there's been a road that I've been sort of planning for quite some time, and I think it's time to actually do it. So I built this road that heads directly north, straight through the Nether Tree sort of farming station, and yeah, I found some more Blackstone, so that's helpful. Blackstone is a real pain in the butt to harvest. I wish that I did not decide to build out of Blackstone in this world, and also Blackstone in Imperial SMP, because it is killing me. A lot. After a couple of days of building, it did occur to me that I need to go harvest my crops because, again, I was planning on building a lot of bigger crop fields. So while I'm planting here, let's talk a little bit about the performance of Bedrock in general. I have been the biggest Bedrock supporter that is in the world for the most part. I generally tell people Bedrock is the superior platform for a single player building focused player, but it's not anymore because there are some unbelievably bad and clunky lag. And you might say, well, that's because you're running RTX. Well, it didn't used to be. So it has started over the last couple months and it's gotten progressively less and less fun. I can turn off RTX and it's the exact same. There's a major mining sort of bug here and it stinks and it drives me crazy. Maybe that's world specific, but I don't think so. It's not like I'm a big technical player that has a bunch of super technical farms and stuff. So unfortunately, the world performance is a huge thing of why I have decided to move along, but there are really other reasons that we'll get into. I need to get some more cobble and stone for the road since I've been thinking about farming. Maybe I'll get that by expanding my farm another level. Should be a nice way to sort of double dip in resource gathering, both stone and also eventually more crops. So that'd be cool. I spent a couple more days digging underground here, and I thought I could take this opportunity to tell you more of why I've decided to move on from this world. And one of them is story. Probably the biggest one is story, in fact. When I was playing in the Realm of Vastin, I wrote sort of an audio book, if you will. It's about a 75-minute long story telling basically the story of the Nether War and really digging into the magic system of Vastin and all of the lore behind it. And I was really proud of that. I still am really proud of it. I think it's a really good thing. It's called Kythe's Story, if you want to go check it out. It's not been reviewed very often, but I think it's very good. The thing is, after I finished writing that story, I was kind of done with Vastin. I kept trying to sort of restart. Then we did the Nether season. I tried to get back into it, and then we did the sort of reboot of Vastin 2, and I tried to get back into it, but I couldn't, because I think that I had finished telling the story, and once I told the story, I was done with it. I think I had moved on. That's the thing is, now I have actually done the story for this world, and it's done. I had planned on sort of dishing it out over the course of the next 4 episodes, coming to a total of 12 months of a year, but once I wrote it, I'm kind of done with it. So I just want to get it out there. I want you guys to be able to watch the story and know where we're going and understand where the Fixxiverse is going, because it's not going anywhere. The story of the overall universe is still going, but the story of the Inquisitors and the story of Tovalyn, it's kind of done. I did it. And so I think basically we're going to wrap up this world. I'm going to have this world available for download for everybody, so you can go check it out if you have Bedrock Minecraft, and I'm really proud of it. I think it's a very cool world. I found, by the way, while I was digging out this thing, I found the biggest gravel vein I have ever done. I filled up my complete inventory with gravel more than once. It's totally insane. I mean, Bedrock is pretty notorious for big gravel veins, but this is off the hook. I mean, it's really unbelievable. I finished the road heading north right between the 2 Nether Tree farming areas saying, yeah, it looks really good. It's weird to do a straight road. I never, ever do straight roads in Minecraft, so it's kind of odd, but yeah, I like it. But, thinking about what we were talking about just a second ago, finishing the story, that's something I'm going to need to keep in mind for future worlds and stuff. If I finish the story, then I may mentally sort of check out, and that's going to be something I want to avoid in the future. I had planned this world to go on forever and ever and ever, and I thought it would up until recently here, whenever I just couldn't quite bring myself to get on and play it. So part of that is the Bedrock thing. Part of it is that I have grown to depend on Replay Mod a lot as an editor and as a sort of storyteller. If I had Bedrock Replay Mod capability, boy, oh boy, it would have been easier to do all the cutscenes and stuff that I do. Because otherwise I have to use 2 phones, a tablet, and my computer and sort of navigate everything around. It's really a pain. Like I have 3 Bedrock accounts just for that. So I'll be grateful to get back to Replay Mod again, going to Java. Now, speaking of Java, I made this announcement on my channel update video, but in case you missed that, I have been invited to join Deceit SMP. It's a short-run SMP, meaning it's only going to be between 7 and 10 episodes sort of thing. It's kind of a one-time deal, but It is so exciting. I'm joined by some of the people I've been watching for years, and I can't believe I get to play with them. It's a hardcore-ish type of server. There's a bunch of special rules. I'm so excited. It's coming really soon to the channel. There are some absolutely like YouTube megastars on it. I can't wait for you to meet them. But with all that being said, let's hop right into the next lore segment. It's getting juicy, y'all.
Don't step through this one. This is one where we must not interfere.
This world, it looks like Tovalyn.
It is Tovalyn, but not in your present day. This is many years ago. There's a child in this village. His name is Bob. When he grows up, he will be the first one to exit the Singularity bubble.
I just sent out a crew of the bubble before coming here.
Yes, I know. We watched with great interest.
But they didn't return. Do you know what happened?
I do. The Singularity propelled them away at incredible speed. They will crash on a planet very, very far away called Conquestia.
Wait, what do you mean they will?
Well, this portal was formed by crystals from the absolute moment of the Singularity. It has unique properties. It can show anywhere at any time.
Well, this portal can do more than that. It can teleport us anywhere. We could have been rescued years ago. Why keep this to yourself?
Come, James, there's so much more to show you.
What? This place hasn't been transformed.
No. As far as we can tell, it's the only place in the universe that hasn't.
This is...
Yeah, this is original Earth.
I don't understand.
We don't either. There seems to be a bubble of some sort protecting it.
Who could have set that up?
We have an idea. Come on, I'll show you.
Should I step through?
Not this time. We can't interfere.
Hello?
Hello?
That doesn't sound quite right.
That doesn't sound quite right.
That's a little better.
That's a little better.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. AI active. All systems nominal. Please input name.
I don't understand.
The man on the space station is named Percy Baskin, and he just created an AI. This is the moment that changes the universe.
Well, that seems dramatic. We've made AIs before.
Not like this one. This AI was a direct brain scan of one of the most brilliant minds in history.
What are we looking at now?
Now, this world, we've called it Earth 729. It was destroyed by a terrible war. The Illuminati launched thousands of missiles containing their zombie mutagen. Only a few survived.
Why? Why would they do that?
Well, they determined that the world had eclipsed their technological limit. It had reached the point of being able to wipe human life off the face of the planet.
So they killed everyone.
Not everyone. There were pockets of life all over the planet, and in time our hopes are for a safe medieval technology level.
I'm just going to gloss over the part where you casually mentioned a zombie mutagen. This is insane. Helena, have you joined them?
Yes, in short. Look, it's long and complicated, but I've come to understand that they, the Inquisitors, are right.
Well, how about that? I bet you didn't see that coming completely. Maybe you did. I don't know. Captain Ramirez is one of them, though. Yeah. Hey, there's more lore coming in just a couple more days of this. But before we get there, I laid out a lot more houses on day 250. Day 250. It's pretty good. It's nice to have a sort of city coming to life here. I'm enjoying it a lot. Now, I added a lot of deep slate to the houses just to sort of fill them up, and yeah, it's starting to come together. I cannot believe how much it adds to actually build walls. You can actually really sort of see the scale, and yeah, I'm adding like 12 houses or something. It's a lot. I need like hundreds for this city to be a real city, but still, it's a good start. Maybe if you grab the world download again on this, maybe you could build a bunch more of these houses using the template. I would love to see screenshots. You can hit me on either Twitter or my Discord. That'd be really great. I'd love to see it. And I ran out of deep slate, so I spent the next 2 days mining more deep slate, but why don't we check out the next lore segment while I mine? What am I looking at now?
Well, this is a man named Fred. He's extremely important, and this is why we need you, James.
Me? Why me?
This portal is attuned to the same grey matter as the Singularity that transformed us. To travel through the portal, one needed to be transformed by that same energy.
But why can't you travel through?
Something about all the times I've been in and out of deep sleep that's changed my body. I can't go through anymore.
And the other Inquisitors?
They can't, James. It has to be someone from your crew.
So, what do you need me to do? I don't get it. What makes this Fred so important?
The AI he named Cal was based on his father, Percy Baskin. We hope it may have some emotional ties to him still.
Emotional ties? The AI.
Cal has evolved. When Dr. Landon fully quantumized Tracy, it only took moments for a part of her to go through the portal and escape into the universe.
This is a lot.
Yeah, you can certainly say that.
Things to come yet again. That's what the defector warned about, what Dr. Landon did to Tracy.
Mr. Fripp. Yes, he became disillusioned with our mission.
Why?
Mr. Fripp was in charge of logging everything he saw through the portal. You see, James, by controlling the portal, I've shown you some of the thriving living worlds. But when the portal is uncontrolled, it will show anything, any worlds, any time.
Show me. What happened here?
This was a thriving human civilization. But sadly, we were unable to control their technology level and they blew themselves up. There's no life remaining on the planet.
Is this common?
More than it should be, but yeah. The Inquisitors have improved their techniques on limiting the proliferation of technology, but we're not infallible.
And Mr.
Fripp. He saw this too often. He decided that what we were doing was unnatural and the AI should never be allowed to merge with Tracy.
But now that has happened.
Yeah, we've moved into the future. After thousands of years of planning, the Singularity happened, and now we live in a universe filled with life.
Life that you're actively holding back.
You saw what can happen.
I took all of my deep slate and continued work on the walls. Man, this lore is so juicy. I'm rewatching it while I'm editing, and oh, I love it. I love it. What a fun time it was to write this. I was taking a look at these houses here, and my biggest hope is that they don't appear to be cookie cutter. I don't think that they will. I do plan on using 2 different roof woods, so I think that'll help. And with the few diagonal houses I did, and plus I plan on adding a lot of foliage too, I think it'll be good, but I'm a little bit nervous about it. Okay, I gotta tell you, harvesting these nether trees is absolutely horrible, but I learned a couple things. For one thing, my system of water elevator to drop down on top of the trees, that is golden. I'll do that forever and never ever, all these. The other thing I learned later is that you don't have to eliminate all of the warped mushroom block, like the leaf. You don't have to eliminate that. You can just replant a new tree and it'll still grow. So yeah, that would have saved some time. I didn't really think about that. And then it's time to start building some roofs. Now that I got a decent amount of the warped wood, and I do have to go and do the crimson stuff later, but at least for right now we can start to slab in some of these and start to get a feel for sort of the color and the scale of the city. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I really like this palette a lot. It's one of my big regrets is going to be about ending this world is not really exploring this palette of like the dark grays and then the really bright sort of blue or green, whatever you want to call this, and red roofs. I think that could be been a really cool city-wide palette, but well, alas. Yeah, I got several of the houses completely done, and then I had to go get some of the redwood. So here we go again. No big deal. Hey, you know what? While I'm cutting this down for a couple days, why don't we go check out another lore segment? I hope you're enjoying this lore fest of an episode. So you need to send me through the portal to get Fred and bring him here. Why?
Well, James, like I said, we're beyond the Singularity now. We thought nothing could stop the spread of humanity, but there may be something trying.
You know, I can actually feel my brain turning to mush.
This won't help.
Okay, look, maybe I should sit down.
The AI, Cal, was created about 3,500 years ago. But to a quantum computer like Tracy, picking a time to come out of the portal is no issue. Tracy merged with Cal not long after he was created, elevating him to something more. Cal 2.0 understood so much and was armed with the exact timing of the solar flare that originally caused the Singularity, but he couldn't do it on his own.
He needed human beings to help.
So, Cal 2.0 travelled to original Earth and, over time, created the Illuminati.
So, why not open a portal and bring this Fred here?
It doesn't work that way. Fred wasn't a G1.
A G1?
A Generation 1. Someone like you and me who actually went through the Singularity. The portal could kill Fred.
In that case, I don't see how sending me to him will help. How would we get him here? He's very far away and thousands of years in the past.
James, I must give you credit. Your mind is sharper than I knew. Exactly right. Us sending you to Fred won't help at all. But there is one man in particular who we believe could do it. We need to speak to the Mage Council.
Oh yeah, the Mage Council's coming. Just wait for it. The second to last lore segment is a juicy one. Well, hey, while I cut down more of these trees, let's talk for a second. Let's talk about a couple of the changes coming up to the channel. Imperial SMP is going to stay exactly as is right now. I like the way it is. The upcoming Deceit SMP, again, will be a short run series, and that is going to fill in some blanks for sure. Without the single player world, there is one other thing to discuss. And that is the Kingdoms of Conquest server. I am going to be doing a series from that instead of the 100 days format. I really enjoyed doing that, but I have to do the 100 days Dark Mage and the 200 days Dark Mage and the 100 days Fred Apocalypse City videos all. So I don't want to be working on too many of those because they take a really long time. And also, as most of you know, I am trying to diversify my content a little bit. So it's not all just sort of 100 days stuff. I'm trying to do some of the other stuff as well. So with that all being said, I am looking forward greatly to doing a Kingdom of Conquest sort of regular Let's Play, but there's going to be lore segments in that as well because it is part of the Fixxiverse. Now, the main reason why I want to do that is because I really enjoyed the Conquest Reforged mod. I made a commitment to do it, and I'm having a good time playing with sort of all of my friends and a lot of the former Vastin folks who, you know, since I left that server, I haven't really had a chance to play with very much. So that's a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it a lot. I think it'll be really cool. And because it's going to be more of a sort of regular Let's Play, I'm going to be able to do a lot more collabs and stuff like that on camera. There's going to be a little bit of a role-playing aspect, and I'm going to talk to the fellas about that and see who wants to be sort of part of it. I have a feeling most of them will. Yeah, it should be a good time. It'll be like a lightly role-played series in that universe as I continue work on the castle and continue exploring the Conquest Reforged mod in survival. Pretty cool. I realize I've blasted through most of the gameplay elements here without really talking about it, but look, you all know what's going on. I'm building houses and roofs. It's not that kind of earth-shatteringly great content. But the other thing I want to talk about is upcoming single-player stuff, because I do have a plan for a single-player world, and it's going to be Java Hardcore in 1.18. I probably will start as soon as one of the decent snapshots is out. I know there's one right now, but I'm going to wait until something a little bit more stable comes out. And then I'm going to start a single-player hardcore world, which will be, again, it'll be regular episodes. It's not going to be like 100 days format. It's going to be regular single-player Let's Play elements. That's a lot of stuff coming to the channel. I don't know exactly how I'm going to balance it all out. That's going to be stuff that I really work on, but Yeah, I think it'll be a lot of fun. Some of these things may end up being sort of streaming only, and I stream right here on YouTube if you're not aware, not on Twitch. And I don't know, we're going to see. But I'd like you to let me know in the comments what your favorite content on the channel is. And don't say the single player world because it's going away. But like, what of all the things that I just mentioned are you most excited about? Because there's a lot of stuff coming, and there's some stuff in the works too that's going to be a lot of fun. Now, I went through here and I collected a whole bunch of leaves because I want to start beautifying this city so I can, give you the world download and feel okay about this little part of town. I do want a lot of foliage. That's always been part of the plan for the Inquisitor places. Make it a really sort of two-aspect thing where it's like the dark, grungy sort of deep slate and blackstone walls, but then a lot of green, beautiful plants and landscapes around it. I think it's going to be a really cool look. Regardless, it is time to check out the second to last lore segment. The last one comes post-credits. Don't miss it. Please don't miss it. You're going to kick yourself if you do, okay? But here's the next one, the second to last. The penultimate lore episode of this world.
Absolutely not.
This is preposterous. We banished him once, jailed him once, and now you want us to ask him a favor?
Hear me out, you old curmudgeons.
Why you? Huh? Alright then. Captain Ramirez, speak.
Your Honours, as you know, the AI known as Cal 2.0 has been cloning himself and creating an armada. We didn't know why until recently, when he started destroying worlds.
Cal is destroying worlds?
Shh!
Oh, sorry.
We are hopeful that by bringing Fred to Tovalyn in our present day, he could open communication with the AI.
And you want him who was banished to bring Fred to us?
There's no other way.
We will deliberate. Leave us.
Are you ready then?
I guess so.
James, even going back to our days in the Academy, you were the most persuasive man I ever met. If anyone can convince him to help us, you can.
Well, I guess we'll see. So, okay, one more time. This guy you're sending me to, he's a wizard, as in magic?
Yeah, and a very powerful one at that. The Inquisitors all have different councils watching over the universe through our portal. The Mage Council is in charge of making sure no magic user gets too powerful. That can be even worse than nuclear missiles.
Yeah, okay, magic is real. All right, this will take me a minute to digest.
On some planets, as the Singularity expanded, it was in an incredible state of flux. Each planet it collided with was given its own rules, I suppose. There are, of course, a few general concepts. Every planet seems to have a nether. Enchanting tables seem to be universal, and every planet, except original Earth, seems to have redstone for some reason. Though honestly, I don't...
Helena, I'm going on a lot of faith in you. I hope you're right.
Oh, I do too, James. The fate of the universe itself may be at stake. Our last reports from advanced scout ships saw the Cal 2.0 armada heading this way.
Okay, I'll do it. Let's go. Oh, wait, one more question. If Cal was created on an alternate Earth in the past that was only created as a byproduct of the Singularity, how did Cal 1.0 come to exist in the first place?
I'll explain it when you get home. Convince him to help us, James.
So how about that? Captain James Dohan is going to meet the Master Mage. Oh man, all in an effort to save Fred. It's all coming together. I bet you didn't see it coming. If you did see it coming, you gotta leave me a comment. I saw this coming. If you didn't, just fess up to it and admit it. Admit it, you were blindsided if you were. I worked on slabbing up the road just to have nice gradual steps up here. You know, this is one thing that I really miss about the Conquest Reforged thing is having all the layers of every block. And it's really, really nice. It'd be great to have that. But I understand that's not coming to vanilla probably. Or is it? No, it's definitely not. Oh well. And here we are on day 29 of the month, and well, the final day of this world. Time for the very final question or comment of the day. Today's question or comment of the day comes from Fulcrum Lizard. Amazing episode, can't wait for the next one. Something you should do is write a book to explain this amazing universe to new characters that end up on Tovalyn. Yeah, so basically I responded to the comment and said I'd rather do that in Minecraft videos because my writing skills are lacking when it comes to a book. I actually tried to write a book once, and when I reread it a few months later, it read like a kindergartner wrote it. So yeah, it's not really my bag, but I do like to come up with ideas, which is I think more of my strength. So I think what I'll do probably is a few days or weeks after this episode airs, I will probably do a complete lore of the entire Fixxiverse and basically put all of the lore segments all together in one massive giant video. It'll probably be like 2 hours long. And I'll even go through all the 100 days videos. I'll do everything. I'll do like all the lore complete, all in, totally leading up to the new 100 Days Dark Mage, which I think since I recorded the last clip, I've decided on the name. Instead of 300 Days Mage, it's going to be 100 Days Dark Mage Edition. So hopefully it should be a lot of fun. That's right, we're looking at blood magic in particular, as well as a few other things too. I've already recorded about 20 days of that. By the way, patrons and YouTube members are getting those episodes as sort of daily Let's Plays, where I'm just releasing them sort of as regular mod, no lore. It's just regular me playing the mod sort of content, and then I'll edit together the 100 Days video again for everybody. But you know, just some behind the scenes stuff for the people who have supported me behind the scenes for the last few years. Anyway, that's gonna do it. That's gonna do it for this world. Man, it's tough to say that. If you want the world download, you can grab it in my Discord. I don't link it in the video description. You have to get it in my Discord. I'm braced for a whole lot of comments saying, where's the world download? Could you guys just respond to them saying, world download is in the Discord. You got to check out the Discord for it, okay? All right, well, that's it. Boy, we've done a lot of stuff in this world, you know, just like looking at it and just thinking it through. I mean, the last 9 months for sure we've done a lot, but if you even just go back a little further than that, oh, man, look at all this. I've grown so much as a builder and so much as a storyteller over the course of these 209 episodes and countless live streams on top of that. I'm going to miss it a lot. You know, I'm going to miss it a lot, but I am excited for the future. I'm excited for the future of both the SMPs that I'm playing with my friends, and I'm excited for all the new single player stuff that is going to be coming. You know, doing a hardcore world where at any moment I can just die and that ends it, that's a big thing for me. And don't worry, that stuff's all going to be connected to the Fixxiverse. I'm not done with lore, I'm just done with Tovalyn, you know, and if that upsets you, I'm really sorry, because it upsets me a little bit too. You know, there are so many projects that I didn't get to. I have a finished mountain that I didn't get to, but that's the reality of Minecraft and the reality of storytelling is you can revise and revise and revise, but at some point you just need to just put it out there and say, hey, this is what I got. And so I hope you've enjoyed the journey. I know I've really enjoyed going and taking you along with me. And I will see you for the next adventure, either on one of the SMPs or down the road a little bit in 118 for the hardcore single player world, okay? I love you all so much. Thank you so much for my patrons and my YouTube members for all the support that you've given me over the past years at this point, and I cannot even express to you how much it means to me. And I will see you all next time.